Chapter 1263. Other people said that the night of spring was short and the sun rose high. From then on, the prince would not attend morning court. But when it came to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi, it became, from then on, the empress would not wake up early. The next day, when Han Yunxi woke up, it was already close to noon. Long Fei Yi had just finished attending court and was handling some matters in the imperial study. At this time, he was sitting alone and drinking tea, waiting for Han Yunxi to wake up. It was rare that he had free time today, so he planned to take Han Yunxi out of the palace for a walk and admire the flowers. Han Yunxi finished tidying up and dressing up. As soon as she went out, she saw Long Fei Yi sitting at the stone table in her courtyard, elegantly and leisurely sipping tea. Today, he was wearing a loose brocade white casual robe with a jade belt around his waist. His ink-black hair was not tied up like usual, but was casually pulled up with a purple jade hairpin. Even though he was dressed simply, he still had a noble air about him. Even the way he raised his cup was so elegant and noble that people couldn't help but want to take a few more looks. Han Yunxi didn't take a few more looks. She just kept looking and looking. Time seemed to have returned to the Duke of Qin's estate many years ago. When he was leisurely in the estate, he was dressed simply and elegantly. There were several times when she went for a walk in the garden and accidentally bumped into him strolling slowly along the veranda. She would always stare foolishly. At this time, she was also foolishly staring at him. Last night in the hibiscus tent, he was gentle and domineering. He was like a wolf and a tiger. It was all still vivid in her mind. Her body was also marked by him. However, looking at the white-clothed and elegant Long Fei Yi in front of her, Han Yunxi really couldn't connect him with the wolf from last night. When Han Yunxi opened the door and came out, Long Fei Yi knew. He leisurely drank the tea in his cup, his gaze still fixed in front of him. However, he said indifferently, "Empress, have you seen enough?" "Not enough." Han Yunxi's courage had already grown. She walked in front of him and sat down. She propped her chin up with both hands and stared at him closely. It was said that admiring handsome men could prolong one's life. The most handsome man in the world was right beside her, so she decided to seriously admire him every day. Looking at Han Yunxi's deliberately infatuated expression, Long Fei Yi couldn't help laughing. His big hand rubbed her bangs and covered her eyes. "All right, let's go eat. Later, I'll go to the Grand Tutor's residence to pick up Rur. Let's go to the outskirts for a stroll." Han Yunxi didn't say anything. She pulled his hand down and continued to stare at it. Long Fei Yi covered it with his other hand and urged, "Hurry up." Han Yunxi pulled his hand down and continued to stare at him. Long Fei Yi was too lazy to pay attention to her. He got up and was about to leave when Han Yunxi chased after him and continued to watch with a smile. "Are you going or not?" Long Fei Yi's face turned cold. Han Yunxi wasn't afraid. She smiled even more brightly. Long Fei Yi really couldn't bear to be cold to Han Yunxi for too long. Han Yunxi hadn't done anything or said anything. She was just smiling, but he couldn't help but laugh. He took her hand and said, "All right, I'll take you out to eat." Han Yunxi waved her hand as they walked and asked, "Long Fei Yi, were you shy just now?" Long Fei Yi didn't answer. Han Yunxi asked again, "Long Fei Yi, I saw that your ears were red just now. Are you cold?" Long Fei Yi still didn't answer. Han Yunxi purposely stopped in her tracks and turned to look at him. "Long Fei Yi, your face is red too." Long Fei Yi finally couldn't take it anymore. He scooped her up and kissed her fiercely on the lip. He kissed Han Yunxi until her lips and face were red as well. He didn't let go of her until he couldn't control himself. He didn't say anything and just stared at Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi's legs were about to turn to jelly. She was embarrassed, annoyed, angry, and amused. She wanted to hit him, but when her fist landed on his chest, she couldn't help but jump into his arms and hug him. "Long Fei Yi, you bully me." "I'll let you bully me back," Long Fei Yi said with a smile. "No need. I'm a magnanimous person. I forgive you." Han Yunshi consciously let go of his arms. They had already left the bedroom. There were many people coming and going on the path. It wouldn't be good if they were seen. Han Yunshi didn't know that at this moment, Zhao Mama, Su Donglin, and the others were all hiding to the side. They were avoiding her and peeking at her. Zhao Mama was very worried. Aya, look at how young and vigorous His Majesty is. Our Empress is blessed. Su Donglin's mouth twitched. He didn't know how to answer. Zhao Mama muttered to herself again, this won't do, this won't do. This old one has to think of a way to help the Empress nourish her health. His Majesty can't always be wronged. Su Donglin was very incredulous. How could this old mama tell that His Majesty was always wronged? His Majesty. His Majesty told you? Su Donglin asked very curiously. Zhao Mama was stunned. She quickly slapped him on the head. As a servant, you have to be observant. You have to observe the smallest detail and know the bigger picture from the smallest detail. This old one takes care of Master's daily needs. If Master frowns, this old one will immediately know what Master is dissatisfied with. Whether His Majesty is wronged or not is a big matter. How can this old one not know? If I wait until His Majesty speaks, then this old one will have to retire and return to my hometown. Su Donglin was stunned and didn't know how to answer. After thinking for a long time, he said, Zhao Mama, those old hens have been brought back by the Tang clan head. What brilliant idea do you have? Zhao Mama smiled mysteriously. Su Donglin thought that she would say some earth-shattering remedy. Who knew that Zhao Mama would say, old duck soup? Su Donglin only felt darkness in front of his eyes. Presumably, the kitchens would soon become a duck farm. Zhao Mama was worried sick about the two masters. At this time, Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi were already in the carriage, heading to the Grand Tutor's residence. When Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi arrived, Rir had just woken up from his afternoon nap. He was playing in the garden with Gu and Lil Thing. Gu Beiyue and Mu Ling sat to the side, discussing the reform of medicine. Originally, they had planned to go on a spring walk. As soon as they heard about the reform of medicine, Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi both sat down and participated in the discussion. It was said that difficult times called for change. However, Long Feiyi was more of a proponent of change. Thus, even though Gu Beiyue and Mu Ling had been preparing for the reform of medical and medicine city, Long Feiyi had temporarily put the matter aside. If they wanted to bring medicine back to the imperial court had to be confident enough to afford medicine. If they didn't have enough capital, maintaining the status quo was the wisest choice. At the very least, with medical and medicine city around, the medical world wouldn't be in chaos. After the Xiao family was confiscated, all of their assets were confiscated, alleviating the state treasury's predicament. Moreover, Northern Li's disaster relief funds and resources had become plentiful. As long as the reform of the tax system went smoothly, Great Qin's finances would enter a virtuous cycle very soon. As long as the finances were balanced, everything would gradually improve. Long Feiyi hoped that after Great Qin's finances and military were stabilized, they would carry out the reform of medicine and medicine city. We only need 5 or 6 years. When the time comes, we can act boldly and decisively. There's no need for a gradual cycle, nor is there a need to be fearful, Long Feiyi said seriously. Han Yunshi agreed with this view. She had many ideas about the reform of medicine, but before food and shelter were completely taken care of, it was pointless to talk about it. Didn't Ling establish the Medicine Overseer Alliance? In my opinion, Beiyue can establish the Medicine Overseer Alliance. Whether it's the Medicine Overseer or the Medicine Overseer, they'll all be under the court's jurisdiction. That way. Before Han Yunshi could finish, Gu Beiyue nodded. That's an excellent idea. Ling and I both have this authority, and Xiao Qi. Everyone looked back and saw Gu Qishao flipping around on the grass with Ru. The two of them were having so much fun that even Lil Thing, who had been hiding far away, joined in. It curled up into a ball and chased after R'er as it rolled back and forth. Gu Beiyue's courtyard wasn't very big, but it was full of spring. The grass was full of wildflowers of various colors, and the surrounding trees were blooming as well. Some of the flowers were even sticking out of the walls, letting out the spring scenery. They didn't have to go for a walk in the countryside. Just sitting in Gu Beiyue's courtyard and watching R'er sprinkle salt like a wild child was a blissful thing. The joyous and worry-free scene on the grass made Han Yunxi and the rest of the 4 adults happy as well. They all forgot what they were discussing at the same time. Mu Ling suddenly stood up, as if she wanted to run over and play with them, but she was hesitant. Han Yunxi glanced at her and was hesitating whether to push her, but Mu Ling ran over first and soon joined in with them. After Mu Linger and Gu Qixiao's bet that night, no one knew whether Gu Qixiao had kept his end of the bargain. However, seeing that Gu didn't hide from Mu Ling like before, and that Mu Ling could even play with him, everyone felt that there was something going on between the two of them and didn't ask much. The truth would only be known by Gu and Ling. Many times they persisted and begged to be together, but they couldn't. But if they didn't persist, they could be together every day. What was this called? On sleepless nights, Mu Ling would often think that this was called fate but not fate. So, even if they couldn't be together, it wasn't to the extent that they couldn't see each other. Is Qin Min feeling better now? It's not cold anymore, why don't you bring her back? Han Yunxi asked. She's been living in the south for too long and doesn't want to come back. This subordinate wants to find time to go down south and accompany her to admire the flowers and never come back. Gu Beiyue's smile was full of doting. Even someone as astute as Han Yunxi was fooled. As for Long Feiyi, he didn't care so much. His attention was all on R'er. He was thinking that the first batch of spring tea was about to arrive, so Han Chun should be here too, right? Han Yunxi couldn't bear to see Gu Beiyue's longing expression. Long Feiyi, give Grand Tutor another holiday and bring Qin Min back. She can accompany me too. Long Feiyi answered casually, I've never restricted him. Gu Beiyue smiled helplessly, rather troubled. Esteemed Empress, Min is pregnant. This subordinate doesn't want her to tire herself out on the journey. At this moment, Mu Ling suddenly interjected from the side, Grand Tutor Gu, esteemed Empress was still running around when she was pregnant with the Crown Prince. Pregnant women and children aren't that delicate. You're a doctor yourself, yet you're afraid? Han Yunxi was amused. Qin Min's a doctor too. North Moon, don't tell me she's annoyed by you because you don't let her do this or that every day, so she's hiding away in Jiangnan to play by herself? Gu Beiyue was speechless. All he could do was shake his head. Gu Beiyue did not go to Jiangnan in the end. Before long, the first batch of spring tea from Jiangnan arrived. It was the extremely precious Bilyuakun. However, Han Chun still did not come. Half a month later, Long Feiyi received Han Chen's invitation, inviting him to the Heavenly Fragrance Tea Shop to drink South Mountain Red. Chapter 1264. Han Chun invited Long Feiyi to Heavenly Fragrance Tea House to drink Red Nanshan? Long Feiyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he received the invitation. He asked Han Yunxi, Your father doesn't seem to know much about black tea. What do you mean? Han Yunxi didn't understand. She liked tea, but she wasn't as crazy about it as Long Feiyi. Although she had been with Long Feiyi for a long time and knew more about tea, her mouth was getting more and more picky. However, she still couldn't handle being crazy about tea. Before Long Feiyi could explain, Gu, who was sitting at the side, laughed. Poison girl, your father better not ruin my red Nanshan. Han Yunxi was even more confused. It was rare for Long Feiyi to agree with Gu's words. He nodded. It seems like it will be ruined. In fact, Gu was not only a pill fiend but also a tea fiend. Han Yunxi thought to herself that this guy and Long Feiyi should have gotten along very well. Poison girl, the best spring tea is green tea, and the best black tea is summer tea. Gu began to explain. Tea was divided into spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Among them, spring tea, summer tea, and autumn tea were the most common. Winter tea was also known as winter tea. When the tea tree entered winter, it would be dormant. Only in some places with warm winters would there be tea trees that harvested all 4 seasons and winter tea leaves. After the tea tree passed winter, the first bud that sprouted was spring tea. Spring tea could be said to be the best of the 4 seasons. The tea leaves were plump and soft. Spring tea was divided into pre-Ming tea, pre-Yu tea, and pre-summer tea. They were divided by the 3 solar terms of Qingming, Gyu, and Lixia. The most precious was pre-Ming tea, so there was a saying that pre-Ming tea is as precious as gold. However, not all teas were good before Qingming. For green tea, freshness was important. For example, Biluakun, Longjing, Maofeng, and the like had to be drunk in spring tea, especially pre-Ming tea. However, the best black tea should be the black tea before and after Lixia. This was because black tea didn't care about freshness. It was fully fermented. The weather before Qingming and before rain was cold, and the air was humid. It wasn't conducive to the fermentation of the tea leaves, which would have a certain impact on the taste. Of course, most people wouldn't be able to tell the difference, but Long Fei Yi was definitely able to taste it. In the summer, the weather was hot to drinks to eat, but the teas to Lixia. In the summer, the teas to taste, the teas. Lixia's twos to drinks to eat, to drinks teas to phase to drinks to tea. To be Ming to eat, twos to taste, s teas, and to taste to tea, to be to s twos to know. To safter Ming, s Ming have tes like tst. The tea that Long Fei Yi wanted to invite Han Chen to drink was green tea, the top Ming dynasty's Biluakun and Longjing. He'd planned to invite Han Chen to Yuning to drink some spring tea and visit her. Then, he'd go to the Celestial Fragrance Tea House with Han Chen to drink their Maofeng tea. When Lixia came, he'd personally pick some Ming tea leaves, roast them, and seal them. He hadn't expected Han Chen to invite him and Ming at this time. There's only one type of tea in the mysterious continent. Other than the Bing Hai Ming tea by the IC, there's no other type of black tea. Han Chen likes Ming tea, but he doesn't know how it came to be. Gu had been running a tea house for many years, so he was very knowledgeable when it came to tea. The weather over at the IC is different from the Celestial Fragrance Tea House. The north shore of the IC is dry in spring, so it's time to pick the leaves and roast the tea leaves at the beginning of spring. Here at the Celestial Fragrance Tea House, you'll have to wait until Lixia comes, Gu continued. Long Fei Yi kept staring at him, while Gu Qi kept looking at Han Yunxi. However, he immediately turned to Long Fei Yi and asked, Long Fei Yi, have you seen enough? Am I wrong? Han Yunxi spat out the tea in her mouth. Why did Gu's words sound so familiar? Long Fei Yi was expressionless. Gu, are you planning to open a tea house in the mysterious continent? This guy actually knew that there was only one type of black tea in the mysterious continent? He was well aware of this matter. Gu stared blankly at first, then chuckled and denied it. I'm too lazy to go. He'd already made plans. The mysterious continent was now the sovereign's territory. If he opened a tea house there and angered Long Fei Yi one day, wouldn't the Long Fei Yi close down his tea house with an order? If he opened a tea house in the mysterious continent, where one's fist spoke, he wouldn't have to fear anyone as long as he bribed Han Chen with good tea. If Ming was gone, he would cultivate a black tea even better than Ming. When the time came, he'd wait for Long Fei Yi to come begging for it. Of course, he had another reason for opening a tea house in the mysterious continent. It was to make money, a lot of money. Long Fei had no idea what Gu Qishao was thinking. He simply told Han Yunxi, the tea business in Profound Sky Continent should be doing well. Once Cloud Realm Continent has settled down, we'll take over. Once Cloud settles down, We'll take a trip to the ice sea and see if there's any trade at the border. Right now, Han Yunshi was thinking about the same thing. It should be more than tea. If we're free, we might as well take a trip to the mysterious continent and see what's going on. Gu's eyes flashed with responsibility. He silently mused that he had to hurry up and make a move before Cloud Realm continent recovered from its post-war predicament. He had to make a fortune from the mysterious continent as soon as possible. Tea, wine, and cigarettes were all highly profitable businesses. Thinking up to here, Gu suddenly remembered someone, Ning Cheng. He didn't know if the mysterious continent's wine business was good or not. Had the long-missing Ning Cheng run off to the mysterious continent in search of wine? Anyone who dared to provoke Long Feiyi was a brother to Gu, so he felt that he should find Ning Cheng and go with Ning Cheng to the mysterious continent to trade in tea, cigarettes, and wine. With his ability to pick goods and Ning Cheng's business acumen, it'd be hard for them not to be rich. The more he thought, the more Gu Qixiao's eyes narrowed. He was suddenly filled with anticipation and yearning for the future. If not for the fact that Rui Er's situation was still unclear, he would have set off for the mysterious continent today. Long Feiyi had no idea of Gu's schemes, while Gu had no idea of Han Yunshi's. Currently, Han Yunshi's beautiful eyes were narrowed as well. She realized that the mysterious continent would be a good place for her to make money. Before they started trading at the border, she had to find a way to make a fortune from the mysterious continent. She'd already chosen a partner, and that person was Ning Jing. With her modern business philosophy and Ning Jing's many years of experience, it'd be strange if she didn't become the richest person in the mysterious continent. At this moment, the silent Gu Beiwei suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, opening up trade at the border will benefit the people on both sides of the border. It's also a good way to open up a new source of revenue for the national coffers. Merchants at the border have always been the most taxed of all. Right now, it's not the right time to do so, but there will definitely be merchants who'll do business in private. As this subordinate sees it, we need to set up such tariffs for the tax reform. At Gu Beiwei's words, Han Yunshi and Gu both rolled their eyes at him. The tariff on the ice sea was truly a blank. There had never been one before. Excellent. Especially in the next few years, we'll have to increase them. Long Feiyi said. In the next few years, Cloud Realm continent wouldn't have much of an abundance of resources. If people still tried to transport goods to the mysterious continent, they'd only increase the price of their goods and increase the price of their goods. Thus, imposing high tariffs would be a good way to keep them in check. Han Yunshi found these words reasonable as well. She began to think that if she went to Cloud Realm continent to fish for money, then she'd target tobacco, wine, and tea. After all, these weren't basic necessities, so they wouldn't cause the prices of food and daily necessities to rise. A cup of tea had caused a fight for business. Heaven knows if Gu could find Ning Cheng and cooperate with him, or if Han Yunshi and Ning Jing could work together smoothly. But these were all matters for the future. No matter what, Long Feiyi had to make a trip since Han Chun had invited him. After taking care of some urgent matters, he took Han Yunshi and Ru'er towards the capital. Gu and Gu Beiwei both went with them, while Mu Ling-er had to return to Medicine City. She delayed setting up the pharmacists' alliance for too long, and there was still a bunch of children waiting for her. Mu Ling-er and Han Yunshi's group left the city gates together. Han Yunshi's group headed east, while Mu Ling-er headed southwest. Ling-er, shall we have Su Donglin send you back? Han Yunshi asked. She couldn't bear to see Mu Ling-er all alone in their group. Unfortunately, no matter how he persuaded Ling-er, she wouldn't stay. No need. It's only a few days' journey, we'll get there quickly, Mu Ling-er smiled. Big sis, you're not even old yet, so why are you nagging so much? Be careful that brother-in-law doesn't like you. Long Feiyi was discussing matters with Gu Beiwei in the carriage, so he didn't hear this. Instead, Gu, who was on horseback, heard it. He just watched without saying anything. Han Yunshi was being nagged, so what else could she do? She simply waved her hand and told Mu Ling-er to hurry up and leave. Goodbye. Mu Ling-er smiled and waved. She urged her horse and shouted, Brother-in-law, Grand Tutor Gu, goodbye. This was the first time Long Feiyi heard someone call him brother-in-law. He glanced outside and saw that Mu Ling-er was already far away. Han Yunshi subconsciously looked at Gu. Ling-er, that girl, didn't say goodbye to her Chi brother. Gu didn't mind. Just as he was about to leave, Mu Ling-er's shout came from afar. It was especially loud. Goodbye, Big Brother Shao Qi. Big Brother Shao Qi. Many years ago, when she was still a girl and he was still a teenager, she used to call him that. Big Brother Shao Qi here, I stole it from home. It's really delicious. Big Brother Shao Qi, this is all of my private savings. I'll give it all to you. Big Brother Shao Qi, don't go. Can you wait for me for 2 days? I'll ask Mute Granny to give you 1,000 layers of foundation. Goodbye, little girl, Gu said indifferently. He turned his horse around and galloped towards the east. Chapter 1265. The Celestial Fragrance Tea House was located on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Han Yunshi remembered that the first time she came here was to investigate the northernly spies. Later, she was kidnapped here and met Jun Yi Gu. The Celestial Fragrance Tea House occupied a large area when it was in Gu's hands. After Long Feiyi seized it, the originally abandoned back mountain was incorporated into the tea house, and the tea mountain expanded by half. If one looked from afar, they would see tea trees stretching out like a crouching dragon in the mountain. However, no matter how much the Celestial Fragrance Tea House expanded, only a small patch of South Peak Red was left on South Peak. This was because South Peak Red had very high requirements for the soil. If it was transplanted to other places, it wouldn't grow well. Although Long Feiyi gave the Celestial Fragrance Tea House to Han Chen, the guards and tea farmers here were still Long Feiyi's people. Han Chen wanted the annual South Peak Red. After entering the Celestial Fragrance Tea House, there was still a long way to South Peak. Han Yunshi suggested that everyone get off the carriage and walk. Once they got off the carriage, everyone unconsciously took a deep breath. The mountain was filled with the smell of spring. Even the air was so fresh that it made people reluctant to leave. Gu Beiyue and Long Feiyi walked side by side. Han Yunshi held Ru'er's hand and walked to the right of Long Feiyi, while Gu walked next to Ru. Gu Qishao grinned mischievously and took little Ru'er's hand. Unexpectedly, Ru'er, who was already familiar with him, simply shook him off and ran to his imperial mother's other side to walk beside his imperial father. Not only that, Ru'er even tilted his head and stuck his tongue out at Gu. When imperial mother held his other hand could only be held by imperial father. No one else could. Although he didn't dare to hold imperial father's hand for the time being, he would try his best to be brave. Gu narrowed his eyes threateningly. Ru'er wasn't afraid of him and mimicked him, narrowing his eyes to threaten him. Just like that, the big one and the small one fought back and forth. In the end, it was Gu who lost. He was happy to lose because he liked to see Ru'er grin. She was a child after all. She had to smile more and look good. Little guy, your godfather met your parents here by chance. You haven't even shown up yet. Gu laughed. Han Yunshi muttered to herself. At that time, your parents weren't together yet. Gu Beiyue laughed inwardly. Actually, he was here at that time too. It's just that he wasn't discovered. Long Feiyi turned around and asked Han Yunshi, You were robbed on Nanshan Hill, right? Han Yunshi seemed to have thought of something. She pulled Long Feiyi over and whispered in his ear, I was about to leave that day, but I remembered that you liked red Nanshan, so I wanted to pick some myself. Who knew that I almost lost my life for your sake? Long Feiyi really didn't know about this. He thought that Han Yunshi was just playing in the tea garden that day. He looked at Han Yunshi with a doting smile and whispered, It's a little earlier than I thought. What did he mean? Han Yunshi was confused. Long Feiyi straightened up and couldn't help but laugh again. While the two of them were whispering to each other, Gu Qishao had long taken little Ruer far away. Out of sight, out of mind. As for Gu Beiwei, he had already silently followed behind Gu and Ruer. Early? What early? Han Yunshi asked suspiciously. Long Fei Yi didn't intend to answer, and was about to walk forward when Han Yunshi hurriedly pulled him back. Say it clearly. Long Fei Ye's smile widened. In addition to doting, there was a hint of shyness in his smiling eyes. He leaned down gracefully and whispered in Han Yunshi's ear, "So, you liked me so early? It's a little earlier than I thought." Han Yunshi immediately understood and blushed. She glanced at Long Fei Yi and didn't know what to say. Long Fei Yi smiled silently at her bashful look. Gradually, he chuckled out loud and was in a very good mood. "Keep your voice down." Han Yunshi hurriedly looked ahead. Fortunately, Ruer and the rest were far away. Otherwise, she would have been embarrassed. "Is there anyone earlier?" Long Fei Yi asked again. "What about you?" Han Yunshi asked back. Long Fei Yi stopped joking with her. He held her hand and asked gently, "I don't know when I started to like you. In our next life, we'll fall in love at first sight, okay?" She was embarrassed and angry, but when she heard this, her heart softened. She held his hand and gently touched the bite mark on his thumb. That was her masterpiece. He had deliberately left it there. He had said that the birthmark was a bite mark from a lover in the previous life. If the bite mark was still there on the day of death, it would become a birthmark in the next life. Han Yunshi gently kissed the bite mark and smiled. "Okay, I'll fall in love with you when I see it in the next life." Would there be a next life for people who transmigrated? What would the next life be like? Han Yunshi didn't know why she suddenly thought of this question. She didn't like this question. At this moment, Ruer's wailing came from the front. The couple looked over at the same time. Ruer and the rest were long gone. The two immediately chased after them. They chased all the way to the foot of Nanshan Hill and saw Ruer crying in Gu Beiwei's arms. Gu was about to turn back to look for them. "What's wrong?" Long Fei Yi asked. "I don't know. As soon as we got there, he suddenly started crying." Gu's anxiety was written all over his face. "Are you feeling unwell?" Han Yunshi asked anxiously. "I've checked. His body is normal," Gu Beiwei answered immediately. Han Yunshi had just reached out when Ruer pounced over and hid in his mother's arms. No matter how strong or weak the mother was, the mother's arms were always the safest for the child. Ruer's crying turned into laughter as soon as he was in his mother's arms. He sobbed softly. Han Yunshi hugged her son tightly, wishing she could trap him in her arms and protect him for the rest of his life. Long Fei Yi frowned. His heart ached so much that he couldn't say anything. Although he didn't want to, he still retreated. When his son was most afraid and helpless, he could only retreat. He could see that his son was afraid. "Ruer, what are you afraid of?" Han Yunshi asked softly. Ruer looked at his father who had retreated far away. His tears fell again. He was afraid. But he didn't know what he was afraid of. However, he knew that it wasn't his father who scared him this time. "Is it father?" Han Yunshi asked again. Other than being afraid of Long Fei Yi, Ruer had never been in such a situation. However, Long Fei Yi didn't hug him and kept his distance. Ruer looked at his imperial father and cried even harder. Long Fei turned away, refusing to look. It wasn't that he didn't want to look, but that he didn't dare to. He retreated silently, step by step, away from her. But who knew that Ruer suddenly struggled? He struggled out of his mother's arms and rushed to his father. He almost hugged his father. His little hand had already reached out, but he stopped in the end. "I'm not afraid." He looked up at his father. His baby voice contained a hint of stubbornness. "I'm not afraid." He wasn't afraid of his father, but he clearly looked afraid. Everyone was puzzled. They couldn't do anything except feel sorry for him. At this moment, Ruer suddenly looked to the right and hid behind Han Yunshi. I'm afraid. Could it be someone else? Other than Long Fei Yi, Who else would be afraid of? Everyone was shocked as they saw a familiar figure walking out of the path filled with flowers and plants. He was tall and proud. His face was cold and his eyes were cold. His white clothes were spotless, but he didn't have the handsomeness of a banished immortal. Instead, he had the dignity of a god. It was as if even the dust of the mortal world didn't dare to approach him. He was Han Yunxi's father, one of the top 5 masters of Xiankong, the head of wolf sect, Han Chun. As soon as he came out, Ruier desperately held onto his mother's leg. He didn't even dare to cry. Han Yunxi quickly picked up Ruier and backed away from Han Chun as fast as she could. Han Chun noticed Ruier and followed him. That child is Xianyuan Rui? Ruier is afraid of you? Han Chun and Long Feiyi spoke at almost the same time. Gu Beiyue immediately added, "No, your majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince is more afraid of you." More afraid of me? Han Chun didn't understand. Long Feiyi immediately told Han Chun about Ruier's strangeness and explained his business. As Han Chun listened, his originally indifferent expression changed to one of surprise. He actually had some doubts. Is this true? Absolutely true. Long Feiyi said seriously, Senior, we'll know if it's true or not when we go take a look. Han Chun didn't hesitate and chased after them. Long Feiyi and the others immediately followed. Han Yunxi took Ruier to the nearest tea room. She finally managed to calm Ruier down. However, before Han Chun even entered the tea room, Ruier hid in her arms and cried again. What did a child who had just turned 1 know? What could he endure? Han Yunxi was so distressed that she didn't know what to do. She hated that she couldn't bear all of this. Even if it was 10 times or 100 times, she wouldn't hesitate. This was the heart of a parent in the world. Han Chun and Long Feiyi had already heard Ruier's cries from outside, but Han Chun still walked in. As soon as he came in, Ruier was frightened. His crying stopped abruptly and his small body couldn't stop shaking. How rare it really is, Han Chun murmured to himself. He waved his hand and a purple light flashed, then quickly disappeared. Neither Gu Beiyue nor Gu Qishao had any idea what was going on. Long Fei had no idea what Han Chun had done, but he could clearly sense that the powerful aura and strength emanating from Han Chun's body vanished as soon as he touched the purple light. Soon, Ruier stopped crying and trembling. Han Yunxi was the first to feel the change. She looked nervously at Long Feiyi, still hugging Ruier tightly. Long Feiyi seemed to understand something. He was also nervous and didn't say anything. The room was silent. Even Han Chun was silent as he looked at Ruier. After a while, Ruier moved. Like a thief, he secretly lifted his head from his mother's arms and slowly turned to look at Han Chun. His deep and clear eyes were still filled with tears. He was a little confused, a little pitiful, and a little shy. Everyone was so nervous that they didn't dare to breathe too loudly, afraid of disturbing him. However, as he looked at Han Chun, he became bolder and bolder. He slid out of his mother's arms and stood there for a while. He seemed to be hesitant, but in the end, he carefully walked towards Han Chun. This wasn't afraid anymore? Chapter 1266. The tea room was especially quiet as the adults watched Ruier nervously. Ruier was cautious at first, but the closer he got to Han Chun, the bolder he became. There was no fear in her red eyes. Instead, they were filled with curiosity. Wasn't this child's mood change a little too fast? Even his mother, Han Yunxi, found it hard to believe. When Ruier stood in front of Han Chun, Han Yunxi and the others' hearts hung in suspense. They really couldn't guess what was wrong with Ruier and what he wanted to do. Even Han Chun, who was usually cold and indifferent, had a curious expression on his face. He was so tall that he looked like a mountain in front of Ruier. He squatted down and looked at Ruier seriously. At first glance, he felt that this grandson and son-in-law were very similar. Their facial features weren't the most similar, but their temperament was the most similar. Ruier wasn't afraid of Han Chun at all. He didn't even fear Han Chun's gaze as he stared straight into his eyes. On the other hand, Han Chun wasn't used to it and subconsciously retreated. As Han Chun retreated, Ruer leaned forward. His black and white eyes were especially serious, as if he wanted to see through Han Chun. Han Yunshi and the others were even more puzzled. They couldn't believe it. What was wrong with Ruer? Kid, you're not afraid of me anymore, are you? Han Chun asked coldly. Only then did Ruer retreat. He walked around Han Chun from the left, then from the right, as if he was looking for something. After circling Han Chun a few times, he even approached him and sniffed him. Everyone thought of Lil Thing at the same time. Lil Thing had been borrowed by Mu Ling and was going to stay in Medicine City for a few days. If it saw this scene, who knew what it would think? Ruer wasn't afraid anymore, but Han Chun was clearly embarrassed and troubled. He wasn't used to the child's approach. After a while, he couldn't take it anymore and stood up to back away. Ruer turned to his mother and said seriously, "I'm not afraid." "He's not afraid of you," but your Long Fei Yi was still hesitating about what to say when Han Chun continued. "He can sense my internal energy. He's afraid of it." Long Fei Yi had more or less the same idea. "He's afraid of me because of my lust bite power? But Ruer isn't afraid of me." Han Yunshi quickly interrupted. "Your phoenix power is far inferior to my lust bite power," Han Chun explained. "It's even weaker than my internal energy." Everyone still didn't understand. Han Chun sat down and said calmly, "Every martial arts family on the mysterious continent has something called the Heavenly Rainbow Stone. When people with different types of inner strength get close to the Rainbow Heavenly Stone, different colors will appear on the stone. The different colors represent different grades of inner strength." "There's actually such a miraculous item?" Han Yunshi was very surprised. Han Chun continued, "7-colored heavenly stones are very common on the mysterious continent. However, those who possessed the 7-colored heavenly eyes were rare geniuses that appeared once in 100 years. Those who possessed the 7-colored heavenly eyes only needed to see with their minds to determine the grades of everyone's inner strength. The 7-colored heavenly eyes were an innate gift that was present in the mother's womb. When the owner was young, the 7-colored heavenly eyes had yet to be fully opened. They could only sense the strength of the inner strength, but not its grade." "Senior, you hid your inner strength, so Ruer isn't afraid of you?" Long Fei Yi asked seriously. He had once heard from his master that inner strength was condensed from qi. Those who possessed inner strength would emit an invisible force that could be called an aura. Anyone who practiced martial arts could more or less sense the strength of an expert's aura. On the other hand, the weak's aura would be ignored. The mysterious continent's 7-colored heavenly stone and the 7-colored heavenly eyes that Han Chun mentioned probably determined the strength of one's inner strength by sensing one's aura. Long Fei Yi wasn't curious about this. What shocked him was that Han Chun had the ability to hide his aura so that others couldn't sense his strength or even know that he was a martial arts practitioner. What surprised him even more was that Ruer had the innate gift of sensing inner strength and aura. Han Chun nodded. "Now that his 7-colored heavenly eyes have yet to be opened, we can hide it from him. When he grows up and opens his 7-colored heavenly eyes, we might not be able to hide it from him anymore. Innate gift is just innate gift. How much he can do in the future depends on himself. He's young and weak, so he's naturally afraid of powerful forces. It's just an instinctive fear." Hearing this, everyone more or less understood what was going on. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi looked solemn and didn't say anything. Gu Beiyue and Gu looked at each other in disbelief. As Han Chun spoke, he looked at Han Yunshi. "There's a 7-colored heavenly eyes user in the mysterious continent now. He never went out when he was young because he was afraid. Now that he's 8 or 9 years old, he's quite capable. If you hide your phoenix power, he'll be able to see through you." Han Yunshi couldn't care less about who would see through her. Her face was filled with a mix of surprise, joy, worry, and fear. Her hands were trembling. My son won't have 3 eyes in the future, will he? Han Chen was stunned. Long Fei Yi and the others were stunned as well. But soon, Han Chen burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, 3 eyes? No way. Han Yunxi was about to cry. She didn't care what kind of world the mysterious continent was, or how talented Re was. She just wanted Re to be fine. As long as he wasn't afraid of his father, she didn't want anything else. It exists if there's a will. You can see it, but you can't see it. Han Chen smiled. The 7-colored heavenly eyes are just wills. Don't worry. After a false alarm, Han Yunxi immediately pulled Re into her arms and hugged him tightly. That's good, that's good. Rue didn't understand what the adults were saying at all. His mind was on Han Chen. Who was this uncle? Why was it so strange? He clearly had something scary on him, but it suddenly disappeared. Did he hide those things? Could Daddy also hide such a terrifying thing? Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi didn't know how powerful someone with the 7-colored heavenly eyes was on the mysterious continent, or how many people would chase after and support them. Han Yunxi was only worried about the 7-colored heavenly eyes, while Long Fei Yi was only concerned about when he could hug his son. If he's afraid because he's young, when will he know what's good and evil? Gu Beiyue asked the question that Long Fei Yi wanted to ask. When he's 3 years old at the earliest, Han Chen said coolly. That'll take 2 years. Long Fei Yi stood up and asked seriously, Senior, can you teach this junior how to hide his internal energy? Han Chen didn't speak, but suddenly grabbed Long Fei Yi by the shoulder. Long Fei felt a powerful force envelop his shoulders. Reflexively, he wanted to resist, but held back in the end. Resist me. Han Chen's voice was cold. Long Fei Yi didn't hold back. Although he respected Han Chen, he wouldn't allow anyone but Han Yunxi to exert such force on him. His eyes hardened as he unleashed his lustbite energy and knocked Han Chen's hand away. Han Chen was surprised. Long Fei Ye's internal energy was much more profound than the last time they met. Had he underestimated him last time, or had this kid never stopped cultivating? He ruled over Cloud Realm continent and had the highest level of martial art. If he hadn't stopped cultivating, then he must have great ambitions. Your lustbite energy should be at the middle 6th level. Hee, that's enough to make the top 10 in the mysterious continent. Han Chen gave a rare chuckle. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with Long Fei Yi. In order to hide one's internal energy, one had to figure out its level first. Han Chen was testing the depths of Long Fei Ye's internal energy. The internal energy of the mysterious continent's martial artists was divided into 10 levels, each of which was divided into low, middle, and high levels. Of the top 10 experts, the top 5 were all 7th level, while the bottom 5 were 6th level. If Long Fei went to the mysterious continent, he'd probably eliminate more of the top 10 experts. Han Chen couldn't help but feel pity. If Long Fei Yi had been born in the mysterious continent, then the continent's martial arts rankings would have been a miracle. Unfortunately, he was born in Cloud Realm and had to deal with worldly affairs. Thinking up to here, Han Chen glanced at Re and felt the urge to take in a disciple for his own talents. But he didn't say it out loud. He turned to Long Fei Yi and said, I can start teaching you today. How long you need to learn will depend on your own cultivation. Thank you, Senior. Long Fei Yi was overjoyed. He turned back and gave Re a gentle smile that made Han Yunxi jealous. Re didn't know what was wrong with his father, but he really liked his father's smile. He immediately grinned back at his father. Although the father and son couldn't hug each other, this scene was enough to make others envious. Han Chen and Long Fei Yi went to the room next door. After they left, Han Yunxi finally came back to her senses. Happy and expectant, she hugged Rue and kissed his left cheek, right cheek, forehead, and nose. Little Rue giggled and hugged her face, imitating her and kissing her up and down. Gu Beiyue looked at Rue and fell into deep thought. As for what he was thinking, no one knew. Gu's joy was written all over his face. He said proudly, "As expected of my godson, amazing!" Seeing Ruer ignore him, he snatched the boy over. "Ruer, don't help your father with memorials anymore. Come with me to the mysterious continent, okay?" "No," Ruer answered without hesitation. Gu immediately changed his question. "Ruer, don't go with me to the mysterious continent in the future. Stay in Cloud Realm and help me with my worries, okay?" "No." Ruer's answer was still very decisive. Han Yunshi and Gu Beiwe laughed. They all knew Ruer's habits. He would answer any question he didn't understand. "No." Han Chun spent an hour teaching Long Feiyi, then left Long Feiyi to train on his own. Han Yunshi brought Ruer to rest. Gu Beiwe was nowhere to be seen, but Gu was guarding the door. When he saw Han Chun come out, he went over with a smile and tried to worm his way into being friends. "Lord Guozhang, you're in a good mood today." Gu remembered that Han Chun hadn't smiled the last time he saw him, but today he did. Chapter 1267. Guomin? Han Chun didn't even spare a glance at Gu before turning to leave. Although Han Yunshi had called him father because of Su Xiaoyu, he and Han Yunshi hadn't officially acknowledged each other yet. Their 10-year promise hadn't come to an end yet. He was still used to these children calling him senior. Gu naturally knew that Han Chun wasn't an easy nut to crack. He chuckled as he chased after Han Chun. "Guomin, I heard that you invited Long Feiyi to drink South Peak Red. Unfortunately, now is not the time to drink South Peak Red." Gu's words successfully attracted Han Chun's attention. However, Han Chun merely stopped. He did not pay much attention to him, and continued onward. He had indeed invited Long Feiyi to drink South Peak Red. He had sent out the invitation before arriving at the Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop. When he arrived at the Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop and saw the weather, he knew that he was wrong. Spring here was different from spring at the Ice Sea. There was more rain here and the temperature was low. It wasn't suitable for the fermentation of black tea. Since he had already sent out the invitation, he didn't ask for it back. Gu persevered as he chased after Han Chun. "Guomin, the best South Peak Red will be after summer. Do you want to stay there until then?" Han Chun still didn't speak, treating Gu Qishao like air. Gu continued, "Guomin, there are many grades in South Peak Red. Do you know how the highest grade, South Peak Red, came to be? This is the Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop's secret." When Han Chun stopped, Gu was amused. However, Han Chun didn't ask any questions. Instead, he said coldly, "This tea shop already belongs to this sovereign. How could this sovereign not know?" How could Gu have forgotten about this? Long Feiyi had sealed off his tea shop and bribed all his tea farmers. It seemed that Han Chun had done the same thing as Long Feiyi and bribed all the tea farmers to reveal all the secrets of South Peak Red. There was nothing more to say about Red Nanshan, so Gu immediately changed the topic. "Lord Guozhang, it's okay if we don't have Red Nanshan to drink. This time, I have specially brought the best Longjing tea from Jiangnan for you to taste. I beg Guozhang to give me some face." Seeing that Han Chun was hesitating, Gu hurriedly said, "Why don't we give it a try at Mount Dai Pavilion?" The spring water at the Dai Mountain Pavilion on the mountainside of Nanshan was the best water in the Celestial Fragrance Tea House. The nature of tea is bound to arise from the water. When 80% of tea meets 10% of water, the tea will also have 10% of water. He tried 10/10ths of the tea, but the tea was only 8/10ths of the ear. The quality of the tea was very important, but the water used to make the tea was even more important. The same type of tea, when brewed in different water, would have a myriad of different tastes. "It looks like you're a tea lover as well," Han Chun said coldly. Gu was overjoyed. Han Chun had finally said something reasonable to him. "To tell you the truth, Lord Guozhang, the Celestial Fragrance Tea House was originally this one's property. Red Nanshan was a variety that I and a few other tea growers came up with after many years of research. Saying those words had to be Gu Qixiao's greatest goal this time. But Han Chun glanced at him with incomparable disdain. You still have to mention such a shameful thing? Gu was instantly stunned, unable to speak for a long time. Without a doubt, Han Chun had already known about this. By the time Gu regained his senses, Han Chun had already walked far away. He was about to give chase when Han Chen's figure flickered a few times and disappeared from sight. Gu had originally hidden quite a number of good tea leaves. He had planned to get close to Han Chen first, then reveal that he had gone to the mysterious continent to trade tea leaves and seek protection from the wolf sect. In the end, after talking for so long, Han Chun still didn't know him well. He didn't even drink his tea? And looked down on him. Gu suddenly realized that in this world, other than Long Fei Yi, there was still another Han Chun who could strike a blow at him. However, Gu didn't know that long before Long Fei Yi began his closed-door cultivation, he had already made an appointment with Han Chun to taste spring tea at Mount Dai Pavilion 3 days later. Otherwise, Han Chun would have still tasted his spring tea. As expected, Long Fei Yi only took 3 days to learn the art of concealing his cultivation. When he left, the aura and murderous aura emanating from his body due to the lustbite energy had all disappeared. As soon as Long Fei Yi stepped out, he saw Han Yunxi and the others standing outside. Han Yunxi had an indescribable feeling when she saw Long Fei Yi after not seeing him for 3 days. She only felt that this man was calmer and more reserved than before. She didn't know if it was because she couldn't feel the murderous aura from him. Ruier didn't know what had happened. He was playing at the side and didn't even know that his father had come out of closed-door cultivation. As soon as Long Fei Yi stepped out, he saw Ruier. He frowned and couldn't help but laugh. "Ruier!" he shouted. Ruier immediately turned around and smiled when he saw his father. Father had finally returned after disappearing for 3 days. He would ask his mother every night before he went to bed, "Father, Father," his mother would always say, "Father will be back soon." Ruier was still a distance away and couldn't sense his father's abnormality. Whenever he was hugged, he could feel his father's terrifying strength. He eagerly ran over to Imperial Father. Just like before, he stopped in front of Imperial Father, not daring to hug him. He looked up and revealed a sweet smile. His teeth were still not fully grown, but they were especially beautiful. He said, "Father, come back." Long Fei Yi couldn't wait to pull Ruier into his arms, but he restrained himself, afraid that it would scare the little guy. After all, the little guy still didn't know anything. He squatted down and looked at Ruier, thinking about what to do. Ruier kept looking at him, grinning non-stop. It was as if being this close to his father was a very happy thing. Long Fei Yi couldn't help but ruffle Ruier's hair. Usually, Ruier wouldn't be too afraid when he did this. Occasionally, when Ruier played on the ground for too long and refused to get up, he would pick him up. Ruier wasn't too afraid of that kind of touch. Long Fei Yi rubbed Ruier's head but didn't let go like before. Instead, he gently caressed Ruier's little face and held his little hand. Ruier's smile gradually froze on his face. He seemed to have discovered something. Just as Long Fei was about to tighten his grip on the boy's hand, he suddenly broke free. Seeing this, Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei were shocked, thinking that Ruier was rejecting it again. Even Long Fei Ye's heart immediately tightened. However, Ruier opened his arms and pounced on Long Fei Yi, hugging him tightly. Long Fei Yi was too tall and Ruier's arms were too short. Ruier opened his arms a few times but couldn't completely hug his father. He immediately let go and ran to the side, hugging his father from the side. This time, he could hug his father tightly. He didn't say anything and his expression was especially quiet. He hugged his father tightly, pressing his face against his father's arm as if feeling something. Ruier didn't move and Long Fei Yi didn't dare to move. But soon Ruier let go again. He ran to his father and suddenly tiptoed, hugging his father's neck. In this way, he could hug her tightly and completely. Long Fei Yi finally couldn't hold it in and hugged Ru'er with his arms, completely enveloping him in an absolute range of protection and absolute security. Even though he had a lot to say to his son, he remained silent. No amount of words could compare to the warmth of a hug to let his son understand. Ru'er didn't say anything either. The father and son were so similar, silently hugging and warming each other. On the other hand, Han Yunxi's eyes turned red as she watched the two figures hugging each other. She wanted to cry. Because she was fragile, but because she understood. She understood Long Fei Ye's hope for family and Ru'er's desire for his father's embrace too well. Only with this hug could Ru'er's childhood be complete. Only with this hug could Long Fei Ye's life be complete, right? And to her, this scene was blissful and complete. Gu Beiyue chuckled softly. Gu also smiled unknowingly. He didn't feel jealous, but instead felt a sense of happiness. It was unbelievable to him. What was he happy about? Ru'er hugged his father for a long time before looking up at him. As he looked, his little mouth broke into a smile again. He boldly reached out and touched his father's eyes, nose, and mouth. He unconsciously called out sweetly, "Daddy?" "Daddy!" Long Fei Ye's heart was about to melt. Ru'er called out and hugged his father's neck again, but this time, he started to cry. "Daddy! Daddy!" Her sobs almost broke Long Fei's heart. He didn't know what to do with this child other than hugging him. Ru'er cried and looked up at him again. Soon, his tears turned into a smile. "Daddy! Daddy!" The smile that blossomed from his tears was tender, clean, and pure. It was as though it could wash away all the hardships and dirt in Long Fei Ye's life. Long Fei Yi kissed Ru'er's forehead gently. He whispered, "You and your mother must be here to save Daddy." Ru'er didn't understand. Seeing that his father was kissing him, he immediately kissed his father's forehead, unwilling to be outdone. Long Fei Yi couldn't help but chuckle. That kind of joyful laughter seemed to come from his heart. It was so real and pure. Ru'er kissed his father's forehead as if it wasn't enough. He kissed his father's cheeks and finally the tip of his nose. He was as intimate with his father as he was with his mother. He kissed his father's forehead, left cheek, and right cheek over and over again. He actually kissed him 10 times, but it still wasn't enough. Long Fei Yi let Ru'er kiss him at first. Later, whenever Ru'er kissed him, he would kiss him back. The father and son squatted on the ground and played. Long Fei Yi didn't forget to wipe Ru'er's tears as he played with him. His gentle smile stunned everyone. Not just Gu, but even Han Yunxi and Gu Beiyue were stunned. Long Fei Yi actually played a kissing game with someone? If outsiders knew about this, wouldn't they talk about it for 3 months? Just like that, Long Fei Yi concealed his internal energy. Ru'er was no longer afraid of him, and was officially attached to him from this day on. In the afternoon, Long Fei Yi invited Han Chen to Mount Tai Pavilion for spring tea. Ru'er refused to come down from his arms, and insisted on being hugged. Han Yunxi was about to persuade him when Long Fei Yi said, "It's fine. We have to make up for what we owe." Chapter 1268. With Ru'er sticking to him, Long Fei Yi held him with one arm and brewed tea with the other to serve Han Chen. This is the first batch of Biluakun tea from Jiangnan. Only the freshest buds are plucked from each tree. Only a small pot can be produced from a large plantation. Long Fei Yi explained as he brewed tea. As soon as Gu Qishao heard this, he secretly tossed the tea leaves he'd prepared into a nearby abyss. He rubbed his nose and said nothing. Gu Beiyue, who was sitting across from him, saw him throw the tea leaves away. Gu Beiyue didn't expose him and merely smiled. Han Chen immediately praised the tea after tasting it. Long Fei Yi began to talk about the origin of Biluakun tea. As they chatted, he also asked about the types of tea on the mysterious continent. Gu Qishao and Han Yunxi both grew serious as they silently listened and memorized the words. In the end, Han Chen reached out to Ru'er. "Baby, Grandpa will carry you, okay?" "Grandpa?" Han Chen hadn't formally acknowledged Han Yunxi as his daughter, but he'd already acknowledged Ruer as his grandson. He didn't like his own daughter, but his son-in-law and grandson instead. What kind of temper was this? Han Yunshi was speechless. Ruer stared blankly at Han Chen and didn't move for a long time. Finally, he looked at his mother questioningly. What, you don't dare to do it because your mother doesn't agree? Chen was cold even to children. Unexpectedly, Ruer actually nodded. Embarrassed, Han Chen was about to withdraw his hand when Han Yunshi hurriedly said, Ruer, let Grandpa carry you. Quick. Grandpa is amazing, I can teach you martial arts in the future. Ruer was so talented, how could they let it go to waste? If Long Fei Yi wanted to conquer the mysterious continent again, perhaps Ruer would be an excellent vanguard in the future. Even if they didn't go to war with the mysterious continent, they would at least need a powerful force to guard the Ice River and guard against the invasion of the major clans on the mysterious continent. Although Long Fei Yi and Han Chen had agreed that the Wolf Sect would protect Cloud Realm's northern borders for 20 years, they couldn't rely on the Wolf Sect forever. One had to know that reliance was a restriction. Only when one's own strength was strong would one have a permanent guarantee. Han Yunshi's words were meant to sound out Han Chen. Han Chen didn't answer her, but he still carried Ruer over. He sat Ruer on his lap and said, Call me Grandpa, okay? Ruer looked at his mother with a questioning gaze. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwe didn't say anything, but they were definitely laughing in their hearts. Ruer was indeed Han Yunshi's biological son. He could always cooperate well at crucial moments. Han Yunshi smiled. Ruer, Grandpa has agreed to teach you martial arts. You should call him Master, right? Only then did Han Chen look at Han Yunshi, a hint of displeasure in his cold gaze. Han Yunshi wasn't afraid of him. She'd long thought of him as a weirdo anyway. She said, The 10-year promise isn't up yet. I haven't returned to the sect yet, so Ruer has no reason to acknowledge you. Either you accept him as your disciple, or we'll talk about it in 10 years. Will you agree if this sovereign brings him to the mysterious continent? Han Chen asked. Before Han Yunshi could answer, Long Fei Yi was the first to panic. He hurriedly carried Ruer back. Ruer is still young. There's no rush. But Han Chen was the one who panicked. He can start practicing martial arts at 3 years old. Don't waste his talent. You and your wife are both very talented, so he's not bad either. Moreover, all heaven pupils are geniuses. His talent will be revealed after he turns 3. Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi could both see Han Chen's anxiety. Ruer's talent was rare and precious to make someone as cold as Han Chen so anxious. If he was properly nurtured, Ruer might even surpass his master. Han Yunshi's eyes flashed craftily. Long Fei Yi, she said deliberately, when Ruer turns 3, we'll send him to Celestial Mountain. Let him learn the Nirvana strength first. That's a good idea, Long Fei Yi agreed immediately. Han Chen drank a cup of tea but didn't say anything else. But just as he was about to leave, he said, When the child turns 3, come find me at the Poison Sect's underground palace next winter. There's no need for him to take me as his master. It's up to him whether he wants to acknowledge me or not. Han Chen agreed in the end. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi stood up and were about to thank him, but Han Chen's figure had already faded away. Senior, are you here to pick Red South Peak in summer? Long Fei Yi called out. Han Chen didn't answer but replied, I'm here as scheduled. Han Yunshi was overjoyed. She picked up Ruer and chuckled. Ruer, when you see that uncle in the future, remember to call him grandfather, okay? His grandparents were long gone, and so was his grandmother. He only had one grandfather left, so of course he had to acknowledge him. It was Ruer's fortune to have an elder like that. However, Ruer's grandfather had a strange temper and a cold personality. Han Yunshi had to use extreme methods to fight for some benefits for Ruer. Remember, Ruer nodded immediately. He would agree to anything his mother said. Good boy. Han Yunshi was about to hug Ruer when the boy began to struggle. His little body moved towards Long Fei. "Daddy, daddy, hug, hug." Long Fei Yi laughed heartily and pulled Ruer over. Han Yunxi's hands were empty, her expression blank. Looking at the intimate father and son, she suddenly felt like she had fallen out of favor. That night, Han Yunxi completely fell out of favor. If Ruer didn't sleep with them, Long Fei Yi liked to hug her from behind and put his long legs on her lap, holding her in his arms. For this, she often said, "Long Fei Yi, let's change the bed to a smaller one. It's a waste to have such a wide bed." Long Fei Yi would always reply, "It won't be a waste if you roll." Thus, he really made her roll around, making love with him. If Ruer slept with them, then the situation would be completely different. Ruer liked to sleep on the inside, between her and the wall. As he slept, he would forget to squeeze into her arms. When Ruer squeezed her, she could only back away to squeeze Long Fei Yi. Han Yunxi rarely saw Long Fei Yi sleeping alone. She didn't know if his sleeping posture was good, but Han Yunxi was very sure that Ruer's sleeping posture was terrible. If he wasn't kicking the blanket away, he was squeezing her hard. Many times when she woke up early, she couldn't find Ruer in the entire bed, only to find him curled up in a ball at the end of the bed. When Ruer squeezed her hard, she could even push Long Fei Yi to the edge of the bed. Of course, Han Yunxi wouldn't tell anyone whether Long Fei Yi had been pushed out of bed or not. Because of this, Long Fei Yi often said, "Empress, let's change to a wider bed?" Han Yunxi always replied, "Your Majesty, you can sleep under the bed to keep watch." If word of this got out, all the civil and military officials in court would probably drown Han Yunxi with their spittle. But Long Fei would never expose such an ugly family scandal. Tonight, the situation was completely different. Little Ruer actually ran to the side of the bed and nestled in Long Fei Yi's arms to sleep. Moreover, he didn't lose sleep because of the change of position and direction. Instead, he quickly fell asleep quietly. Long Fei Yi lay on his side facing Ruer. Han Yunxi was left alone on the inner side of the bed, and the space was especially big. She lay on her back with her limbs facing the sky, having a very bad feeling. As expected, Ruer was sleeping peacefully at first, but not long after, he began to squeeze into Long Fei Yi's arms. His little butt kept moving back, squeezing Long Fei Yi until he couldn't help but move back. Long Fei Yi obviously wasn't sleeping. He had waited so long for his son to be in his arms, so he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. When Long Fei Yi moved back, Han Yunxi also moved back. Long Fei Yi then realized that Han Yunxi was still awake. He looked back and asked in a low voice, "Can't sleep?" "I'm going to sleep soon." Han Yunxi consciously moved to the innermost part, her back pressed against the back of the bed, leaving a lot of space for the father and son. Long Fei Yi glanced at her and said coldly, "Come here." Han Yunxi shook her head. Long Fei Yi looked at her warningly. "Do you want me to do it?" Han Yunxi could only obediently lean over and hug him from behind. Long Fei Yi was satisfied. Sleep. Sleep? Could she sleep? After a while, Long Fei Yi moved back again, and Han Yunxi could only follow. If she didn't move, Long Fei Yi would press down on her and she wouldn't be able to move. Thus, she moved a little bit at a time. In the end, Han Yunxi was still pressed against the back of the bed. Just as Long Fei Yi was about to move back again, Han Yunxi finally said, "I'll be squeezed to death. That's enough." Long Fei Yi finally couldn't help but laugh. He whispered, "Shoo, go to the front and sleep." Han Yunxi had no choice but to sleep in front of Ruer. She lay on her side facing Ruer and realized that Ruer had already fallen asleep and was even grinning. How blissful was this? Han Yunxi wasn't used to the empty back. It felt like she had really fallen out of favor. However, her son's peaceful sleeping face was enough to let her sleep peacefully. It was late at night, and Han Yunxi gradually fell asleep. Long Fei Yi still didn't sleep. Knowing that Ruer had squeezed him to the point of no return, he carefully got up and slept behind Han Yunxi, gently hugging Han Yunxi. The family of three was still the same as before. Ruyer slept in the innermost corner, Han Yunshi slept behind Ruyer, and Long Fei Yi protected the mother and daughter from behind. Han Chun didn't stay long at the Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop, while Long Fei and the rest left the next day. Gu Beiwei went back to Yuning first, while Gu Qishao said he was going to play, but didn't say where. Long Fei Yi brought Ruyer and Han Yunshi to Huangdu. Along the way, Ruyer stuck to Long Fei Yi and wouldn't let anyone hug him except for Long Fei Yi. Han Yunshi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She comforted herself that Ruyer wouldn't let her hug him, so she was at ease. In the capital, Han Yunshi and the rest saw Tang Zijin, who had just returned to work. Tang Li, Ning Jing, and Madame Tang had all returned to the Tang clan. The first batch of weapons had been delivered, and Tang Zijin was in good condition. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi looked over the palace blueprints. Han Yunshi didn't make things difficult for them and asked for an additional zither room. Long Fei Yi hadn't even used his monarch's whisper yet. When Cloud Realm settled down in the future, she would play a good song for him. While he was away, Yuning's urgent missives arrived one after another. Long Fei only stayed a day in the capital city before setting off for Yuning. Once back in Yuning, Long Fei Yi promoted a deputy general in the Jiangnan army named Ouyang Kongfeng to the position of Great General. Ouyang Kongfeng was a member of the Ouyang family and Madame Zhou's nephew. Long Fei Yi showed kindness to the Ouyang family, while Han Yunshi demonstrated her power to Old Man Zhou. The Empress showed kindness and power, so the Ouyang family and Zhou family were both respectful and fearful of the imperial family. With the support of the two families in Jiangnan, Long Fei Yi's tax reforms were met with little resistance. That summer, Long Fei Yi ordered the Ministry of Revenue to officially start a tax reform, re-establishing the tax system for salt, tobacco, alcohol, tea, and some mining industries. This way, while these industries were still in the hands of the Jiangnan families, the imperial court could split the profits with them through taxes. On one hand, it reduced the financial resources of the Jiangnan financial group, and on the other, opened up a source of income for the imperial family's private coffers. As long as they kept the rich Jiangnan in check, the national treasury would have more silver, and the reconstruction of other parts of Cloud Realm would be quicker. After the disaster, Northernly became a dark horse and recovered very quickly. Chapter 1269. The snow disaster in Northernly stopped at the end of spring. When summer came, Jin Zi ordered the army to help the herdsmen rebuild their homes. He also personally funded the purchase of a large number of livestock cubs from Winter Crow and the southern part of Northernly and distributed them to the victims of the disaster in the north. Unlike the reconstruction of the southern cities, which required a large amount of manpower and resources, the reconstruction of the Northernly grasslands after the disaster was relatively simple. As long as the climate warmed up, the grass would naturally grow. The herdsmen would live in the grasslands. As long as they provided the livestock cubs, the order of the grasslands would gradually be established. What they needed manpower to build was just a city. The architecture style was very rough, and only stones were needed to build it. This kind of building was called a stone city, which was a major feature of the Northernly grasslands. Therefore, although Northernly was a disaster area, it was not surprising that it recovered faster than the other places. Long Fei Yi took this opportunity to greatly reward Jin Zi. At the same time, he also urged the reconstruction of the western and central regions. Han Yunshi had already expected the situation in Northernly. What she was most curious about was where Jin Zi got so much money to buy livestock cubs. As far as she knew, Jin Zi not only bought a large number of livestock cubs, but also bought a lot of adult livestock. He sent a pair to every herdsman in the disaster area. Those adult livestock pairs were the most expensive because the herdsmen only needed to raise them for a month or two before the animals began to reproduce and give birth to cubs. Long Fei Yi, Jin Zi donated a large sum of money to Mu Si last time. Where did he get so much money? Han Yunshi asked curiously. Jin Zi's salary was not even enough to support himself. Long Feiyi had already checked. He used Mu Ling Er's gold card. Kangon Bank has record. Adding the last donation, he should have spent more than 100 million taels. Han Yunxi remembered this matter. She knew that Mu Ling had returned Jin Zi's money. She did not know that he had returned more than 100 million taels. It seemed that Jin Zi had become a philanthropist several times and still had a lot left. He's really generous, Han Yunxi said with a smile. As long as Jin Zi had a background, the Long Feiyi wouldn't interfere. The Long Feiyi was afraid that Jin Zi had colluded with the slave traders of the Winter Crow Kingdom. Therefore, when Long Feiyi rewarded him with gold, he not only rewarded him with silver, but also increased his salary. The reconstruction of Northern Li after the disaster went smoothly, and so did the tax reform in Jiangnan. Long Feiyi was not as busy as before. After court, he would come over to accompany Han Yunxi and Ru'er, and then go to the imperial study to correct memorials. He left court early today and Ru'er was still sleeping on the bed. Ever since Ru'er was no longer afraid of him, the family of three would repeat that crowded mode when they slept. Little Ru'er always slept outside. However, when he woke up, he would always find himself sleeping in the deepest part of the room. As for what happened in between, only his parents knew. Long Feiyi kissed Ru'er's forehead and Han Yunxi's lip. Ever since he could kiss Ru'er, he stopped kissing Han Yunxi's forehead and only kissed her lip. When Ru'er woke up, he would leave after a kiss. If Ru'er wasn't there or asleep, he wouldn't let go of Han Yunxi so easily. Ever since Ru'er started sticking to him, Ru'er would stick to him to sleep every night without exception. If it was in the past, he would still go to the Grand Tutor's residence to sleep in Gu Beiyue's bed. He would even be willing to sleep by himself and let Granny Zhao watch over him. However, after returning from the Celestial Fragrance Tea House, this situation had never happened. This meant that Long Feiyi didn't have the chance to sell his daughter in the bedroom. In these few months, Long Feiyi realized that not letting him hug Ru'er wasn't the worst thing about him. Sticking to him every night was the worst thing about Ru'er. Seeing that Ru'er was still asleep, Long Feiyi kissed her and didn't leave. He very domineeringly pried open her lips and teeth. Early in the morning, he gave her an extremely deep and lingering kiss. They kissed until they were about to lose control, but he couldn't bear to let go. Han Yunxi glanced at him. He glanced at Ru'er and smiled unconsciously. He kissed her again and even took the opportunity to push Han Yunxi down. Han Yunxi grew anxious. What time was it now? Ru'er could wake up at any moment. Han Yunxi pushed Long Feiyi with all her might. Long Feiyi was playful and didn't let go of her. He bullied her while paying attention to Ru'er. Han Yunxi was so annoyed that she wanted to kick him. Suddenly Ru'er turned over. Han Yunxi panicked. Who knew that Long Feiyi was even more anxious than her? Almost at the same time, he let go of Han Yunxi and got up, straightening his clothes. Ru'er actually only turned over and didn't wake up. Han Yunxi looked at Long Feiyi's nervous appearance and was stunned at first. Then, she burst into laughter. It turned out that Long Feiyi was more afraid of Ru'er suddenly waking up than she was. She had never seen Long Feiyi so nervous and embarrassed in her life. Han Yunxi couldn't stop laughing. Ru'er was woken up and sat up from the bed. His young face was full of drowsiness and confusion. He looked at his imperial mother and then at his imperial father. He was very confused. Did something happen? Long Feiyi's expression at this moment was indescribable. In short, he stared coldly at Han Yunxi. However, Han Yunxi wasn't afraid. The gloomier his eyes were, the more she laughed. She was laughing so hard that her stomach hurt. The confused Ru'er crawled over and went around Imperial Mother, who was laughing crazily. He reached out to Imperial Father. Imperial Father, carry. Long Feiyi's expression immediately warmed up. He carried Ru'er and let him sit on his shoulder. Imperial Father, What is Imperial Mother laughing about? Ruer asked curiously. After 1 year old, Ruer developed very quickly in all aspects. He grew quickly and his language skills were also very developed. He could speak a few common words in a coherent manner. He could basically understand the meaning of every word that the adults said. It's a joke, Imperial Father. Long Feiyi was honest. Why? Ruer asked curiously. During this period, Ruer had become a curious child. Once he caught on to a question, he would ask it endlessly. Because, Imperial Father, it's funny. Long Feiyi was always able to answer. Why is it funny? Ruer asked again. Because your Imperial Mother thinks it's funny, Long Feiyi replied. Why do you think it's funny? Ruer looked serious. Because Imperial Father is going to approve the memorials. Are you going, Ruer? Long Feiyi asked in return. Why do you have to approve the memorials? Ruer asked again. Yes, Long Feiyi was already giving random answers. He said, because the ministers are waiting. Why do they have to wait? Ruer continued to ask, not knowing that Imperial Father was being perfunctory. Because they like to wait. Long Feiyi answered as he carried Ruer away. Before he left, he didn't forget to glare at Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi had already stopped laughing, but after his glare, she couldn't help but laugh again. After the father and son left, Han Yunshi got up, her face stiff from laughing. She thought for a long time before coming up with a word to describe Long Fei's predicament just then. The fear of being caught in bed with an adulterer. Zhao Mama, who had been waiting outside, saw that the little master had left with the emperor. She immediately prepared breakfast for the little master. With Zhao Mama taking care of Ruer's 3 meals, Han Yunshi didn't have to worry at all. While Ruer went to the imperial study with Long Feiyi, Han Yunshi could be free for most of the day. Every time Ruer went to the imperial study, he would sit on Long Feiyi's incomparably spacious ebony table and flip through the memorials, asking Long Feiyi to teach him how to read. Long Feiyi was busy and asked the eunuch beside him to teach him, but Ruer refused. Long Feiyi could only find Gu Beiwei every time. Only Gu Beiwei could handle Ruer. Sometimes, Ruer would flip through some confidential memorials that only Gu Beiwei could read. If it were the eunuchs, they wouldn't dare to read them. Han Yunshi tidied up, ate some breakfast, and went to the kitchens. She spent 2 whole months under the personal guidance of the head chef, and finally learned how to roll noodles. After spending another month, he was finally able to roll out noodles that were chewy and chewy. These days, she was studying the soup recipe. If it was just a bowl of egg noodles, she could have made it long ago. However, she wanted to sit on dough ball. Therefore, the first step in rolling out the noodles was to boil the soup. She was in a very good mood today. The moment she entered the kitchens, she said with a smile, "Good morning, everyone." When the chefs heard her voice, they all knelt down in greeting, their faces more ashen than the next. The head chef sighed in his heart. "Here we go again." Chef A complained in his heart. "Going to the toilet again." Chef B thought to himself, "This time, I must get the toilet." In short, the 10 or so chefs appeared to be respectful on the surface, but they were all groaning in their hearts. They would rather eat noodles personally cooked by the emperor than drink soup personally cooked by the empress. "Rise, all of you. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll treat you all to soup," Han Yunshi said with a smile. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward," everyone said in unison. After rising, they all retreated to the side to lean against the wall. Their expressions were very similar. Mournful. The Empress had already written a recipe yesterday and had all the ingredients prepared, cut and washed. Everyone's job this morning was to prepare the ingredients and place them on the table. Therefore, everyone knew how the Empress was going to make the soup stock today. Han Yunshi lifted the gauze cover on the table and saw that the ingredients she wanted were all prepared and arranged in an orderly manner. These ingredients were old hen chicken, chicken bones, chicken innards, pigeon, pork bones, pork lean meat, lobster meat, rock sugar, white pepper, longan meat, ginger, and wolfberry. Although there were many ingredients, in summary there were actually 4. The first was chicken, the second was lobster, the third was pork, and the fourth was condiment. These chefs had all followed Mama Zhao for many years. Of course, they knew how the emperor's old hen and lobster stew tasted. Thus, the empress's recipe made them especially terrified. Han Yunshi quickly boiled the water, and put the ingredients into the pot. She knew the taste of old hen and lobster stew better than anyone else. Of course, she had a deep impression of it. However, she was very confident in her recipe today. The old hen and lobster stew that Long Fei had Mama Zhao cook was purely stewing the meat until it was soft. This time, she used the freshness of the lobster to make the soup. Moreover, the other condiments she added could cover up the fishy smell. It wouldn't conflict with the freshness of the chicken and lean meat. Instead, it would bring out the best in each other. She had tried several times in the beginning to adjust the recipe. The most important thing was that as long as the soup was successfully boiled, she could be done once and for all. This soup was a thick soup treasure in the modern era. It was the base of a hot pot and could be used to cook anything delicious. This time, could Han Yunshi succeed? Chapter 1270. Han Yunshi succeeded. She simmered for an entire day and turned the large pot of clear water into a small pot of light yellow soup. It was especially fragrant and delicious. Those chefs were all foodies. They knew how delicious this soup was just by smelling it. They were both surprised and pleasantly surprised. They couldn't wait to taste that soup immediately so that they could study it themselves. After being chefs for so many years, the soup that they made was not as delicious and rich as the soup that Her Majesty the Empress made. Han Yunshi was also mesmerized by the taste of her own soup stock. Looking at the small pot of soup, she almost drooled. She didn't need to taste it to know that it must taste extremely good. But she still had to taste it personally while it was hot. She carefully scooped up a small bowl and drank the first mouthful. She really couldn't help it. TSK, the taste is extremely good. Seeing this, the chefs who had been standing for an entire day all looked forward to it. Han Yunshi drank a second mouthful, her face full of enjoyment. The aftertaste is endless. The delicacy of the world. The chefs looked at her expression of incomparable enjoyment and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Han Yunshi finished the rest of the soup in one gulp and even greedily licked her lip. Turning back to look at the chefs, she said seriously, "It's especially delicious. I'm not lying to you." The chefs all knelt down. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Empress. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Empress for finally making a fresh soup. All rise. Han Yunshi said with a smile. The chefs all stood up and waited for Her Majesty the Empress to bestow the soup. But who knew that Her Majesty the Empress would slam the lid on the pot? She sat at the side and seriously recorded the amount of ingredients used today, as well as the heat of the different stages of boiling. So, after successfully simmering, Her Majesty the Empress wouldn't taste the soup with them? At this moment, the chefs who had been hungry for half a day were really about to break down. Their mood was even more gloomy than drinking the soup stock that didn't succeed. After Han Yunshi recorded all the data, she hurriedly took the time to roll a dough. Then, she used the soup stock and some clear water as the soup base. After boiling, she removed the lump. After a few months of learning, the dough lumps she shaved were very uniform and the size was just right. While the dough balls were cooking, she scooped up some vegetables with water and fried a poached egg at the side. When the dough balls were cooked, she spread the vegetables on top and put the poached egg on top. As a result, this bowl of dough balls looked, smelled, and tasted great. Han Yunshi was the empress of a country, but she smiled happily because she could cook a bowl of dough balls. What kind of happiness was this? This was a woman's exclusive happiness. It had nothing to do with identity, status, or ability. This was the happiness of being able to cook a bowl of noodles for the man she loved. One had to know that no matter how good a cook was, she might not have the opportunity to personally cook a bowl of noodles for her beloved man. Han Yunshi was afraid that the noodles would get cold, so she took the noodles and went out to look for Long Feiyi. She didn't know how Long Feiyi convinced Rir, but Rir actually went to the Grand Tutor's residence with Gu Beiwei and wouldn't be coming back tonight. When Han Yunshi reached the imperial study, she bumped into Long Feiyi, who was about to come out. Long Feiyi immediately smelled the fresh fragrance. His gaze fell on the soup in Han Yunshi's hands, thinking that it was cooked by the chef and that she had personally brought it over. He didn't know that she had been painstakingly learning how to roll noodles and cook the soup stock in the kitchens for the past few months. Long Feiyi wasn't hungry, so he glanced at the bowl of noodles and didn't think much of it. Han Yunshi was full of anticipation. She deliberately didn't tell him that she had cooked it herself. She put the noodles on the table and said mildly, "Eat it while it's hot." "Where's Rir?" He went to the Grand Tutor's residence. Long Feiyi's implication was that Ruer wouldn't be coming back tonight. If Han Yunshi didn't understand, she would have followed him for nothing. She sat down lazily at the side and picked up the memorial to read. "Have you laughed enough this morning?" Long Feiyi asked with interest. Han Yunshi knew that he was going to settle the score. She couldn't help but laugh again and asked, "Your Majesty, do you dare to do it again next time?" "It seems that the Empress hasn't laughed enough." Long Feiyi quickly walked in front of Han Yunshi and looked at her coldly. Han Yunshi wasn't afraid of his gaze. She had seen colder and fiercer people before. She always had a way to make him feel warm in an instant. However, when Long Feiyi raised his hands, Han Yunshi was shocked. "Long Feiyi, you're not allowed to." Before she could finish speaking, Long Feiyi moved his hands, trapping her in the chair and tickling her. The chair was half-curved, the armrests on both sides were very high, and the backrest was even higher. With Long Feiyi in front, Han Yunshi had no way to escape. She was ticklish. He knew very well where she was most ticklish, so he specifically scratched there. Han Yunshi laughed, begged, shouted, and resisted. "Long Feiyi, enough, enough! I won't laugh anymore, I won't laugh anymore, ha 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 ha! Long Feiyi, I'm begging for mercy, I'm begging for mercy, let go! Let go! Long Feiyi, I was wrong. I was wrong. Save me!" These cries and shouts made the shadow guards at the door all hide far away. Zhao Mama was about to come over when Su Donglin immediately stopped her. "Zhao Mama, what's the matter?" "I'm just here to ask if the Crown Prince has returned," Zhao Mama said seriously. "The Crown Prince has returned with the Grand Tutor. The Empress just arrived, so she should be staying in the Imperial study tonight," Su Donglin replied calmly. Zhao Mama was stunned at first, then she said, "Oh, I understand, I understand. This old servant understands." Thus, Granny Zhao left happily. In the Imperial study, Han Yunshi was already panting as she stood on a chair. She couldn't escape, so she could only stand on the chair so that Long Feiyi couldn't scratch her armpits. But who knew that Long Feiyi was too tall, and his hands were long. He just had to stand on his tiptoes and reach out to scratch her. When his demonic claws reached out, she was so frightened that she immediately stepped on the table. The moment she stepped on it, Han Yunshi was stunned. She realized that this wasn't an ordinary table, but the table used by the Emperor. All the memorials to the throne were on this table. Han Yunshi was about to jump down, but Long Feiyi suddenly grabbed her leg, forcing her to sit down. "Stop fooling around. Let me down," Han Yunshi said seriously. Long Feiyi raised his eyebrows and smiled coldly. He pushed Han Yunshi onto the wide table, then leaned down and closed in on her. "Just nice, Jin doesn't want to fool around anymore," he said in a low voice as he placed one hand on her waist. Han Yunshi was shocked. "Long Feiyi, are you crazy?" Long Feiyi laughed even more wantonly. "Are you scared? Stop fooling around." She was really anxious. He liked to see her anxious and flustered expression. She had laughed at him in the morning and now, he could laugh back at her. Han Yunshi pushed him. Get up, you're not allowed to fool around like this. You said you're scared. Before he could finish, she said, I'm scared. Long Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even if you say you're scared, I won't let you off. You. Han Yunshi was furious. Long Fei immediately lowered his head and locked her lip. The more she struggled, the more impudent he became. He was simply a demon. The two of them tossed and turned from the ebony table to the warm couch. After a few rounds, Han Yunshi's waist was almost broken. After all, after Ruer stuck to Long Fei had kept his heart pure for at least 3 months. Now that Ruer wasn't around and he was free, how could he let Han Yunshi off so easily? This scene played out in the solemn and quiet imperial study was extremely ambiguous and indescribable. When Han Yunshi was naked and exhausted on the chaise lounge, Long Fei casually pulled a thin silk blanket from the couch and wrapped her up, then carried her in his arms. Let's go back to the bedroom, okay? After the deed, he was always so gentle. Han Yunshi nodded lazily, but she suddenly thought of the bowl of noodles and almost cried. She had painstakingly cooked a bowl of noodles for him, but who knew that he would eat her up? Han Yunshi comforted herself that it was a blissful thing to be able to cook for the person she loved, but it was even more blissful to be eaten by the person she loved. She asked, Long Fei, are you still hungry? Long Fei was very surprised that this woman would ask such a question at this time. In the past, when she was so tired that she didn't want to move, he would always whisper in her ear that he wasn't full. Today, this woman was different. Long Fei smiled naughtily and asked in a low voice, Do you still want to feed me? Han Yunshi reached out from the silk blanket and pointed at the cold bowl of noodle soup. I cooked that myself. Do you want to eat? As soon as she said this, Long Fei's smile froze on his face. Do you want to eat? Han Yunshi asked coquettishly. Long Fei coughed subconsciously and didn't answer. Han Yunshi caressed his face, her little hand drifting down to his chest. I cooked for a whole day. Do you want to eat? Upon hearing the words, cooked for a whole day, Long Fei's expression turned even uglier. Han Yunshi's hand teased his chest as she said slowly, Long Fei, if you don't want to eat, I'll feed you again. Next time, I won't feed you. These words had a double meaning and were clearly a threat. Long Fei couldn't stand Han Yunshi's teasing. He took advantage of the situation and pushed her back to the warm couch, holding down her restless hand. His voice was hoarse. That's enough. Han Yunshi really did withdraw her hand and shoved him aside. I cooked it for you personally. Are you going to eat it or not? Give me a straight answer. Although he had smelled the fragrance earlier, he was still terrified that Han Yunshi had cooked it. Forget it if you don't want to eat. Han Yunshi was angry and wanted to get off the couch barefooted. Long Fei held her back. He didn't say much to her and personally carried the noodles to the outer room. He called Su Donglin to heat it up. Han Yunshi smiled happily. She couldn't help but wrap her arms around Long Fei from behind and lean on his strong back. Long Fei, I'll cook noodles for you every day in the future, okay? Long Fei didn't answer. She didn't pursue the matter and continued to laugh foolishly. After a while, Su Donglin brought the heated noodles over. Although the vegetables and poached eggs had been overturned and didn't look good, the broth was still fragrant. Long Fei took a whiff and picked some dough lumps to take a look. Only then did he realize that this bowl of noodles seemed to be pretty good. When Han Yunshi brought the bowl over, he hadn't even spared it a glance. Now he couldn't help but wonder if Su Donglin had switched the bowl for a different one. Try it, quick. Han Yunshi was full of anticipation. Chapter 1271. The aroma of the steaming hot dough balls made Long Fei suspect that Su Donglin had changed a bowl of noodles for him. However, Han Yunshi was very close. She looked at the bowl of noodles and urged Long Fei, making him very hesitant. Han Yunshi should be able to recognize the noodles that he had cooked. He, who was usually decisive, was holding a bowl of noodles and hesitating. Han Yunshi kicked him lightly. Are you going to eat it or not? If you don't eat it, then don't eat it forever. Long Fei had no choice but to drink a mouthful of soup first. Just one mouthful. His conflicted expression immediately changed, and he looked at Han Yunshi in disbelief. Han Yunshi looked at him as well, her face full of anticipation and nervousness. Long Fei didn't say anything. He drank another mouthful and then gently licked his lips, as if he was savoring it carefully. Han Yunshi stared at his lips, looking forward to it. Long Fei looked back as if he wanted to say something. Han Yunshi's heart was hanging in midair, but Long Fei didn't say anything. He turned back and continued. This time, he didn't just drink the noodles in small mouthfuls. He started to eat heartily. Han Yunshi was dumbfounded. She had known Long Fei for so long. From the first time she ate with him on the same table until now, she had never seen him eat so much noodles and drink so much soup. Although he wasn't as elegant as before, she liked it. She giggled foolishly. She felt a great sense of accomplishment and happiness. It was a blissful thing to be able to cook a bowl of noodles for the person she loved. It was a blissful thing to be able to be eaten by the person she loved. It was even more blissful to be able to watch the person she loved wolf down the noodles that she had cooked herself. In short, Han Yunshi had taken all the blissful things for herself. When Long Fei finished the bowl of noodles, Han Yunshi chuckled and asked, "Delicious, right?" "Very delicious." After Long Fei answered her, he suddenly walked outside and called for Su Donglin. Han Yunshi was wondering what he wanted to do when she heard him ask Su Donglin, "You changed the noodles, right? Which chef made it? Zhen wants to reward him well." Su Donglin was confused. "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" In the inner room, Han Yunshi's incomparably happy little face instantly darkened. She shouted, "Long Fei, I'll bear a grudge." Seeing Su Donglin's reaction and hearing the shouts behind him, Long Fei finally realized that he'd made a mistake. By the time he returned to the inner rooms, Han Yunshi was already dressed and ready to leave. "You really made it?" To be honest, Long Fei still didn't quite believe it. "No." Han Yunshi harumphed coldly, pushed him aside and walked out of the room. Long Fei pulled her back. "When did you learn?" Han Yunshi punched him in the chest. "I've been learning for more than 3 months, you bastard. Do you need to learn for so long?" Long Fei blurted out. "You." Han Yunshi was really angry now. Just as she was about to flip out, Long Fei pulled her hand and kissed her lips domineeringly, giving her an extremely deep and lingering kiss. After a long time, he finally let go of her. Lowering his lips to hers, he said gently, "Han Yunshi, how much do you like me that you're willing to learn for so long?" She had clearly been very angry just a moment ago, but now she really wanted to cry. Under his gentle gaze, she said, "I like it very much. I like it very much. It's especially delicious. In the future, I won't eat anyone else's noodles." "I'll eat your noodles," Long Fei said seriously. "Really?" Han Yunshi asked seriously. "Yeah." Long Fei nodded vigorously. Han Yunshi looked at him tenderly. As she looked, she suddenly couldn't help but burst out laughing. She said, "Long Fei, I won't cook anymore. Don't eat noodles for the rest of your life." Long Fei was slightly stunned. Han Yunshi took the opportunity to break free from his hand and ran out. She laughed so hard that she couldn't even straighten her back. He was playing with her. Couldn't she play with his mother too? Long Fei chased after her. Looking at Han Yunshi, who was laughing indecently, he felt helpless and amused. Everyone said that the harem was cold and cheerless. However, how could a harem of 3,000 compare to a family of 3 sleeping on the same bed? How could it compare to her being the cook in the kitchen? How could it compare to her unbridled laughter at this very moment? He was obviously being played and laughed at, but seeing how happy Han Yunshi was, Long Fei couldn't help but laugh as well. When she had laughed enough and calmed down, he beckoned with his finger and said, "Aren't you going to come over?" Han Yunshi shook her head and retreated. Long Fei raised his eyebrows and looked over. A dangerous aura gradually appeared on his face. Han Yunshi turned to run. However, she had forgotten that her qigong was personally taught by Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi quickly blocked her path. He didn't do anything to her. Coldly, he said, "Cook another bowl and I'll let you go." Han Yunshi stood where she was. She shook her head and didn't speak. What else could he do to her? She had already let him eat. She wasn't afraid of eating him again. Sure enough, Long Fei Ye's attitude immediately softened. "Cook another bowl. I haven't had enough yet." Han Yunshi turned her head away and ignored him. "I'll cook another bowl and exchange it with you, okay?" Long Fei Yi asked seriously. Han Yunshi couldn't help but laugh out loud. She really had to hand it to Long Fei Yi for saying such things. Actually, if he liked it, she would rather cook it every day. "Wait, it'll be delivered soon," Han Yunshi agreed readily. "I'll be your assistant." How could Long Fei Yi just wait? "Okay." Han Yunshi agreed happily. It was already late at night, but the two walked hand in hand to the kitchen. It wasn't until their figures disappeared that Granny Zhao, Su Donglin, and the rest of the servants appeared from the surroundings. They looked at each other in disbelief. If these two masters went to the kitchens, would the kitchens be able to stand until the next morning? However, the scene in the kitchen was very heartwarming. Han Yunshi showed the finished soup to Long Fei Yi. As she explained how the soup was made, she ordered Long Fei Yi to wash the vegetables and beat the eggs. The husband and wife chatted as they busied themselves with the chores in their hands. Long Fei Yi asked, "How did you make the sour date cake that year?" With this woman's previous culinary skills, it wasn't likely that she could make a shaped cake. Han Yunshi chuckled. She didn't expect Long Fei Yi to still remember that sour date cake. She said, "I had the chef make it. I peeled 10 pieces of sour meat and put them in." What else could Long Fei Yi do but laugh? Han Yunshi recalled the sour feast he ordered at the inn and couldn't help but laugh. Long Fei Ye's movements were too big and he knocked over an egg. Han Yunshi hurriedly helped him clean it up and handed him a new one. The soup was boiling hot and steaming hot. Han Yunshi was about to lift the lid when Long Fei Yi quickly pulled her hand away. "Let me do it." The dough was boiling in the pot. The poached eggs and vegetables were ready. The husband and wife stood side by side in front of the stove and waited. If one person went to the imperial court and worked in the kitchen, it wasn't a big deal. However, if two people went to the imperial court and worked in the kitchen together, it was rare. At least, it was unprecedented. Hand in hand, they could rule the world. They could also share a bowl of noodle soup. This was the Ningjing after the vanity of fame. This Ningjing had another name, home. When the noodles were cooked, Long Fei Yi only drank the soup. Han Yunshi ate the noodles. Both of them were warm and full. After this night, there was another unwritten rule in the palace. The cooks in the kitchens didn't make noodles or make noodles. Gradually, this rule evolved into a rule of the great Qin imperial family. On the night of the Empress election, the Empress had to personally make a bowl of noodle soup for the Emperor. It was also because of this that later, among the nobles of the great Qin imperial family, making noodles became a necessary skill for women to learn. Of course, this was all in the future. When autumn came, there was supposed to be a grand autumn hunt. However, Long Fei Yi went against the norm and wanted to patrol the north incognito. No one understood. It was already autumn. Wouldn't they encounter the cold winter in the north? The officials of the Ministry of Personnel wanted to arrange for the officials of the northern cities to receive them but were stopped by Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi said that he wanted to patrol incognito. Thus, after Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi left the palace, no one knew of their whereabouts except for the Shadow Guard and Long Fei Ye's trusted officials. As for Gu Beiwei, he had taken leave 10 days ago to accompany Qin Min in Jiangnan. Long Fei Yi didn't disturb him, so he didn't know the true whereabouts of Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi brought Ru'er and didn't go north. Instead, they went to Jiangnan. Jiangnan in autumn wasn't as bleak as the north. It was cool and the temperature was just right. It could be said that it was the best season of the year for everyone. Long Feiyi went south for two reasons. First, to personally check on the Nazi situation of the big families in Jiangnan. Second, to spend the winter with Han Yunxi in the Sea of Plum Blossoms in Jiangnan. They set off from Yuning and went south. When they came back, they happened to pass by the Sea of Plum Blossoms in Jiangnan. The carriage passed through the wilderness and sped towards the bustling county. It was still Uncle Gao who was driving the carriage. The shadow guards who accompanied them all hid nearby and followed them all the way. Su Donglin had already arranged a place to stay in the county. In order to hide, Long Feiyi changed the carriage. From the outside, it looked very simple, like a normal merchant's carriage. However, the inside of the carriage wasn't ordinary. In view of Long Feiyi's casual habits, the carriage didn't need to be luxurious. However, it was comfortable and spacious. For this trip to the south, Long Feiyi specially drew a map of the route. The few cities they were going to visit and the locations of the salt and mining industries that they were going to secretly investigate were all marked out in detail. At this time, Han Yunxi was looking at the map. She said, "What a coincidence. The Chongning salt pans are very close to Ningzhou. Is it just next door?" Long Feiyi, who was reading the urgent message, looked up. "It's in Ningzhou. What's wrong?" Han Yunxi smiled. "Qin Min and Gu Beiwei are in Ningzhou. What a coincidence. Let Su Donglin check where Gu Beiwei and the others are living in Ningzhou." No, we have to secretly investigate. I want to give them a surprise." Long Feiyi always followed Han Yunxi in this kind of matter. He didn't express any opinions. 2 days later, Su Donglin found out the news. "Your Majesty, Grand Tutor Gu and the others are living in the south of Ningzhou, in a lane called Qianlu. Madame Qin is nursing her baby and likes quiet. The local officials know that she's there, but they don't dare to disturb her. Let's take a detour. It's okay to delay for a few days," Han Yunxi ordered. Su Donglin didn't even need to ask for instructions from the master. He took the order and left. Chapter 1272. Within a few days, Han Yunxi's family of 3 arrived in Ningzhou. Han Yunxi brought some gifts, wanting to give Qin Min and Gu Beiwei a surprise. Long Feiyi wasn't as happy as her. He hugged Re and said coldly, "Re and I are going to the tea house at the end of the alley. Let Gu Beiwei come over to drink tea when he's free." Han Yunxi couldn't wait for Long Feiyi to not follow her. As long as Long Feiyi, this big iceberg, was present, which of her best friends would be at ease? "Re, you can't drink too much tea, remember? If you're hungry, tell your father," Han Yunxi instructed seriously. It wasn't good for children to drink tea, but little Re had been with Long Feiyi for a long time and liked to serve tea at such a young age. If she hadn't stopped him, he would drink tea for all 3 meals a day. Re sat on Long Feiyi's neck and nodded seriously. "This son obeys." "Shoo," Han Yunxi quickly shut him up. "If our identities are exposed, you can go back to Yuning by yourself." Ruer chuckled. He was clearly teasing his mother. Han Yunxi looked at her son's naughty look and felt helpless. He wasn't even 2 years old, and he was already so naughty. What would happen when he grew up? However, Han Yunxi quite liked Ruer's cheerful personality. He liked to laugh more and not be as cold as Long Feiyi. How boring! After the father and son walked away, Han Yunxi walked into the alley. Following the address given by Su Donglin, she found Gu Beiwei and Qin Min's residence. The residence wasn't big, but it immediately attracted Han Yunxi's attention because the outer walls of the residence were covered with creepers. Even though it was early autumn, the walls were still full of lush greenery. The mansion was located in the depths of the alley. In the entire alley, only the outer walls of the mansion were decorated. However, this patch of greenery made the entire alley much quieter. Although the mansion wasn't large, the walls were extremely high, making it impossible for others to pry into everything inside. Han Yunxi went forward and knocked on the door. Soon, someone came to open the door. It was Gu Beiyue's little medicine boy. He immediately recognized Han Yunshi. The little medicine boy was terrified and was about to salute when Han Yunshi hurriedly stopped him and said in a low voice, "Don't make a fuss." The little medicine boy hurriedly invited her in. As soon as Han Yunshi entered the door, she was stunned by the beautiful scenery in the courtyard. She couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful!" Outside the door was a small garden. The ground was covered with cobblestones of different colors. A large patch of forsythia was planted in the courtyard. Each stalk was about half the height of a person. The branches were spread out like an umbrella, and it would take 2 or 3 people to wrap their arms around it. Every stalk of forsythia was golden yellow and bright and beautiful. Every forsythia was blooming beautifully, and they were huge and delicate. As far as the eye could see, the entire courtyard was surrounded by clusters of golden yellow. Han Yunshi couldn't help but walk into the cluster of flowers. Smelling the unique medicinal fragrance of forsythia, it was as if she was in a sea of flowers. Forsythia was a medicinal herb. It usually bloomed in spring, but there were also some that bloomed in autumn and winter. Ever since Han Yunshi started dealing with medicinal herbs, she had often encountered forsythia flowers. This was because forsythia flowers were commonly used in detoxification, clearing away heat and detoxifying, and reducing swelling and dispersing clump. However, this was the first time Han Yunshi had seen someone who could plant forsythia flowers into a landscape, and it was so beautiful. Was this planted by Qin Min or Gu Beiyue? Han Yunshi asked with a smile. Back in Medical City, the day before Gu Beiyue married Qin Min, the wedding room hadn't been decorated yet. It was Mu Linger who helped decorate it. Mu Linger asked Gu Beiyue what flower Qin Min liked, and Gu Beiyue said it was forsythia. Han Yunshi also knew that Qin Min liked forsythia flowers at that time. It was planted by Madame. Of course, the little medicine boy knew the secret between his master and Madame, but he didn't hide this question. Isn't Madame taking care of the fetus? She still has the strength to take care of these flowers and plants? Han Yunshi asked suspiciously. Madame instructed the servants to plant them, the little medicine boy quickly explained. Han Yunshi didn't pursue the matter. She asked in a low voice, "Where are the 2 of them? Which room are they in?" The little medicine boy was inwardly anxious. His master had just returned in the morning and couldn't find Madame and Xiaoyao, so he had personally gone out to search for them. Who knew that the Empress, who was supposed to be patrolling the north, would actually appear here? What if the Empress discovered the truth? What should he do then? Master and Madame have both gone out. Her Majesty the Empress, please come in and have a seat. This little one will go and find them now. The little medicine boy had been by Gu Beiyue's side for a long time and was rather quick-witted. Han Yunshi didn't think much of it. After all, she was very assured of Gu Beiyue's safety. Go and find them. I'll walk around the courtyard, Han Yunshi said. She discovered that the courtyard wasn't just filled with forsythia flowers, but also many small green plants. They were all strange, and some of them were actually succulents that weren't easy to raise. Han Yunshi was completely captivated by Qin Min's garden. If she walked around the rooms, she would definitely discover the details of Qin Min and Gu Beiyue's separation. It was a pity that she had been in the garden the entire time. She also discovered many rare medicinal herbs that had all been grown into potted plants. She walked towards the west side of the garden and circled around a stone wall. She actually saw another beautiful scene. It was a withered tree with a very special kind of flower growing on it. It was called the air pineapple. This kind of flower wasn't grown in water or soil. As long as it was placed in the air, it could survive and wouldn't take root. There were many kinds of these flowers. They were all grotesquely shaped and colorful. They were casually placed on the withered branches and gave people the feeling that the entire tree was blooming. It was gorgeous and colorful. Who planted it? Han Yunshi really wanted to bring that gardener back and properly learn about gardening from her. Han Yunshi was admiring the flowers and plants in the garden and had forgotten the time. Only when Su Donglin appeared in front of her did she remember that the little medicine boy had been gone for a long time. Your Majesty, Grand Tutor Gu met His Highness at the tea-house. They were chatting in the tea-house when His Highness sent this subordinate to ask if you would like to go? Su Donglin said. Qin Min is there too? Han Yunshi asked. Dr. Gu said that Madame Qin went out and hasn't returned yet. She shouldn't be back so soon. Su Donglin answered truthfully. Han Yunshi shrugged. She could only go to the tea-house. This tea-house was the first one at the entrance of the alley. It was 2 stories high, with one side facing the street and the other facing the alley. Long Feiyi chose a seat on the second floor near the alley entrance. He sat by the window and could see everyone entering and leaving the alley. When Han Yunshi came over, Ru'er was eating pastries. Everything about Ru'er was like Long Feiyi, except for the fact that he liked to eat sweet. Although Long Feiyi said that Ru'er would not like sweets when he grew up, Han Yunshi did not believe him. Gu Beiyue wanted to stand up and bow, but Han Yunshi glared at him. She hugged Ru'er and sat him on her lap. She smiled and asked, "Where's your wife? We came all the way here to visit her. I also just arrived this morning and didn't see her when I came back. The servants said that she took a boat to the river. I'm sending people to look for her," Gu Beiyue said mildly. He had originally arranged for some guards to secretly protect Qin Min, but who would have thought that those guards would drink too much last night and sleep until the sun was high up in the sky. He had just arrived this morning and did not see Qin Min and her servant Xiaoyao when he entered. He heard from the guards that Qin Min liked to take a boat to the river and often went out. No one in Ningzhou had seen what the Grand Tutor's wife looked like. No one could recognize her and Xiaoyao when they went out. He immediately sent people to look for them when he arrived this morning, but they could not find her even after searching the entire river. He also went to walk around and did not see Qin Min's figure either. He was not restricting her, but he was afraid that something would happen to her. He never expected that the Emperor and Empress, who were supposed to be patrolling the north, would actually appear in Ningzhou and come looking for him. Now, he could only accompany these 2 masters to drink tea here. He had the servants split into 2 groups, one to clean up the house and the other to look for Qin Min. He was afraid that Qin Min would suddenly come back and not wear her fake belly, and the 2 masters would bump into her. He, who was always calm and composed, was really panicking. They chatted as they drank tea. After a while, Gu Beiyue estimated that the medicine boy had almost finished cleaning up the 2 rooms. He whispered, "Master, let's go inside and sit. There are a few things in Medical City that can't be discussed outside." Long Feiyi saw that Ru'er was eating with relish and was not in a hurry to leave. He said mildly, "Then we'll talk tonight." Gu Beiyue did not have much to say and could only sit and chat with him. At this time, Qin Min and Xiaoyao were actually sitting at a tea table not far from them. Not only did Qin Min not wear her fake belly, but she also wore a slim-fit dress. She and Xiaoyao had already returned from the boat. She knew that Gu Beiyue would be back in a few days, so she specially went to buy some ingredients and prepared to personally make a few pastries for him to try. Who knew that as soon as she arrived at the port, she would see Han Yunshi and her family of 3 standing at the entrance of the alley. She was shocked, and her first reaction was to hide in this tea-house. She felt that it was not safe to hide on the first floor, so she deliberately ran to the second floor. But who knew that when she looked down from the second floor, she would see Han Yunshi walking alone into the alley while Long Feiyi carried Ru'er into the tea-house. At that moment, Qin Min really had the thought of jumping off the building. Although Long Feiyi had only seen her once or twice, she absolutely did not dare to take any chances and challenge Long Feiyi's judgment. She could only find a secluded place and sit down. She sat down until now. Gu Beiyue and Han Yunshi arrived. "Madam, let's sneak down from there. They won't see us. They're talking about something." Xiaoyao could not help but whisper. The Emperor always brings the shadow guard with him when he goes out. If we're seen now, how am I going to explain it to the Dean? Qin Min asked. If not for the shadow guard outside, Qin Min would have already slipped away. In fact, the shadow guard might not be able to recognize her, but Qin Min really did not dare to take the risk. It did not matter if she was exposed, but she could not harm Gu Beiyue. Gu Beiyue had gone through so much trouble to pretend to marry her. What if she was exposed? What would she do? Although she still did not understand why he had to raise a child, since she had chosen to be his wife in name, she should cooperate with him. Qin Min was extremely vexed. She only had one path now, and that was to wait. She could only leave after Han Yunxi and the rest left. Unfortunately, things did not go as she wished. Not long after, a hedonistic young master sat in front of her. "Miss, what's your surname?" The young master smiled lewdly. Chapter 1273. Qin Min's world completely darkened as she looked at the fierce-looking silk pants in front of her. She pulled a long face and puffed up her cheeks, suppressing her depression and anger. She didn't answer the silk pants. The silk pants was very patient, smiling until his small eyes narrowed into a straight line. "Miss, what's your name?" Qin Min finally couldn't hold it in any longer. "Fuck your name." Her voice was low and angry, completely at odds with her beautiful and generous face. The silk pants was instantly stunned, his face full of astonishment. He almost came back to his senses. He never thought that such a beautiful woman would actually swear. Beautiful and fierce, soft on the outside but hard on the inside. This kind of woman was simply too challenging. The silk pants immediately sat beside Qin Min, purposely squeezing her in a vulgar manner. Qin Min was so disgusted that goosebumps appeared all over her body. She hurriedly avoided him. However, the silk pants actually got closer and purposely bumped into her. Qin Min couldn't help but stand up. Seeing that the silk pants was about to come over again, Xiaoyao hurriedly blocked him. Miss was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. How could she be bullied like this? Xiaoyao wished she could call the son-in-law over, but she didn't dare and couldn't. Seeing that the son-in-law and the others were still chatting and didn't seem to have heard the commotion here, her heart was filled with hatred. She gave her miss, who didn't know what to do, an idea. She whispered, "Miss, since there's no way out either way, why don't we take a gamble? We'll take this opportunity to run downstairs. This servant will cover you." At this time, the silk pants walked to Qin Min's other side with a lewd smile and asked, "Little lady, don't hide. Do you know who I am?" Qin Min actually already had plans to take a gamble. She didn't want to argue with the silk pants and quietly avoided him. Just as the silk pants was about to approach again, Qin Min exchanged glances with Xiaoyao. The master and servant immediately ran towards the stairs. Who knew that the silk pants actually brought people along? A few servants immediately went up to block the stairs. "Hee, little lady, you're someone this young master has his eyes on. Even if you leave this tea house, you won't be able to escape Ningzhou City." The silk pants laughed endlessly. Qin Min stopped in her tracks and her mind went blank for a moment. She had no time to think about the hedonistic young master behind her. Her thoughts were all on Gu Beiyue and the others, but she didn't dare to look in their direction. She only knew that at this moment, most of the people on the second floor must be looking at them. What to do? Qin Min did not move. She lowered her head and looked at her stomach. She really wanted to cry. How she wished that this was just a dream. When she woke up, she was still in her little room, and Gu Beiyue had not returned. "Qin Min. It really is you." Han Yunxi's voice was heard immediately. Qin Min closed her eyes in despair. She really wanted to see Gu Beiyue's expression, but she didn't dare to look. "I don't dare to look." Han Yunxi looked at Qin Min's stomach and then at Gu Beiyue. She was at a loss. What was going on? Gu Beiyue's back was facing Qin Min and the others, so he didn't notice. However, when that hedonistic young master sat over, Han Yunxi noticed. She was chatting with Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei while paying attention. She felt that the lady looked like Qin Min, but she wasn't sure. Now that she took a closer look, it really was her. Qin Min, you. Han Yunxi was very surprised and didn't know how to ask. Qin Min should be about to give birth now. Where's her stomach? Where's the child? Qin Min finally mustered up the courage to look over. She saw that Han Yunxi, Long Fei Yi, and Gu Beiwei were all looking at her. They were all looking at her stomach. Only little Re was still chewing slowly and tasting the tea and pastries. Qin Min wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Anxiety, guilt, depression, and anger all rushed to her heart. However, when she met Gu Beiwei's cold and angry eyes, her heart suddenly felt stifled. All her emotions were gone, leaving only discomfort, especially discomfort. He was always as gentle as jade, and his eyes were gentle. She had known him for so long, but she had never seen any negative emotions or colors in his eyes. He was angry, very, very angry. What should she do? Qin Min was a little afraid. She was full of guilt and silently lowered her head, not daring to look into his eyes. She also didn't want to explain. A mistake was a mistake, and there was nothing to explain. No one made a sound. Gu Beiwei kept looking at Qin Min and didn't say anything for a long time. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, but that hedonistic young master was still arrogant. He glanced at Han Yunxi and the others, feeling a little suspicious. This group of people looked rich and noble, but they weren't from Ningzhou City. They must be influential people from other places. Ningzhou City was high and the emperor was far away. He really wasn't afraid of outsiders. He swaggered towards Qin Min and said with a smile, "Little lady, you're called Qin Min? What a nice name." Qin Min lowered her head. While feeling guilty, she was also thinking hard about how to help Gu Beiwei cover up this lie. However, she really couldn't calm down in this situation. Once she didn't calm down, she couldn't think of a good idea. The more she couldn't think of a good idea, the more irritated she became. She almost crushed the handkerchief in her hand. "Little lady, go back and sit. This young master has something to say to you." As the hedonistic young master spoke, he wanted to pull Qin Min's hand. Qin Min was irritated and casually slapped him. "Get lost. Bitch, you even know how to hit people. You're revolting." While the hedonistic young master was shocked, he suddenly grabbed Qin Min's wrist. Han Yunxi was about to use the needle, but who knew that Gu Beiwei had already appeared in front of Qin Min in an instant. He grabbed the hedonistic young master's arm and forced him to let go. This speed was indescribably fast. Not to mention Han Yunxi, even Long Fei Yi didn't see it clearly. He only felt a gust of wind pass by and he was there. God knows how strong Gu Beiwei's grip was. That hedonistic young master immediately let go of Qin Min and slowly knelt down. His mouth was open, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't cry out. "She's not a little lady. She's this one's wife." He was tortured to the point that he couldn't cry out. Even though his eyes were filled with anger, Gu Beiwei's words were still polite and gentle. He said, "Apologize and I'll spare your arm." "Spare one arm? Then what about the other arm? Save me!" the hedonistic young master finally shouted. The surrounding manservants rushed forward, but they were all shot in the right palm by Gu Beiwei's small golden knife. The blade pierced through the palm, causing the manservants to cry out in pain. They didn't dare to go forward. "Apologize and I'll spare your legs," Gu Beiwei said indifferently. "Spare his legs? Then what about his arms?" The hedonistic young master was so frightened that he struggled. "Who are you? How dare you come to Ningzhou and behave so atrociously? Let me tell you, my father is the magistrate of Ningzhou. Let go of me immediately and I'll pretend that today's incident never happened. Otherwise," Gu Beiwei's voice was gentle but not lacking in strength. He easily interrupted the hedonistic young master. "Apologize and I'll spare your life." Spare his life? Then what about his arms and legs? At this moment, the hedonistic young master realized that his wrist didn't hurt. However, even though it didn't hurt, he had completely lost all feeling. It was as if his hand was no longer his. God, what happened? The hedonistic young master was finally afraid. I apologize. Let go of me first and I'll apologize immediately. Gu Beiwe let go of his hand, but grabbed his other hand. Gu Beiwe clearly only squeezed lightly, but the hedonistic young master let out a miserable howl. Hearing this sound, everyone present couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. They all cast fearful gazes at Gu Beiwe. Where did such a weak young master get such great strength from? What kind of person was he? Qin Min was probably the most shocked. This was the first time she saw such a ruthless and cruel Gu Beiwe. She never knew that he, who was as gentle as the spring breeze in April, could be so decisive and cruel when he was ruthless. She realized that she really couldn't understand the man in front of her, even though they were so close. Not only did Gu Beiwe dislocate the hedonistic young master's arms, he also dislocated his legs. He also pinched his ankles. His movements were gentle as if he was a doctor, but it made the hedonistic young master scream incessantly. He was in so much pain that he almost fainted. It was also Han Yunxi's first time seeing such a ruthless side of Gu Beiwe. She realized that she really didn't understand him. She originally wanted to go over and teach that hedonistic scumbag a lesson, but seeing this, she relaxed and sat back down. She laughed softly and said, "Look, our Grand Tutor Gu is really angry. Only Qin Min can make him this angry." Long Fei Yi drank his tea without saying anything. He was more curious about what was going on with Qin Min's stomach. Gu Beiwe had also just arrived today, so he didn't seem to know about Qin Min's stomach. The hedonistic young master's arms and legs were crippled, so he lay on the ground, unable to move. However, Gu Beiwe was still stubborn. He stepped on the hedonistic young master's back and asked calmly, "Do you want to apologize?" I was wrong. The hedonistic young master cried in pain. "Madam Qin Min, I was wrong." Only then did Gu Beiwe let go of his foot. A few manservants hurriedly came over to pull him away, only daring to help him up after dragging him far away. The hedonistic young master was extremely unwilling. He was about to be helped down the stairs when he ordered them to stop. He angrily said to Gu Beiwe, "You! Who are you? Do you dare to tell me your name?" Gu Beiwe looked back, his tone so indifferent that it sent chills down one's spine. He said, "If you can't find a doctor to set your bones, you can find me at Medical City. My name is Gu Beiwe." The moment he said this, the hedonistic young master was instantly dumbfounded. Gu Beiwe, the renowned dean of the Medical Academy, the head of the Great Qin Imperial Medical Academy, the Grand Tutor of the Great Qin Empire, and the Emperor's most trusted aide, Gu Beiwe. Not to mention the hedonistic young master, even the manservants supporting him were dumbfounded. Their hands went limp, and the hedonistic young master fell to the ground, falling backward and rolling down the stairs. The manservants all ran down, not just to escape, but to chase after him to save him. This wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that the hedonistic young master's hands and feet would never be healed. Naturally, Gu Beiwe had done something to remove them. Of all the doctors in the world, except for him, no one had the ability to set the hedonistic young master's bones back together. Little Ruer had unknowingly looked up to watch the show. When he saw the hedonistic young master rolling down the stairs, he suddenly burst out laughing. Han Yunxi hurriedly covered his mouth and whispered, "Shoo! The Grand Tutor is angry. Don't laugh." Gu Beiwe turned to face Qin Min, his back facing Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. His tall body completely blocked Qin Min's body, and Han Yunxi and the rest couldn't see her. Chapter 1274. Qin Min thought Gu Beiwe had lost his mind from anger, but she discovered that when Gu Beiwe's gaze landed on her, he had already recovered his usual calmness and composure. It had to be mentioned that Qin Min was rather stunned. She returned to her senses immediately. He did not blame her like she had imagined, nor did he question her. Gu Beiwe said softly, "Loafers are truly despicable. First Miss Qin, you weren't frightened, were you?" He was so gentle and so calm, as if he could easily smooth over all the winds and waves, but no one could truly stir up the winds and waves in the lake in his heart. He was a warm person on the outside, but his heart was especially cold. He was so cold that he kept everyone at arm's length. No one could truly enter his heart and see the most genuine him. Qin Min wanted to cry a lot from his concern, but his politeness and calmness made her heart clench up. However, she ignored it very soon, as there was something even more important waiting for her. She gently stroked her extremely flat belly and said softly, "It's exposed. It's fine. Don't say anything. Let me," as Gu Beiwe said that. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder gently. Qin Min gritted her teeth. She was filled with resentment, but she suddenly hugged him and began to sob. "Beiwe, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I really know I was wrong." She did not know when the Emperor and Empress had arrived in Ning Province City, but she was certain that Gu Beiwe had only arrived today. She had vaguely heard their conversation earlier. The Empress seemed to have failed to find her at home, while he was looking for her too. As a result, it was very difficult for him to find a reason to explain the fake pregnancy. The smartest thing he could do was push all the blame onto her and pretend he knew nothing. Otherwise, with how smart the two masters were, they would definitely suspect something. As soon as Qin Min spoke, Gu Beiwe guessed what she wanted to do. He was not particularly surprised by her fake embrace. Actually, he originally had a way to explain it, but she beat him to it. In his impression, First Miss Qin was a reserved, cautious, and well-behaved woman. She did not seem like an impulsive person. She had already yelled it out, so what could he do? He could only cooperate. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to hide from the two pairs of eyes behind him. Qin Min hugged Gu Beiwe gently, not daring to hug him too tightly. She turned her head and stole a glance at Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. Seeing that they were all looking at her, she hardened her heart and hugged Gu Beiwe tightly, throwing herself into his embrace. In that instant Gu Beiwe's body froze. There had never been a woman who was so close to him, so close to him. It was as if she had filled up his empty arms in an instant. Gu Beiwe had an indescribable feeling. He, who had always been calm and collected, was not only uncomfortable, but also at a loss. It had to be said that Qin Min's heart almost stopped beating after she hugged him tightly. She just wanted to make the show more realistic. She didn't mean anything else. However, when she threw herself into his warm embrace, she realized that he, who was warm and cold on the surface, actually had an incomparably warm embrace. She could truly feel the firmness of his body. He was not as frail as he seemed. She could smell the faint fragrance of herbs on him extremely clearly. It was a particularly pleasant fragrance. People who dealt with medicine all year round would be tainted with the smell of herbs, but his scent was especially clean and pure. It smelled so good that she could immerse herself in it for the rest of her life. There had never been a moment when she felt closer to this man than right now. For a moment, Qin Min even forgot to continue her act. The two of them were stunned. Fortunately, Xiaoyao spoke up in a hurry from the side. Xiaoyao actually began crying. She sobbed, "Son-in-law, Madam didn't do it on purpose. Madam was careless too. Don't be like this. Son-in-law, Madam was afraid you'd be sad, so she kept it from you the entire time. Don't ignore Madam." Only then did Qin Min return to her senses. She sobbed in a hurry, "Beiwe, I've let you down. I've let the child down. You can scold me and hit me, but don't ignore me." She raised her head to look at Gu Beiwe, who was still a little uncomfortable, and shot him a look. "Beiwe, won't you say something? Don't be like this." She made up her mind and decided to go all the way. She extended her hand to touch Gu Beiwe's face without hesitation. However, when she touched his face, her hand still stiffened slightly. His face was icy cold, just like his hand. Back in Yuning, there were times when he would hold her hand, which was why she had only learnt about it. She stroked his face gently and pleaded, "Beiwe, the child's gone. 3 months ago, I accidentally tripped in the courtyard, and the child's gone. Beiwe, I don't know how to tell you." Originally, it was just an act. Perhaps she had become too engrossed in the act, or perhaps it was his furrowed brows right now that made her sad. As she spoke, she suddenly felt extremely pained inside. It was as if all of this was real, as if the child really was gone. However, all of this was real too. Principal Beiwe, our child can't be born anymore. In the future, what are we supposed to do as a fake couple? Didn't we get married for the sake of that child? Thinking up to there, Qin Min's eyes actually became wet. She could not help but hug Gu Beiwe even tighter. Her mind was a mess, and her heart was even more in a mess. She had no idea what was wrong with her, but she just could not control her emotions. Perhaps she had become too engrossed in the act, or the act had always been real. "Beiwe, the child's gone. Do you still want me? Beiwe, say something. You can scold me and blame me, but don't be so calm, alright?" Gu Beiwe's ability to adapt was extremely great. No matter how sudden something happened, he could make the best judgment in the shortest amount of time possible, as well as react in the most correct way. However, this time, Qin Min had been acting alone for a very long time before he finally returned to his senses. Fortunately, all he left to Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi was his back. Who could accept the loss of their child so quickly? Who wouldn't be angry or sad? Long Feiyi stared at Gu Beiwe's back and furrowed his brows slightly, but he looked out the window very soon. He said nothing more. Han Yunxi remembered that she had even asked Gu Beiwe a few months ago why Qin Min still had not returned after winter had passed. She remembered Gu Beiwe's answer was that Qin Min liked the climate and scenery of Jiangnan, so she was too lazy to move. She could not run around with a big belly. Qin Min had lost her child 3 months ago. She must have found an excuse to stay behind because she was afraid to tell him about her miscarriage. How did she hide something so major from Gu Beiwe? It was not like Gu Beiwe was such a reasonable person. It was not like he would blame her. However, now that she thought about it, she really had no idea how Gu Beiwe and his wife usually got along. After all, Han Yunxi was already a mother. She could more or less feel the pain and sorrow of being a mother. She was more upset than anything else. She did not have the extra energy to think too much about it, and she could not bear to question Qin Min too much. Finally, Gu Beiwe spoke. His tone was heavy but still gentle. He said, "It was my negligence that I could not be by your side. It's not your fault." As he spoke, he pulled Qin Min to sit aside. Once she left his embrace, she felt as though she had left a warm little world. Gu Beiwe held Qin Min's hand and took her pulse seriously. His expression was heavy and sorrowful. Qin Min secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Gu Beiwe could cooperate with her, this matter could be explained. Their fake marriage wouldn't be exposed. She bit her lip and looked at Gu Beiwe pitifully as she waited. The surroundings quietened down. Everyone was like Qin Min, waiting. After a long time, Gu Beiwe sighed heavily. He did not speak. He held her hand and pressed it against his lips, gazing at her intently. At this moment, Qin Min almost could not keep up her act. Oh my God! The back of her hand was pressed against his lips. She could feel the coldness of his lips, but she could also feel the softness. Was this considered a kiss? Qin Min's heart pounded wildly. She was almost out of breath. However, when she looked up and met Gu Beiwe's gentle eyes, all her restlessness and uneasiness were instantly appeased. This gentleness was different from his usual gentleness. Qin Min could not tell what was different about it. She thought of the moon. She thought of the lone crescent moon high in the sky on an autumn night. It was lonely and aloof, but the moonlight it emitted was extremely gentle. It was like a veil covering the pitch-black night, softening everything. Gu Beiwei, you're so serious when you put on an act. Aren't you afraid that the fake will become real? It's all my fault. Let's go back first, Gu Beiwei said lightly. Qin Min did not say anything else and lowered her head. Gu Beiwei sighed softly. He walked over to Han Yunxi and said helplessly, "It's unfortunate at home. I'll bring my wife back first. You two masters can have a good chat." Unlike Tang Li and Ning Jing, Gu Beiwei did not like to talk about his personal and family matters. Qin Min did not interact much with them either. Long Feiyi never asked too much. Although Han Yunxi liked Qin Min, she knew Gu Beiwei's character, and did not ask too much about his privacy. In this kind of situation, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi naturally did not say much. After all, this matter was too sudden for Gu Beiwei. The husband and wife probably had a lot to talk about. Even if Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi were curious about something, they had to wait for the other party to calm down first before asking about it. You can go back first. I've already made arrangements for tonight. I'll look for you tomorrow, Long Feiyi said lightly. Qin Min lowered her head and stood there like a child who had done something wrong. Han Yunxi looked at her and felt that there was an indescribable sense of loneliness around Qin Min. Even she herself could not understand it. After Long Feiyi said that, Gu Beiwei's anxious heart finally settled down. He quickly left with Qin Min and went home. The alley was close to home. Gu Beiwei walked with Qin Min in his arms. Both of them were silent. Xiaoyao followed behind them. She could not help but stare blankly at the backs of her two masters. If this scene of them supporting each other the entire way was real, how wonderful would that be? During the months when the young miss lived alone in Jiangnan, she planted flowers, studied pastries, practiced acupuncture, and occasionally wrote lyrics and choreographed dances. The young miss lived a lively and fulfilling life on her own. However, as a bystander, she felt her heart ache. The young miss was so young, but why did she live her days like a hermit? She had almost lost her 7 emotions and 6 desires. If the young master was here, the young miss liveliness would have an extra touch of human life, an extra touch of gentleness. They returned to the residence and closed the door. Gu Beiwei immediately let go, while Qin Min let out a huge sigh of relief. She immediately apologized. "Dean Beiwei, I'm sorry. It's my fault." Chapter 1275. Qin Min lowered her head and apologized, like a little girl who had committed a grave mistake and was awaiting punishment. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Gu Beiwei wanted to comfort her, but for some reason, he started joking. He asked, "What did you do wrong?" "You shouldn't have run around," Qin Min said, then immediately corrected herself. "You shouldn't have left without the ball." "Ball?" Gu Beiwei was puzzled. "A fake stomach," Xiaoyao hurriedly explained. "Young master, the ball is a fake stomach." Gu Beiwei couldn't help but laugh. He asked again, "Why didn't you bring it?" Before Qin Min could answer, Xiaoyao beat her to it. "It's heavy. Young master, why don't you try tying a big ball to you and running around? It's inconvenient to stand or sit. It'll hurt your waist too. You even have to pretend to be pregnant and be careful. Is that uncomfortable?" Qin Min shot a sideways glance at Xiaoyao, warning her to shut up. Xiaoyao pretended not to notice. What could escape Gu Beiwei's eyes? Gu Beiwei saw this and asked again, "Where did you go?" "We came back from the cruise and went to buy some things," Qin Min answered honestly. Xiaoyao was anxious and immediately added, "Young master, Madam wanted to make pastries for you, so she went to buy some beans. If she hadn't gone to buy those beans, we would have come back long ago and wouldn't have bumped into His Majesty and Her Majesty." Qin Min secretly glared at her again, but Xiaoyao pretended not to notice. "Did you know they were coming?" Gu Beiwei asked again. "I didn't know," Qin Min answered honestly. "Don't you often go out with the ball?" Gu Beiwei asked, even though he already knew the answer. Actually, he knew all about Qin Min's situation. Qin Min thought for a moment and answered, I go out 3 or 4 times a month to cruise and buy things. Then where did you go wrong? Gu Beiyue circled back to the original question. Eldest Miss Qin, the ignorant are not at fault. This matter is my negligence. I didn't expect the masters to go south. He had indeed guessed wrong. He had thought that the 2 masters would go north to see Jin Zi and personally reward the soldiers who had contributed to the disaster relief effort. Who would have thought that they would go south in autumn? Qin Min came to a sudden realization. She raised her head to look at Gu Beiyue, only to see him smiling gently at her. The setting sun shone from behind him. For a moment, Qin Min couldn't tell if he was too gentle or if the autumn sun was too gentle. In short, her heart was warmed. He didn't blame her. He used this method to find an excuse for her. But Qin Min wanted to ask, what about the child? Before he could ask, Gu Beiyue turned around. It was only then that he noticed the forsythia flowers that filled the garden. They were blooming in large clusters. Autumn in Jiangnan was golden yellow, and yellow flowers could be seen everywhere. However, this was the first time he saw a garden full of forsythia flowers in Jiangnan. He hurriedly walked to the cluster of flowers and took a closer look. He knew that the forsythia was not only a species that bloomed against the season, but it was also the most valuable forsythia in traditional Chinese medicine. It was not easy to raise this thing, let alone raise it so well. Gu Beiyue looked back and asked seriously, Miss Qin, did you plant this? I had nothing to do, so I planted it for fun. Qin Min hesitated before asking, Principal Beiyue, do you like forsythia flowers too? On the day of their wedding, there were quite a few forsythia flowers in their bridal chamber. She would never forget it. She thought about it. In the end, it was impossible for him to know that she liked forsythia flowers. Perhaps it was his own preference. I quite like them, Gu Beiyue replied as he walked deeper into the cluster of flowers. Very soon, he circled around a stone wall and saw another wondrous sight. This was the air pineapple that Han Yunxi had seen before. It was Gu Beiyue's first time seeing this plant, so he found it particularly novel. He picked up one and examined it carefully. It was blooming, but it had not taken root. It had only been placed on a withered tree. What's this? Gu Beiyue asked. This is an air pineapple. It doesn't need to take root. As long as it breathes in air, and has the right amount of moisture, it can survive, grow, and bloom. Qin Min looked at the tree full of air pineapples and sighed inside. Ever since her legs were crippled, she was like a rootless child in the Qin family. However, she had grown up. Gu Beiyue held the flower in his hand gently and stared at it for a long time before asking, Miss Qin, can you give me one? He had forgotten when he had become a rootless person, drifting and busy all over the place. If Sir Principal doesn't mind, feel free to choose. Qin Min smiled. She was most willing to share good things. Gu Beiyue did not pick, choosing the one in his hand. The petals and leaves were flourishing, while the flower core was a light yellow. It was just the right size for him to hold it in his hand. Xiaoyao held back again and again before finally speaking up with a chuckle. Son-in-law, you can carry this flower with you at all times. Just sprinkle some water on it from time to time. How about this servant thread it for you and hang it around your waist? Qin Min could not help but burst into laughter when she saw the flower. She was both angry and amused. Stupid girl, you're always coming up with bad ideas. Do you think that's a jade pendant? Gu Beiyue also laughed and asked curiously, It can be threaded and hung. Of course it can. Madam is skillful with her hands and hung one on her medical box. Xiaoyao looked at it seriously and was amused. What a coincidence. Madam hung one of the same color as son-in-law's. Qin Min was very embarrassed and did not know what to say. She wanted nothing more than to plant Xiaoyao on the ground and turn her into a real Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao's intention of matchmaking was too obvious. Gu Beiyue said indifferently, It's a rootless plant to begin with, so don't wander around with me. Let it have a place to settle down and raise it in the house. Gu Beiyue entered the room and looked around before placing the flower on the paperweight on his desk. The desk was painted in a dark color, and the flower seemed to have bloomed brightly from the darkness. It stood quietly by itself. So beautiful! So beautiful! Gu Beiyue and Qin Min spoke at the same time. Both of them looked at each other in surprise and couldn't help smiling. At this moment, Gu Beiyue suddenly started coughing. He leaned against the side of the desk and coughed violently. Qin Min was alarmed. Based on her experience, Gu Beiyue's coughing was anything but ordinary. It was not a new illness, but an old one. Many years ago, she had heard rumors that Tianing country's head imperial physician was a medicine jar who treated patients but not themselves. She had thought it was just a rumor, but now it seemed that it was very likely to be true. "Your Excellency Academy Head, are you all right?" Xiaoyao was anxious. Qin Min didn't ask any questions. She had Xiaoyao pour some warm water while she listened attentively to Gu Beiyue's coughing. When Gu Beiyue had calmed down, she took Gu Beiyue's hand and took his pulse. Gu Beiyue was very surprised and wanted to refuse, but he saw Qin Min's serious and solemn expression. He had always thought that she was a good-tempered girl, but her current cold and stern demeanor was not to be trifled with. She wouldn't tolerate any disturbances. Once upon a time, he had seen a woman so solemn and serious that he'd become infatuated with her. But today, he didn't become infatuated with her. Instead, he felt an irresistible urge to disturb her and see how she would react. In the end, the impulse was only a passing thought. He sat quietly in his seat. Besides his grandfather, parents, and his close friend from Tianing's palace, Imperial Physician Huang, no one else had taken his pulse. He was very clear on the state of his body. His grandfather and parents had long passed away. Besides himself, there was probably no one else in the world who could take his pulse. For a long time, Qin Min didn't let go of his hand. Her stern expression gradually turned to one of confusion. Very quickly, she furrowed her brows. She asked, "Your Excellency Academy Head, this is an old illness that you've had since you were young. It affects your lungs and hurts your liver. You?" Qin Min didn't say anything else, but her words were enough to shock Gu Beiyue. She could tell what was wrong with him. Qin Min seemed to have a lot to say, but in the end, she only asked Gu Beiyue, "Is it not self-governing?" No one could compare to his medical skills, so he should be the clearest about his body's condition. No matter how much she said, it would be useless. She only wanted an answer from him, yes or no. Her brows were furrowed so tightly that he wanted to reach out and soothe her worry and tension. "It can be cured. I've been busy lately and forgot to soak in the medicinal soup," he replied mildly. Qin Min immediately exhaled, her entire body relaxing. Thank goodness, you scared me." As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized that something was wrong. She looked up to see Gu Beiyue staring at her, his eyes filled with astonishment. She felt awkward and didn't know what to say. Her ears turned red. She was quick-witted and found a topic to talk about. "Your Excellency Academy Head, with the current situation, what should we do about the child you brought in?" The child she'd brought in was already a year old. He'd been with his wet nurse all this time, so Qin Min hadn't seen him yet. Gu Beiyue fell silent for a while, then sighed helplessly. If he'd known earlier that her legs could be cured, he wouldn't have married her and wasted her entire life. With her medical skills and looks, she wouldn't have to worry about marriage if her legs weren't crippled. "Eldest Miss Qin, this one, still wronged you in the end." Qin Min was stunned by his words. Xiaoyao blurted out, "Son-in-law, you don't want madam anymore?" Gu Beiyue ignored Xiaoyao. He looked at Qin Min and said very seriously, "Eldest Miss Qin, if you want to leave one day, just divorce me. Jiangnan is a good place. If you want to live here incognito, just let me know." Qin Min didn't move and didn't reply. Gu Beiyue stood up. "His Highness and the others won't be coming tonight. If they come tomorrow, you don't have to say anything. I'll deal with them." There's no need to leave the door open tonight. I'll be back tomorrow. Gu Beiwei stood up and left as he spoke. Only when he was far away did Xiaoyao recover her senses and chase after him. Son-in-law! Son-in-law! When she reached the door, he was long gone. Xiaoyao hurriedly turned back. Madam, where is son-in-law going? What son-in-law said just now, Xiaoyao was flustered. She'd thought that son-in-law would stay for a long time this time, but who knew that things would turn out like this? Madam, son-in-law, what does he mean? Xiaoyao didn't understand what son-in-law had said just now. After a long time, Qin Min finally regained her senses. She muttered, Xiaoyao, I think I've fallen for him. What should I do? Xiaoyao was so anxious that she cried. Madam, you've liked son-in-law for a long time. Have I? Qin Min looked up and bit her lip. Gradually, her eyes reddened. Chapter 1276. Late at night, Qin Min sat on a withered tree, staring blankly at the moon in the sky. However, she didn't stay for long. Soon, she jumped down from the tree and returned to her room. Madam, why don't we leave the door open? Xiaoyao hurriedly asked. What if the son-in-law wanted to come back? Once the son-in-law left, even the servants left with him, leaving only the two of them in the residence. He's a man of his word. He won't come back, so there's no need to keep him, Qin Min replied indifferently. Madam, Xiaoyao chased after her, but Qin Min ignored her. Xiaoyao chased after her, but in the end she couldn't help but ask, Madam, you're upset, right? Very upset, right? Sleep, Qin Min said indifferently. Madam, if you're upset, just tell this servant. If you're upset, don't hold it in or you'll develop a psychological problem. A psychological problem can't be cured. Just tell this servant whatever's on your mind. Don't hide your sadness. Qin Min walked faster and faster, and Xiaoyao chased after her even faster. She kept chasing after her. Madam, say something. This servant is begging you, just say one sentence. This servant knows all about the bitterness in your heart. You haven't said anything all night, and you've been upset all night. You're not normal. Qin Min stopped abruptly and became angry. You're the one who's not normal. She was fine at first, just a little upset. After hearing Xiaoyao's words, she felt that she should be very upset. But she had thought things through long ago. Gu Beiwei was that kind of person. When he married her, it was because her legs were crippled and she wouldn't be able to find a good marriage and would be casually married off to the Qin family. That was why he looked for her. The marriage was originally consensual, but when her legs recovered, he regretted it. He was a very, very good person. Ever since she recovered, he was afraid that the fake marriage would hurt her. What he had said today was actually the same as what he had said on a normal day. She really wasn't as upset as Xiaoyao said. She hadn't said anything all night because she was pondering something that she still couldn't figure out. Why did Gu Beiwei want to fake a marriage and give birth to a child? He was different from her. She couldn't get married, but if he wanted to marry, how many women in the world would run to Medical City? He could have found someone he liked, gotten married, and had children. Why did he have to use such a method to have a child? They wanted a fake Shadow Clan descendant? She pondered that there must be a secret behind this matter, and it must be a big secret. Only after Qin Min had walked far away did Xiaoyao chase after her. Xiaoyao refused to give up and said seriously, But madam, you obviously like him a lot. I could tell from the start. Qin Min was slightly taken aback, but she quickly looked at her coldly. I like him, so does he have to like me too? What reason do you have? Peony had nothing to say, so she could only let the madam leave. That night, Gu Beiwei did not return. However, he didn't go far. He was sitting on the roof of the tea house at the end of the alley. He had never been so upset in his life. Even if he was facing the Empress, he could always think of the best solution in his most rational state. Now that he had a solution, he didn't have to worry anymore. However, when faced with Qin Min, He actually did not know what to do with her. He couldn't think of the best solution. He had never regretted his actions, but when it came to this marriage, he regretted it. A woman in the prime of her life was good in all aspects, even her temperament was excellent. Why did she have to fall into this predicament? Originally, the marriage was already delayed, but today, her brows were tightly furrowed. She looked as if a burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Her words, "Thank goodness, you scared me," made him suddenly realize that he had not only delayed her life, but also her heart. Thinking of this, Gu Beiyue's lips unconsciously curled into a helpless smile. He muttered to himself, "Silly girl." The next morning, Gu Beiyue went back. Qin Min didn't answer him when he said those words yesterday, and he didn't expect Qin Min to answer either. The two of them acted as if nothing had happened and were still polite to each other. After waiting for an entire morning, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi did not appear. It was only when the sky darkened that Gu Beiyue received an eagle letter from Long Feiyi, saying that something had happened at the Chongning salt pans and that he had to rush over to take a look. He would come back next time. After the letter, Han Yunxi personally wrote, "Where there's life, there's hope. Don't tire her out during this period." Gu Beiyue read the letter and was rather surprised. "The Chongning salt pans are in the neighboring county, right?" Xiaoyao waited for a long time. Seeing that Madame didn't answer, she replied indifferently, "Yes." Her enthusiasm from before was completely gone. Gu Beiyue laughed to himself. "So you've come down south to check on the salt tax?" Qin Min and Xiaoyao didn't quite understand. Qin Min asked, "Are His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress not coming?" Gu Beiyue originally wanted to pass the letter to Qin Min, but he suddenly thought of the last sentence in the letter and put it back into his sleeve. He said, "Yes, they have urgent matters to attend to and won't be coming. Her Majesty the Empress wants you to have a good rest." Qin Min hurriedly said, "You must thank Her Majesty the Empress for me." Gu Beiyue nodded. He went outside the door and shouted. The bodyguard who had been hiding in the shadows all this time appeared. "Go call Shiyuba and the others over. Bring the child over too." Qin Min and Xiaoyao looked at each other in shock. There were actually bodyguards hiding near this residence? How long had they been hiding? Qin Min anxiously whispered, "Could they have heard everything we said?" Xiaoyao chuckled. "Madam, don't be afraid. We're not lying. We're just telling the truth." Qin Min narrowed her eyes and looked over. Only then did Xiaoyao realize that she had been overjoyed and immediately shut her mouth. Not long after, Shiyuba brought the wet nurse and the child over. The child was only a little over a year old and was a boy. They didn't know what his biological parents looked like. He was very good-looking, like a porcelain doll. His features were exquisite and he looked like he was carved from jade. His large, clear eyes were full of ignorance and inexperience. He was brought up by the wet nurse. Shiyuba saw that he had never seen a stranger before. He was only a little over a year old. Other than walking earlier and more steadily than other children, there was nothing outstanding about him. Compared to other children, he was still young and timid. When it came to drinking sugar, Rueer really couldn't be compared to these two children. At first, he was led by the wet nurse. When he entered and saw Gu Beiyue and Qin Min, he became timid. He hugged the wet nurse's thigh and kept hiding behind her. "What's his name?" Qin Min looked at the orphan. Her heart ached for him, but there was also a new emotion in her heart. After all, this child was supposed to be her and Gu Beiyue's biological son. She didn't think too much about it before she saw the child. Now that she saw him, she realized her big mistake yesterday. Not only did she ruin Gu Beiyue's plan, but she also changed the child's fate. He was supposed to be Medical City's young master, the son of the Grand Tutor, and the descendant of the Shadow Clan. All those glorious identities were now lost. She also didn't know how Gu Beiyue would deal with him. "He hasn't been named yet," Gu Beiyue said lightly. Before he could finish, the wet nurse hurriedly said, "His nickname is Shadow." Shiyuba immediately glared at the wet nurse. Who allowed you to interrupt? The wet nurse was timid. Shadow hugged the wet nurse tightly, seeming to be even more afraid. Gu Beiwe suddenly frowned. Before he could speak, Qin Min couldn't sit still. I'm talking to eldest sister. Who allowed you to interrupt? Who are you? It could be seen that the wet nurse doted on Shadow. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hurriedly added that sentence. Shiyuba glanced at his master. Seeing that his master didn't say anything, he was resentful and didn't dare to speak again. Qin Min really wanted to hug Shadow, but she was afraid of scaring him. She said to the wet nurse, "Eldest sister, hug him. He looks like he's afraid of strangers. Don't let him scare you." The wet nurse hurriedly picked Shadow up. Shadow immediately wrapped his arms around her neck and refused to let go. Qin Min's heart ached when she saw this. She turned around and said directly to Gu Beiwe, "Sir Director, I want this child. I'll raise him as my own." She knew that Gu Beiwe had adopted a child, but she wasn't sure what was so special about this child that Gu Beiwe had taken a fancy to him. Gu Beiwe teased, "Are you trying to snatch the child from me?" Qin Min didn't understand for a moment, but she quickly understood. It seemed that Gu Beiwe wanted to take this child in as an adopted child. "You can raise this child here. The wet nurse and doctor she will take care of him. If you have the time to educate him, it will be this child's fortune." Gu Beiwe was still very polite. Wasn't his adopted child also her adopted child in name? Why was he being so polite? "He'll call me mother no matter what. There's no difference." Qin Min smiled. "Then eldest Miss Qin should give him a name," Gu Beiwe said. Qin Min disagreed. "Sir Director, the child's proper name should be given by the father." Gu Beiwe smiled helplessly. "Let me think about it carefully before we discuss it." The child's matter was settled just like that. Shiyuba and the wet nurse also stayed in the residence. Gu Beiwe got someone to tidy up the backyard and renovate a house for Shiyuba to live in. The wet nurse and Shadow stayed in the same house as Qin Min. Gu Beiwe's house was still empty. He didn't know how Qin Min did it. She became familiar with Shadow in just one day. From the second day onwards, Shadow followed her everywhere. This big and small figure made Gu Beiwe a little absent-minded. He didn't deliberately get close to Shadow, but when Shadow looked at him, he would always smile at Shadow. Gradually, Shadow wasn't afraid of him. It would even take the initiative to get close to him and giggle at him. Qin Min knew that Gu Beiwe wouldn't stay for long, but she didn't expect that Gu Beiwe would stay for much shorter than she expected. After the house in the backyard was repaired, Gu Beiwe was about to leave for Medical City. On the first day of the day, the new moon was not visible. Qin Min didn't let anyone follow her. She followed Gu Beiwe all the way out of the alley. When they reached the entrance of the alley, Gu Beiwe stopped. "Eldest Miss Qin, please wait." Qin Min nodded. "Sir Director, have a safe trip." Gu Beiwe smiled and nodded. He turned around and left without any reluctance. However, Qin Min suddenly shouted, "Gu Beiwe!" Gu Beiwe was a little surprised and immediately turned around. This woman had never called him that since they met. What was going on? He looked at Qin Min and had that feeling again. This woman seemed to be different from what he remembered. "Gu Beiwe, if you want a child, why don't you have one yourself? If you ever want a child of your own, let me know." Qin Min stopped. Gu Beiwe unconsciously frowned. A sense of panic surfaced in his heart. Qin Min suddenly smiled and said, "If you let me know, I'll divorce you." Chapter 1277. Gu Beiwe was really afraid that Qin Min would say something that would force him to reject her face to face and break her heart. But when he heard the words, "I'll divorce you," although he was relieved, he didn't know why, but his heart was a little heavy, and there was an indescribable strange feeling. Qin Min smiled at him. There was a bit of naughtiness in her usual natural and unrestrained smile, making him unable to tell whether she was joking or telling the truth. Gu Beiwe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know whether it was because she called him Gu Beiwe, or because of her current smile, but he suddenly felt that Qin Min at this moment was the real Qin Min. Before he could answer Qin Min's question, she waved her hand. "Goodbye, Dean." After saying that, she left. This time, she really left and didn't look back. After last night, Gu Beiyue originally wanted to be cruel and coldly get rid of her feelings, but who knew that he didn't have the chance? It wasn't until Qin Min's back disappeared in the alley that Gu Beiyue couldn't help but chuckle. However, even he didn't know what he was laughing about. At night, Gu Beiyue left Ningzhou City. No one knew when he would come back. Perhaps, even he himself didn't know. At the same time that Gu Beiyue left Ningzhou City, Long Feiye's carriage was also leaving Ningzhou City. Gu Beiyue went north to Medical City, while Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi went east to Chongning Saltpan. Something did happen to Chongning Saltpan, but Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi weren't so anxious. They sent the letter to Gu Beiyue on purpose. That day in the tea-house, neither of them suspected anything, but that afternoon, when they thought about it carefully, both of them found some clues. Firstly, Gu Beiyue wasn't a careless person. How could he really leave Qin Min alone in Ningzhou City? He must have sent someone to secretly protect her. Miscarriage was such a serious matter, the servants would not have not reported it. Secondly, Han Yunxi recalled what she had seen in that house. There were so many medicinal forsythia flowers. It was unlikely that a normal gardener would be able to grow them. It was very likely that Qin Min had planted them herself. Thirdly, it was unreasonable for her to hide the miscarriage for 3 months. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi both felt that there was something wrong with Qin Min's stomach. Han Yunxi wanted to get to the bottom of this. She was afraid that Gu Beiyue and Qin Min might have encountered some difficulties and kept it from her. However, Long Feiyi insisted on not interfering in Gu Beiyue's family affairs. Han Yunxi thought about it. With Gu Beiyue's character, even if they went to ask, he would at most explain a sentence or two and not say anything. Therefore, the two of them pretended that they didn't know anything and didn't visit. Gu Beiyue and Qin Min continued to put on an act and found an excuse to avoid them. The sound of horse hooves accompanied the night. Ru'er was already sleeping soundly in Long Feiye's arms. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi were sleepless. They talked about the Chongning salt pans. Salt was a daily necessity. It was also a very influential thing. Its influence could even be equal to that of food. It could affect the rise and fall of a country. Han Yunxi didn't know much about salt. She only thought it was a condiment for cooking. However, she only knew how important salt was when she came to this world. Salt was used as a preservative and preservative. However, few people could be like Long Feiyi. For a fresh lobster, he spent more than 100 times the price of a lobster to get a pile of ice cubes. He even ran a few horses to death to send the fresh lobster to his residence to stew for Han Yunxi. In this world without any freezing technology, the common people could only rely on salt to preserve vegetables, meat, and fish. Cloud Realm continent's eastern seafood, western and central meat, and northern dairy products could all be preserved for a period of time through salt processing. Then they could be sent to different parts of Cloud Realm continent for trade. That was how trade developed. Thus, although each household used a small amount of salt each day, the amount of salt used across Cloud Realm continent was frighteningly high. Of course, the imperial court would collect salt taxes from salt merchants. Their annual salt tax revenue was dozens of times higher than other taxes. Duke Huan of Qi, one of the 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn period, relied on Qi's salt pans to collect taxes from all the merchants in the world. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi were heading to the Chongning salt pans, the largest in Cloud Realm continent. If something happened to them, the entire business world would be shaken. Great Qin's national treasury's income this year would be greatly reduced as well. Moreover, the salt pans involved the Aurora faction. There were thousands of workers and tens of thousands of people in charge of transportation. As long as the salt pans stopped working for a day, there would be tens of thousands of people with nothing to do and no money to earn. Logically speaking, such a large salt pans should be controlled by the imperial family. If they weren't, they should at least be related to the emperor. However, the 4 great clans of Jiangnan all owned the place. Even if the Shao clan's assets were confiscated, the other 3 clans were still there to support them. This was their biggest money bag, and something they wouldn't yield to the imperial court. Long Feiyi had long set his sights on the salt pans. Otherwise, if the 3 great clans had used them to stir up trouble, it would have been a disaster. The new tax system had just been introduced this year, so Long Feiyi didn't want to make his move so soon. Originally, he'd come to check on the progress of the tax reform, but yesterday afternoon Long Feiyi received an urgent message from Yuning about the salt pans. Someone had smuggled a huge batch of salt from the Chongning salt pans to Winter Crow country. The 3 great clans controlled the salt pans, so the imperial court couldn't monopolize them. Currently, the trade of salt within the Great Qin Empire was very free. However, if they wanted to sell salt outside of the Great Qin Empire, the imperial court would have to step in. Private transactions were not allowed, and this also involved tax evasion. To be able to obtain a large batch of salt, this matter was definitely related to the 3 great clans. As long as they could use this opportunity to suppress 1 or 2 clans, it wouldn't be difficult for Long Feiyi to take back the salt pans. 5 days later, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi arrived at the Chongning salt pans. Ru'er was brought by Su Donglin to play, while Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi disguised themselves. Han Yunxi dressed as a man to look like a rich young master, while Long Feiyi was dressed in white, looking like a noble young master. Han Yunxi was delicate and pretty, while Long Feiyi was handsome and noble. The 2 of them stood side by side, attracting the attention of many passers-by. They wouldn't directly go to the salt pans. They used the name of the 3-way black market's East Origin Palace to send a letter of visit to the stewards of the 4 great clans in the Chongning salt pans. It was just a letter of visit from East Origin Palace. They didn't need to say anything, and anyone who understood would know their intentions. People from the black market naturally came to find the owner of the salt pans to buy salt and smuggle it. Originally, it'd be difficult for Long Fei to investigate smuggling in secret, but East Origin Hall's background made things much easier for him. Many people knew that Yuning Chamber of Commerce had power in the 3-way black market, but Long Feiyi had the most power in the 3-way black market, so not many people knew about this. In any case, the 3 great clans of Jiangnan wouldn't know. Long Feiyi used the name of East Origin Palace's young master Yi. When the stewards of the 3 great clans saw this letter of visit, they were all shocked. The Zhou clan's steward was the Zhou clan's 3rd young master, and the Murong clan's steward was Murong clan's 9th young master. The Zhou clan and Murong clan were in-laws, so they wore the same pants. 3rd young master Zhou immediately looked for Murong clan's 9th young master to discuss. "Is he here to ask for goods from us?" 3rd young master Zhou said very cautiously. "He gave both our clans letters of visit at the same time. Could it be that he also gave it to the Xie clan? What does he want to do?" Murong clan's 9th young master asked, puzzled. "Lower the price." 3rd young master Zhou snorted coldly. "Then what should we do?" Murong clan's 9th young master had always listened to 3rd young master Zhou. 3rd young master Zhou thought for a moment and quickly said, "Rather than our 3 clans fighting and letting him take advantage of us, why don't we find Xie Yujun and work together to raise the price? The 3-way black market's East Origin Palace is a place with real money. If the young master comes, it will definitely be a big deal." Murong clan's 9th young master immediately agreed. Who knew that before they could find him, Xie Yujun came over and wanted to cooperate with them. The 3 of them hit it off immediately. This Xie Yujun was the eldest young master of the Xie clan. He was 5 or 6 years older than 3rd young master Zhou and Murong clan's 9th young master. He was a famous prodigal son in the 3 great clans. However, the Xie clan's internal strife was very fierce. His mother clearly knew that he was a prodigal son, but still insisted that he be in charge of the Chang Ning salt pans. Although he said that he was in charge, he was actually spending a lot of money. Xie Yujun proudly said, "I've already made some inquiries. That young Master Yi only brought a friend over and is staying at Lurong Winery. I heard that he booked the entire Lurong Winery. He's really a rich master. This young master has only booked one floor. I heard my father say that the truly wealthy East Origin Palace is. Just wait and see. Once our emperor is done with his business, he will definitely clean up the three-way black market. East Origin Palace might be a target." Murong clan's ninth young master quickly said, We have to take advantage of the time when the emperor is going to search and confiscate property to get some money from him." Third young master Zhou laughed. The three of them discussed for a while and came up with a high price. Then, they each went to see young Master Yi and stated the price. They still refused to budge. Long Fei Ye's move was just to test who dared to do business with the black market and smuggle salt. Who knew that the three clans would actually show up. This infuriated him quite a bit. How much money did these three fellows take away from the national treasury? Long Fei Yi didn't negotiate the price and only said that he needed to think about it. He didn't reply to the three young masters for a whole 5 days. This made the three young masters very anxious. Finally, third young master Zhou couldn't sit still anymore. "How about we set up a banquet and invite him together and settle the price in person?" Xie Yujun agreed wholeheartedly. Murong clan's ninth young master also agreed. He said, "We can't do business without wine. I'll take care of the wine." A sly look flashed through Xie Yujun's eyes as she chuckled. "We can't do business without a woman. I'll take care of the woman. I guarantee that I'll find the best girl in Ningzhou City." Thus, when Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi arrived at the banquet, they saw a girl as beautiful as a flower sitting on the side with a pipa covering half of her face. After they sat down, Xie Yujun immediately handed over the signboard and chuckled, "Young Master Yi, let's order a song first. The girl we have today is Jiangnan's #1. Her songs, can hook one's soul. Young Master Yi, please be careful. Don't let your soul be hooked and we can't talk about business." As soon as she finished speaking, Han Yunxi, who was sitting on the side, chuckled and said, "This person's appearance can also hook one's soul." As she spoke, she walked over and gently lifted the girl's chin with her folding fan. These people in Jiangnan really made people speechless. The older ones wanted to take in a concubine for Long Fei Yi, but the younger ones were actually here to summon girls for Long Fei Yi. Han Yunxi was angry, but the girl suddenly dodged her hand and ran toward Long Fei Yi with the pipa. Chapter 1278. That girl avoided Han Yunxi and ran over to Long Fei Yi's side. Han Yunxi's gaze immediately followed her and she slowly narrowed her phoenix eyes. Fortunately, this girl didn't get too close. Otherwise, based on the murderous intent in Han Yunxi's eyes, today's banquet would have ended before it even started. The girl had simply changed her seat and sat at the tea table across from Long Fei Yi. Han Yunxi didn't return to the table and just leaned on the side with her arms crossed as she watched. Long Fei Yi glanced at her and couldn't help but smile. He hadn't paid attention to that girl. If Han Yunxi hadn't teased him, he wouldn't have even looked at her. The three third young masters looked at each other in dismay when they saw this. Xie Yujun inwardly thought, from the looks of it, young Master Yi doesn't like this kind of thing. On the contrary, his friend likes this kind of thing. Third young Master Zhou thought, even if we can't deal with young Master Yi, it's still a good thing if we can take down young Master Han first. After all, someone who can come with young Master Yi to discuss this kind of business deal is definitely not an ordinary person. Ninth young Master Murong thought, young Master Han seems to like this kind of thing. Why is he so impatient? The three of them exchanged glances and ninth young Master Murong chuckled and said, young Master Han, Wanwan is insensible, please don't blame her. How about this? Let Wanwan drink 3 large cups as an apology. Before Wanwan came, She had been repeatedly told to capture young Master Ye's heart. But who knew that as soon as young Master Yi entered the door, he would capture her heart with just his face alone. Just one look at him was enough to make her lose her 3 souls and 7 spirits. She was the #1 singer in Jiangnan. The men of Jiangnan, whether they were talented scholars or the young masters of influential families, would all support her. They would spend 1,000 gold coins to beg her to sing a song, spend 10,000 gold coins to buy a night with her, and even spend their family's fortune to marry her. Unfortunately, she was too arrogant and hadn't met anyone who could move her. She owed young Master Xie a favor, so she came this time to repay the favor. Before she came, young Master Xie told her about young Master Ye's background. He also said that if she could gain young Master Ye's favor, being taken in as a concubine would also be glorious. She was shocked by young Master Ye's background, but she rejected the idea of taking a concubine on the spot. Her bottom line was to accompany him for one night. But who knew that when she saw young Master Yi, the bottom line that she had maintained for so many years was all gone. If young Master Yi had the heart, she was willing to go with him, even if she didn't have a status. When Wanwan heard Murong Jiu Shao's words, she knew that the situation had changed. Xie Yujun kept winking at her, but she pretended not to see it. She stood up and said seriously, "Mr. Han, please don't blame me. After Mr. Yi orders a song, this little girl will perform a song for him. I will apologize to you again." Han Yunxi nodded. "Miss Wanwan, are you trying to teach me the principle of first come, first served?" As soon as he said this, the 3 young masters became anxious. Xie Yujun hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Young Master Han really knows how to joke. Come, I'll compensate you with 3 cups on Wanwan's behalf. Wanwan is good at everything, but this temper of hers, it's a little fierce." "Fierce?" Han Yunxi sneered in her heart. How could a prostitute have the word fierce associated with it? She laughed. "She has taken a fancy to young Master Yi and looks down on me, right?" Long Fei Yi lowered his head and played with the wine cup. When he heard Han Yunxi's words, the curve of his lips became wider and wider. He, who usually didn't drink casually, had unknowingly started drinking that cup of wine and found that it was quite good. Xie Yujun saw that young Master Han was overbearing and young Master Yi didn't say anything. He thought that since young Master Yi wasn't interested in Wanwan, he might as well not care about young Master Ye's face. He chuckled and said, "Wanwan, young Master Han has taken a fancy to you. Come, let's let young Master Han order a song first." Wanwan was extremely unwilling, but when she saw the warning in Xie Yujun's eyes, she could only compromise. If she ruined Xie Yujun's plan, with Xie family's influence in Jiangnan, she wouldn't be able to stay in Jiangnan anymore. She put down the pipa and walked in front of Han Yunxi. She bowed and handed over the song list with both hands. "Thank you, young Master Han, for your kindness. Please order a song." She didn't know what Han Yunxi was thinking. She actually used her folding fan to lift Wanwan's chin. Wanwan was forced to raise her head. Han Yunxi laughed. "Which song do you like the most?" "I like all of them," Yao Yao answered. Who knew that Han Yunxi actually said, "Then sing all of them once." When she said that, Wanwan's face turned pale, and the surrounding 3 men were stunned. Sing all of them once? There were more than 30 songs on the list. Every song was especially long. If she sang all of them once, she might lose her voice. After a while, Wanwan squeezed out a sentence. "Young Master Han, you really know how to joke. Do I look like I'm joking?" Han Yunxi retorted. Wanwan immediately felt wronged and looked at Xie Yujun for help. Xie Yujun looked at Han Yunxi's serious face and didn't know what to do for a moment. He finally regretted bringing Wanwan here. Wouldn't it be fine if they just talked about business? "Young Master Han, if we finish singing all of them, it'll take an entire day, right? You won't be able to finish listening." As 3rd young Master Zhou spoke, He looked at Long Fei Yi and said jokingly, "Young Master Yi, your friend really likes to joke. Why don't we get down to business first, then we can enjoy the song. Tonight, I'll be the host and arrange for everyone to go on a lake tour. Wanwan can accompany you and serve young Master Han well tonight. What do you think?" He was clearly asking Long Fei Yi for help and wanted Long Fei Yi to give him face. When Long Fei finally looked up, he was actually smiling. However, he only smiled at Han Yunshi and said, all right, stop fooling around. Come over here." Han Yunshi was quite surprised. With Long Fei Ye's personality, as long as she caused trouble, he wouldn't interfere and let her do as she pleased. At most, he would help her clean up the mess after she closed up her stall. But today, he actually told her to stop fooling around? Why was he being so kind? Could it be that he really pitied that Miss Wanwan? Han Yunshi reluctantly walked over. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to sit down next to Long Fei Yi actually pulled her over and made her sit on his lap. Han Yunshi was stunned. She didn't know what Long Fei Yi wanted to do. Although he had done this before and had carried her domineeringly in front of everyone several times before, this time, she was a woman dressed as a man. Long Fei Yi pulled Han Yunshi to sit on his lap and even wrapped an arm around her waist. He chuckled and said, "All right, I won't listen to any songs. When we get back tonight, I'll listen to you sing, all right?" The three masters of the three great clans were stunned, and Miss Wanwan was even more stunned. The room was silent, and the entire world seemed to have stopped. Only the song list in Wanwan's hand slowly drifted to the ground. This young Master Yi actually had homosexual fetishes. He liked men? So this overbearing young Master Han was actually his gigolo. No wonder he was so fearless and dared to find fault with Wanwan. Looking at the shocked expressions of the four people in front of her, Han Yunshi finally understood what Long Fei Yi wanted to do. The young master of East Origin Palace has homosexual fetishes. This isn't a good reputation, right? She asked in a low voice. Long Fei Yi replied, "As long as you're happy." He picked up the wine cup and drank it all in one gulp, then showed the cup to Han Yunshi. "I punished myself with a cup. Are you appeased now?" Han Yunshi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she still maintained a proud expression. She deliberately raised her voice and said sarcastically, "Let's see how you perform tonight." Hearing this, Wanwan broke down even more. She was Jiangnan's #1 singer, talented and beautiful, but she couldn't compare to a man. She couldn't stay any longer. She glared hatefully at Xie Yujun and ran out, even abandoning her pipa. Only then did Xie Yujun and the others come back to their senses and look at each other. After they sat down, Long Fei Yi still didn't let go of Han Yunshi and let her sit on his lap. Playing around was one thing, but Long Fei Yi didn't delay his business. Although it was his first time meeting these three rich young masters, he had a rough idea of what was going on. These three young masters were definitely not the ones in charge of the Chang Ning salt pan. There must be someone behind them. The three family heads wouldn't hand over the Chang Ning salt pan to these three brainless rich young masters. He didn't want to waste time with these three insignificant people, but if he wanted to hide the real person behind them, he had to go through these three people. At first, they were just chatting, but as they talked, the anxious Murong Jiu Shao started to talk about the price. "Price?" Long Fei asked thoughtfully. Han Yunshi, who had been lying lazily in Long Fei Ye's arms, interrupted. "What price did you sell it to others?" Taxes were the money of the national treasury, the money of all the people in Dechin. Many places in Dechin were still waiting for the money from the national treasury to build roads and bridges, and the medical reform that Gu Beiwei and Ling had been preparing was also waiting for the money from the national treasury. The taxes that these people had missed, the taxes that they had stolen, all of it must be recovered. Not a single cent could be let go. When Han Yunshi said this, Long Fei Yi snickered in his heart. Even today, he often sighed at this woman's intelligence. He didn't know how many surprises she had yet to give him. Her words were actually very sensitive, and could easily arouse the other party's vigilance. If it was him who said this, the other party would definitely be on guard. However, as a gigolo, she casually interjected, so everything seemed very natural. Hee, different amounts have different prices. Seiyujun replied with a smile. Different prices for different people? Han Yunshi snorted. I thought that Mr. Ye's face was big enough to give a friendly price? Seiyujun wanted to pull Han Yunshi out of Long Fei Ye's arms and kick her out. But he could only smile. Of course I will give Mr. Yi face. Then tell me, is Mr. Yi your biggest customer? Han Yunshi asked again. Did this big mean more face or more goods? Seiyujun didn't know how to answer for a moment, and third young master Zhou and Murong Jiu Shao also didn't know what to say. In fact, the smuggling business that they usually did was small, and they were all introduced by acquaintances, so the business was very straightforward and there were no complicated negotiations. Before Seiyujun could answer, Han Yunshi continued to ask, Why don't you tell me, who was your biggest customer before? Chapter 1279. Seiyujun couldn't figure out what Han Yunshi meant by the biggest. If they were talking about the biggest face, then it was definitely young Master Yi. If they were talking about the biggest order, then it was hard to say if young Master Yi hadn't asked for the goods yet. At Han Yunshi's question, Seiyujun felt like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He immediately told her the largest order he'd ever handled. Long Fei Yi smiled and didn't say anything. Seeing this, third young master Zhou and ninth young master Murong couldn't sit still and also reported the biggest order they had handled and the price. Of course, the three of them deliberately quoted a high price. Since young Master Yi was the young master of East Arrival Temple, he naturally didn't lack money. Han Yunshi had long silently memorized the names of the customers they reported. These three customers were quite famous among the merchants, but they were actually involved in smuggling. When they went back, they would definitely take care of these guys. Young Master Yi, how much goods do you plan on buying? Seiyujun impatiently asked. Long Fei Yi thought for a bit and stretched out his hand. 5. Seiyujun couldn't figure it out, so he guessed higher. 50 carts? Long Fei Yi coldly snorted. 500. When these words came out, Seiyujun and the other two were shocked. 50 carts was already their highest estimate, but they didn't expect it to be increased by 10 times. 500 carts. As expected of the young master of East Arrival Temple, he was too generous. Seiyujun and the other two were shocked and pleasantly surprised, but they also became timid. It had to be known that they couldn't make the decision for such a large order. They couldn't steal that much salt. Moreover, they couldn't handle the transportation. The transportation of salt wasn't simple. Large quantities of transportation, whether by land or water, had to be checked at different checkpoints and a certain certificate had to be issued. The certificate clearly stated who wanted to buy, who wanted to sell, and also included proof of payment after paying taxes. If it was used to smuggle salt, it would be very difficult to transport it. Because no one was willing to take on this responsibility, the certificate couldn't be written. If it was forged, it would be easy to find out, and there would be evidence left. A small amount could be smuggled, but a large amount would require many connections. They could still find the small paths, but if it was the big paths, they wouldn't even be able to find the door. Even if Seiyujun and the other two were to join forces, they wouldn't be able to swallow this single word. Seeing that they didn't speak, Long Fei Yi asked, What's wrong? You think it's too little? No. Seiyujun shook her head and waved her hands. How could such a big order be too little? Do you know the price? Please name a price. If it's suitable, I'll pay the deposit today. Long Fei Yi said straightforwardly. These words made Seiyujun and the other two both happy and nervous. They were happy because a big business had come knocking on their door, but nervous because if they were not careful, this business could not be done. Seiyujun thought for a long time before finally replying, Young Master Yi, don't worry about the price. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. It's just that the transportation aspect isn't too difficult. What? Do you want to talk about the freight? Han Yunshi asked immediately. Wasn't it too much of a scam to not include shipping for such a big deal? No. We're not familiar with the ways of Chang Ningdao's three-way black market. Xie Yujun laughed. Young Master Yi, how about this? Tomorrow, I'll invite someone who is familiar with the ways over and we'll talk about it in detail. How about it? When these words came out, Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi knew that they had basically achieved their goal today. Then we'll talk about it tomorrow. Long Feiyi got up, not wanting to stay a moment longer. He finally let go of Han Yunshi, but the moment Han Yunshi stood up, he held her hand again, his big hand clasping her 5 fingers. Seeing that they were about to walk to the main street, Long Feiyi still didn't let go. Enough, Han Yunshi said in a low voice. If they were to walk hand in hand on the main street, they would definitely attract a crowd. Long Feiyi then let go. If it wasn't for investigating the salt pond and not wanting to be too high profile, he definitely wouldn't have let go of Han Yunshi. It's still early. Where are we going? Han Yunshi was in a good mood. To the lake. Long Feiyi replied. There were many rivers and lakes in Jiangnan. Swimming in the rivers and lakes was something that everyone liked to do. Han Yunshi was very interested. Long Feiyi booked a ship and planned to stay on the ship for the night. He and Han Yunshi enjoyed the scenery of the lake and even climbed onto a small island in the lake. Han Yunshi had fun the whole afternoon, but when night came, it was Long Feiyi's time to be happy. The two of them stood on the deck. He took out a pipa from who knows where and handed it to Han Yunshi. When Han Yunshi saw the pipa, she understood that Long Feiyi invited her to the lake so that she could sing a song. She didn't take the pipa and just looked at it with a silly smile. I don't know. She knew the guqin, guzheng, and flute, but she hadn't touched anything else. As for singing, she didn't know how. She could hum a few songs if he asked her to. If it was an ancient song with 1,000 twists and turns, she could hang herself to death. It's okay. Long Feiyi casually threw the pipa into the river and didn't insist. Han Yunshi felt that something was wrong. She felt that things weren't that simple. However, Long Feiyi really didn't mention the pipa again. After a while, Han Yunshi couldn't help but say, I really don't know how to sing. It's okay. If you don't know, then don't know. Long Feiyi smiled. The less he asked, the more nervous she was. However, he talked to her about the illicit salt for the whole night and didn't mention anything else. Han Yunshi finally let down her guard. When it was time for bed, Long Feiyi lay on his back. He didn't hug her sideways like he did in the past. Han Yunshi turned her back to him. She was very suspicious. There was something wrong with this guy tonight. She waited and waited. Long Feiyi seemed to have fallen asleep. She couldn't help it. She turned over and saw that his eyes were wide open. You? Han Yunshi asked in surprise. Are you okay? I'm fine. Long Feiyi said lightly. You? Don't be like this. I'm scared. Han Yunshi surrendered. A sly look flashed past Long Feiyi's eyes. He then said, You don't know how to play the pipa. Do you want to serve me? When he said this, Han Yunshi suddenly understood. So that was what he meant by taking her to the lake. Xie Yujun said that she wanted Wanwan to serve him for the night. So that was what he meant by lying on his back? He wanted her to serve him. I don't know. Han Yunshi said angrily. Long Feiyi finally smiled. If you don't know, I'll teach you. Thus, Long Feiyi patiently taught Han Yunshi for the entire night. He knew that she was begging for mercy and that she was willing to serve him of her own accord. While Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi were doing it on the ship, Xie Yujun and the other two were worried all night. They couldn't come up with a solution. The salt smuggling business in the Chongning salt pans had a long history. It had existed even before Tianning was destroyed. The three great clans had secretly cooperated on this matter. They each did their own small business, while the big ones were handled by a single person in charge. That person was called Shopkeeper Chow. Only by combining the connections and power of the three great clans could they completely connect the land and water transportation route. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a single clan to swallow up such a large business. Xie Yujun and the other two were worried about how to give this business to Shopkeeper Chow while still benefiting from it. In the end, they agreed on a plan and went to find Shopkeeper Chow together. Shopkeeper Chow was a man around 50 years old. He was very scholarly and modest. He was recommended by the three clans and was employed by them. He had always treated the three young masters with respect. However, he was very inflexible when handling matters and rarely gave them an exception. "Three young masters, we're honored by your presence. You must have a big business deal, right?" he asked with a smile. "Whether it's a big business deal or not depends on how much profit Shopkeeper Chow is willing to give us," Xie Yujun replied. "The business this one accepts is a joint venture between the three clans. The profit also belongs to the three clans. Since the three of you came together, could it be?" Shopkeeper Chow hesitated. "This is a private business deal between the three of us," third young master Zhou muttered. Shopkeeper Chow immediately understood. "According to the rules, we'll give you 10% of the introductory fee. How about it?" "No. This business deal isn't small." Ninth young master Murong couldn't help but speak up. Shopkeeper Chow said seriously, "The three of you, it's not good to break your own family's rules. This one won't be able to explain it to your father. Do you want 500 carts of goods or not?" Ninth young master Murong let it slip. 500 carts? Shopkeeper Chow was shocked. "That's right." Ninth young master Murong nodded proudly. "Who wants the goods?" Shopkeeper Chow asked again. The illegal salt business wasn't an ordinary one. Shopkeeper Chow had always been very cautious when accepting business deals, especially large ones. "You don't need to ask who it is. In any case, if you can give us 30% of the introductory fee, we'll introduce that young master to you. If it's less than 30%, there's no need to talk about it." Third young master Zhou simply said ruthlessly. "This matter isn't simple." Shopkeeper Chow had a cautious expression on his face. "Could it be that you've encountered a blackmailer?" Shopkeeper Chow, who do you think the three of us are? How could we be blackmailed?" Ninth young master Murong sneered. "Three young masters, 500 carts of salt isn't a small amount. Where do you want to transport it to? How many checkpoints do you have to pass on the way? If something goes wrong, this matter, it'll alarm that young master in the palace." Shopkeeper Chow said seriously. All right, there's no harm in telling you. It's the young master of East Origin Hall, young Master Yi. He's friends with us, so he came looking for us. Otherwise, if East Origin Hall wanted salt, they wouldn't need to come all the way here. How many people would take the initiative to deliver it to them? Xie Yujun immediately said. This time, Shopkeeper Chow was truly intimidated. "East Origin Hall. Are you going to give me the 30%? If not, I'll take it." Xie Yujun asked impatiently. Yes. Shopkeeper Chow didn't hesitate at all. If he did business with others, he would still be given credit. But if he did business with East Origin Hall, it was definitely a cash transaction, and the price was fair. If it was any other master who wanted 500 carts of salt, he would definitely be suspicious. However, if it was the rich and overbearing East Origin Hall, he believed it. The three young masters' connections are getting wider and wider. When did you become friends with young Master Yi? Shopkeeper Chow couldn't help but inquire. How could he not want to become friends with that kind of person? Xie Yujun and the other two were praised to the skies. Ninth young Master Morong quickly said, "We made an appointment with him to discuss the price tomorrow. If Shopkeeper Chow goes, won't you become friends with him?" Shopkeeper Chow's thoughts weren't on the transaction. If the transaction was concluded, the profits would belong to the three clans. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to become friends with young Master Yi, then his future prospects would be broadened. He smiled and asked, "Tomorrow, I'll host a banquet to invite young Master Yi. I wonder what young Master Yi likes? What do you think?" When he said this, Xiaoyu Jun and the other two snickered. Ninth young Master Morong quickly leaned over and whispered, "Young Master Yi likes men." Chapter 1280. The next day, shopkeeper Chow invited Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi to a banquet, and Xiaoyu Jun personally delivered the invitation. Long Fei glanced at the words, "Manager Chow," and asked a few questions before getting the truth out of Xiaoyu Jun's mouth. Shopkeeper Chow was the head shopkeeper recommended by the three great clans of Jiangnan, and he was the person in charge of the Chongning salt pans. Even the young masters of the three great clans had to go through him for some small transactions. Shopkeeper Chow didn't interfere with small deals, and he only dealt with large ones. Long Fei Yi was investigating large deals, and he found out that there was a large batch of salt that was going to be sent to Winter Crow Kingdom. All he needed was a big deal, and it would be enough for him to gather all the evidence and punish these people for their crimes. Even if the three great clans pushed all the blame onto shopkeeper Chow, he could still use the excuse of improper management to implicate the three great clans and take back the salt pans. The reason why Long Fei Yi had appeared as the young master of the East Emergence Palace was because this identity was quite useful and could reduce shopkeeper Chow's suspicions. Moreover, the route from the Chongning salt pans to Winter Crow Kingdom was the same as the route to the three-way black market. He could find out a lot of information about Winter Crow Kingdom. That very afternoon, Long Fei and Han Yunxi arrived at the shores of Lake Tianming as promised. Manager Chow had booked a restaurant named Boat Restaurant, which cruised the waters of Lake Tianming all year round without ever docking. When shopkeeper Chow talked about large deals, he would usually book the entire ship. However, this time, not only did shopkeeper Chow book the entire ship, but he also cleared out the entire Tianming Lake and didn't allow any other ships to sail on it. Han Yunxi stood on the shore and waited for a small boat to dock. She sighed and said, "Long Fei Yi, that place is not only good for talking about business, but it's also good for talking about love. If one talked about business in the middle of the lake, the walls wouldn't be able to hear. If one kept a mistress in the middle of the lake, it would be extremely difficult to find out." Han Yunxi suddenly had the idea of doing business. She wanted to form a fleet of ships to take over all of Great Qin's lakes and set up a chain of hotels. Long Fei Yi was anxious for her to give birth to a daughter, but she always had all kinds of business experience. She wanted to be free for 1 or 2 years before having a second baby. If it weren't for Su Donglin and a bunch of shadow guard taking Rui Bao out to play, she probably wouldn't have been able to come out with Long Fei Yi and would have had to stay in the hotel with Rui Bao. She didn't know if Long Fei Yi knew what Han Yunxi was thinking. He looked back and said seriously, "Empress, if you help me take down the Chongning salt pans, I will give you a lake and a boat." Han Yunxi was just about to happily express her thanks when she suddenly understood Long Fei Yi's special intentions. Recalling the events of last night on the ship, she immediately glared fiercely at him. "No!" Soon, a small boat arrived to pick them up. The person who came to pick them up was actually shopkeeper Chow himself. Thanks to Long Fei Yi's prank yesterday, Han Yunxi, who was disguised as a man, had no choice but to pretend to be clingy to Long Fei Yi. After some introductions and greetings, Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi boarded the small boat, and the small boat sailed towards the large ship. On the way, Long Fei Yi hugged Han Yunxi's waist. Shopkeeper Chow secretly glanced at Han Yunxi a few times and felt very lucky. Yesterday, after he decided to invite this young Master Yi, he immediately rushed to Zhenben Prefecture and found 2 male pets to accompany him. Of the 2 male pets, one was gentle and beautiful and was very good at music, especially the flute. Although the other one wasn't very good-looking, he had a good figure, tall and strong, and was full of masculinity. Shopkeeper Chow wanted to make friends with Sir Yi, so of course, he had to cater to Sir Ye's preferences. When they boarded the ship, Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi saw two men walking towards them. From their appearance, dress, eyesight, and posture, Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi could immediately tell that they were male pets. Han Yunshi almost laughed out loud. Long Feiyi finally burned himself playing with fire for once. Shopkeeper Chow must have heard about yesterday's incident from Xieyujun, so he specially prepared these two male pets. It was one thing for him to prepare a weak little gentleman for Long Fei, but he'd even prepared one for her. Han Yunshi let go of Long Feiyi's hand. She was very happy to see Long Feiyi being entangled by men. However, when Long Feiyi stared at the tall and strong male pet, his face looked like it had been frozen for 3,000 years. It was terrifyingly cold. He was about to flip out, but who knew that Shopkeeper Chow would walk forward and take one of the male pets in each hand. It was very intimate and ambiguous. This Han Yunshi was very surprised, but Long Feiyi was also very surprised. They thought that these male pets were prepared for them, but who knew that Shopkeeper Chow also had a preference for men? Moreover, his preference was very unique. He liked both types. Long Feiyi originally wanted to throw these two male pets into the lake, but when he saw that they were Shopkeeper Chow's men, he endured it and was too lazy to care. His complexion also improved a lot. Shopkeeper Chow didn't explain much to the two male pets. He smiled and led Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi to sit upstairs. Shopkeeper Chow didn't notice Long Feiyi's unhappiness just now. His so-called catering to young Master Ye's preferences was a little better than Xieyujun and the others. He didn't directly give the male pets to young Master Yi, but pretended that he was the same kind of person. He hoped to leave a good impression on young Master Yi and make it easier to get close to him. Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi sat on one side. Shopkeeper Chow sat opposite them. The two male pets sat on the left and right sides of Shopkeeper Chow. Xieyujun and the others sat on the side. Long Feiyi and Shopkeeper Chow talked about the price quite seriously. Shopkeeper Chow was in charge of the illegal salt business of Chongning Saltworks. Naturally, he wouldn't be easy to deal with. Long Feiyi's every word was very careful and careful. He was secretly probing. Han Yunshi was tormented by Long Feiyi last night. She was still very tired and wanted to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. She didn't have much energy to discuss with Shopkeeper Chow, so she obediently shut up and listened and waited. Who knew that she would soon discover that the two male pets of Shopkeeper Chow were actually using their eyes to seduce Long Feiyi and her. They were constantly sending flirtatious glances. As soon as she met the eyes of the tall and powerful male pets, Han Yunshi immediately avoided them. She was so scared that she had goosebumps all over her body. However, she was secretly happy and couldn't stop laughing. She was sure that Shopkeeper Chow didn't have homosexual fetishes. These two male pets were prepared for her and Long Feiyi. She looked at Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi's attention was focused on Shopkeeper Chow's identity. He didn't even notice the two male pets. Actually, with Long Feiyi's personality, even if he wasn't focused on negotiating with Shopkeeper Chow, he still wouldn't look at the two male pets. People that he didn't like, people that he didn't need, he would just ignore them like air. The more Han Yunshi looked at Long Feiyi's serious appearance, the bigger the smile in her eyes became. She was looking forward to his reaction when he found out the truth. It would definitely be wonderful. In his life, he had been infatuated with countless women, including her. But in his life, he had never been infatuated with a man like this. He had never been thrown a flirtatious glance. At this time, Long Feiyi was discussing with Shopkeeper Chow about the smuggling route. Shopkeeper Chow was quite cautious and didn't take the initiative to mention which route. Even if Long Feiyi asked, he would just beat around the bush and talk about other things. Young Master Yi, you can rest assured about the transportation. As long as you give me a suitable deadline, I guarantee that I can deliver it to the three-way black market on time. Shopkeeper Chow seriously said. It's not the three-way black market. Long Fei Ye's words stopped here. A complicated look flashed through shopkeeper Chow's eyes. If it's not the three-way black market, where does young Master Yi plan to store it? The transportation of such a large batch of goods would be investigated. It was also very dangerous to store it. If it was discovered, it would definitely be suspected. Long Fei Yi looked at shopkeeper Chow and didn't say anything. Shopkeeper Chow was quite patient and didn't pursue the matter. However, someone on the side couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Yi, could it be that you're not storing the goods and are going out directly?" Many smugglers would store their goods in the three-way black market and sell them when the price was high. Young Master Yi wanted a total of 500 carts. If he wasn't storing the goods, where was he going to send them? Even if Winter Crow couldn't digest so much salt in a short time. Long Fei Ye's lips curled into a cold smile, but he still didn't say anything. Since he didn't say anything, shopkeeper Chow couldn't help but try to guess his thoughts. If it was purely storing the goods, then there was no need to buy the illegal salt. If he wanted to buy the illegal salt, then he would have to sell it outside the Great Qin Empire. Right now, Winter Crow was the only place outside the Great Qin Empire. Shopkeeper Chow had always thought that young Master Yi wanted to store the goods in the three-way black market and then sell them in batches to Winter Crow. Looking at the current situation, he couldn't figure out what young Master Yi was thinking. He probed, "Young Master Yi, what you want isn't a large amount. Winter Crow definitely won't be able to handle such a large batch of goods in a year or so." Long Fei Yi raised his brows and looked over, but didn't say anything again. The more he didn't say anything, the more uncertain shopkeeper Chow felt. Based on his goal of befriending him for a long time, shopkeeper Chow hesitated for a moment, then stood up and went over to express his goodwill. He whispered into Long Fei Ye's ear, "Young Master Yi, I won't hide it from you. These past few days, someone has also requested a large batch of goods for Winter Crow. If young Master Yi is also interested in Winter Crow, then this one will refuse that person." "Heh, who would be so bold as to steal business from my East Origin Hall?" Long Fei Yi asked in a low voice. Shopkeeper Chow didn't mention that person's name, but instead said, "Young Master Yi, if we succeed in this transaction, then this one won't give you any business with Winter Crow in the future. How about it?" Long Fei Yi only snorted coldly and didn't answer. Shopkeeper Chow knew that he was displeased, so he lowered his voice even further. "Young Master Yi, that person is Ning." Before he could say the name, Long Fei Yi inadvertently looked up and saw the male pet across from him. At this moment, the male pet was staring at him in a daze. His eyes were as gentle as water, gentle and ambiguous. In that instant, Long Fei Ye's expression darkened. He shifted his gaze and saw the other male pet continuously throwing flirtatious glances at Han Yunshi. Bang! With a heavy slap on the table, Long Fei Yi stood up. He didn't even want to ask for the smuggler's name. Shopkeeper Chow, who was halfway through his sentence, was shocked. His face was blank, and he had no idea what was going on. He hadn't even said that person's name yet. Why was young Master Yi so angry? Han Yunshi was also very surprised. She was close to Long Fei Yi, so she could hear Shopkeeper Chow's words. She had long since ignored the two male pets and was anxiously waiting for the smuggler's name. When she heard the word Ning, she became even more nervous. Who knew that Long Fei Yi would be so impulsive at this critical juncture? Chapter 1281. Long Fei's face was filled with uncontrollable rage. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, that handsome and delicate pet of his had already rushed in front of him to comfort him. "Young Master Yi, don't be angry. If Shopkeeper Chow said anything wrong, I'll make it up to you," the male pet said as he drank the wine. He finished it in one gulp and didn't forget to show it to Long Fei Yi. At the same time, he threw a coquettish glance at him. "Young Master Yi, this is the first cup." Soon, he poured a second cup. Holding the wine cup, his fingers curled up like an orchid. When the wine cup reached his mouth, his orchid fingers covered his eyes. However, his coquettish gaze could still be seen through the gaps between his fingers. He shyly stole glances at Long Fei-yi. Long Fei-yi's expression was really indescribable. Han Yunshi watched from the side, and was on the verge of bursting into laughter. However, that male pet still misunderstood. He didn't realize that Long Fei-yi was angry at them. He only thought that Long Fei-yi was still angry at shopkeeper Chow. After the second cup, he actually took Long Fei-yi's wine cup and filled it to the brim. His lips lightly touched the rim of the wine cup as he looked at Long Fei-yi and slowly drank. Long Fei-yi was about to kick him, but when he saw this, he suddenly turned his head away and retched. Ha ha ha! Han Yunshi couldn't help but burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that she almost fell off her chair. What was the saying, the evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear? What was the saying, I disgusted myself? This was it. If it weren't for yesterday's incident, today's farce wouldn't have happened. Shopkeeper Chow was dumbfounded. Xie Jun and the other two were also confused. They were like two monks who couldn't figure out what was going on. That male pet was anxious. Young Master Yi, what's wrong with you? Is your stomach uncomfortable? He was about to approach Long Fei-yi when Long Fei-yi finally couldn't take it anymore. He kicked out and sent that male pet flying out of the window. Splash! What a loud splash! Everyone turned to look in the direction where the male pet flew out. Long Fei-yi looked coldly at the tall male pet. He was the one who had really provoked his anger just now. How dare someone in this world seduce Han Yunshi in front of him? Long Fei-yi really wanted to pull out his whip. Who knew that when he met his murderous gaze, the male pet was so scared that he turned around and ran. He jumped out the window and directly jumped into the lake. At this point, shopkeeper Chow finally understood what was going on. On one hand, they lamented young Master Yi's bad temper. On the other hand, they lamented that this young Master Yi was really devoted. He couldn't tolerate other people's seduction at all. Shopkeeper Chow was filled with regret. He wanted to go over and apologize, but seeing that young Master Yi was in a fit of anger, he didn't dare to move. Xie Jun and the other two looked at each other. In the silence of the room, only Han Yunshi was still laughing out loud. Long Fei-yi looked over. His face was gloomy as he asked, "Haven't you had enough fun yet?" Han Yunshi stopped and looked at him. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Still laughing?" Long Fei-yi said. This time, shopkeeper Chow and the others were all nervous. They wouldn't overreach and cause young Master Yi and young Master Han to quarrel, right? If this really went on, it would be hard to tell if this business deal would go through. Han Yunshi really didn't want to laugh anymore. She covered her mouth, but the more she acted like this, the more she couldn't hold it in. Even though she covered her mouth, she was still laughing. Long Fei-yi suddenly leaned closer to her and said coldly, "I'm going to ask you one last time. Are you still laughing?" Han Yunshi wasn't afraid. On the contrary, it was shopkeeper Chow and the other three's hearts that were all in the air. Han Yunshi looked up at Long Fei-yi. "Young Master Yi, I don't want to laugh anymore, but it's really funny. Ha!" At this moment, shopkeeper Chow and the other three's hearts almost stopped beating. However, Long Fei-yi suddenly reached out and tickled Han Yunshi. He said, "Let's see if you can laugh again." Long Fei-yi tickled Han Yunshi's armpit, Han Yunshi's waist, and Han Yunshi's stomach. Han Yunshi laughed as she struggled and dodged. The two of them started fooling around just like that. This sudden turn of events stunned shopkeeper Chow and the others. Not long after, Long Fei-yi pressed Han Yunshi onto the table. Han Yunshi stopped laughing. She tightly pursed her lips, which were about to stiffen from laughing, and looked at him. Long Fei-yi stared at her. As he stared, he suddenly couldn't help but chuckle. He asked snappily, "Still laughing?" Han Yunshi obediently shook her head. "I don't dare to any more." But Long Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. He kissed her gently on the lips before pulling her to her feet. Shopkeeper Chow and the others were dumbfounded by this scene. At this moment, the sound of rustling footsteps came from outside the door. It seemed that quite a number of people had arrived. Everyone looked towards the door. Xie suddenly shouted, "Oh no!" and was about to rush over to close the door. Unfortunately, before she could reach the door, a group of handsome and lean male pets all rushed over and blocked the door. There were at least 10 of them. This was what Xie had prepared for young Master Yi. Shopkeeper Chow wanted to curry favor with young Master Yi, so why wouldn't Xie want to do the same? If he could get on good terms with young Master Yi, he would have a heavy bargaining chip in the future when he fought for the position of the head of the Xie family. The male pets walked in one after another. Xie immediately went to stop them, but who knew that 2 large groups of male pets would surround them from the left and right sides of the door. In just a short while, the door was completely packed. These 2 groups of men were naturally invited by 3rd young Master Zhou and 9th young Master Murong. They also wanted to get on the good side of the East Origin Palace young master. 3rd young Master Zhou and 9th young Master Murong were also anxious. They quickly followed Xie out to chase them away. Han Yunxi raised her head and glanced at Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi also happened to be looking at her. Seeing that Han Yunxi was about to laugh again, Long Fei Yi immediately covered her mouth and turned his head away, not letting her see his expression. Shopkeeper Chow looked at them and finally understood one thing. If he wanted to curry favor with young Master Yi and befriend him, he must first serve this young Master Han well. This was the true definition of catering to one's interests. After Xie and the others chased away the large group of male pets, the surroundings finally quieted down. When they returned, Shopkeeper Chow was apologizing to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. The 3 of them also hurriedly went to apologize, but were stopped by Han Yunxi. "You're so annoying. Are we still going to talk about the matter?" Han Yunxi pretended to be impatient and said to Long Fei Yi, "It's boring. If we don't want to talk about it, then let's go." "Let's talk." Shopkeeper Chow quickly walked over. "Young Master Yi, we haven't finished talking about the matter just now. Let's continue talking." Long Fei Yi didn't say anything, but Shopkeeper Chow very directly said the name of the smuggler. "That person is called Ning Lo, from the Winter Crow tribe. A while ago, he lost a deposit to buy the goods, but he hasn't come back to talk about it, nor did he say when he would come again. He asked for 300 carts. Young Master Yi, I'll tell you the truth. Only 300 carts of salt can be stolen from the Chong Ning salt pans in the past few months. If you give it to him, you'll have to wait until next year. If you can settle the price today, I'll give you face and only do business with you. I guarantee that I can help you deliver the goods to Winter Crow tribe." Ningla? Long Fei Yi was suspicious. There weren't many people with the surname Ning in the Great Qin Empire, so how could there be someone with the surname Ning in the Winter Crow tribe? He didn't ask Shopkeeper Chow any further and straightforwardly stated his price. "This young master will add 20% to Ning Li's price." Shopkeeper Chow had already misstated Ning Li's price, so when he heard this, he was overjoyed and immediately agreed. Long Fei Yi also very straightforwardly paid a large deposit. He said, "Send 300 carts to Northernly first. You must deliver them within 2 months. Of course, of course." Shopkeeper Chow was very confident. Long Fei Yi accepted the receipt and didn't stay any longer. He left with Han Yunxi. As soon as they returned to their residence, Han Yunxi hurriedly bowed and said respectfully and timidly, "Your Majesty, this concubine will definitely keep this concubine's mouth shut about today's matter. Please, Your Majesty, spare this concubine's life." Today's matter was probably the most embarrassing thing Long Fei Yi had ever done in his life. If others found out, they might really be silenced. Seeing Han Yunxi's mischievous appearance, Long Fei Yi was both amused and helpless. He raised the emperor's flag and replied loftily, "For the sake of the crown prince, we will spare your life. Ha ha, you can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment. Serve me in bed tonight." Long Fei Yi you. Han Yunshi was about to cry. This was one of Long Fei's sure-kill moves. As soon as Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi left, Xie Yujun and the others came over to ask Shopkeeper Chow for a reward. Shopkeeper Chow readily agreed. That night, Shopkeeper Chow spent the entire night figuring out a fast and cost-effective route. He reported it to the true leaders of the three great clans early in the morning. Shopkeeper Chow was responsible for designing the route and how to deal with the various checkpoints along the way. Naturally, the three great clans had to work together to complete the inspection. The three great clans had always trusted Shopkeeper Chow's ability. In addition, he was the young master of East Origin Palace. Therefore, although there was a lot of goods, it didn't arouse too much suspicion from the leaders of the three great clans. After asking Shopkeeper Chow a few questions, they began to arrange this matter. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi didn't stay in Long Fei Yi for long. They only stayed for 2 or 3 days before leaving. On the night they returned from the negotiations, Long Fei Yi sent people to investigate the person who reported the illegal salt. Not for anything else, but because the name Ning Lo had aroused a lot of speculation from him and Han Yunshi. A few days later, Su Donglin brought the informant to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi. It was because of this informant's report that the supervisor of the Long Ning salt pans passed a report to Long Fei Yi. How did you know that someone was transporting illegal salt to Winter Crow Kingdom? Long Fei Yi asked. The informant didn't know the identities of Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi, but he was also afraid. He hurriedly answered, "Someone else asked me to do it. He gave me 500 taels and some evidence to report." "Who is this person?" Long Fei Yi asked again. "I don't know." The informant thought for a moment, then said, "He covered his face, but he looked like an attendant." Long Fei Yi asked 2 more questions, then let the informant leave. As soon as he left, Han Yunshi said, "Ning Lo must be a fake name. I've checked. There's no one in Winter Crow Kingdom with the surname Ning, but there's a big shot with the surname Lo. He has a strong background and specializes in slave trading. Most of them are sold to Xiankong. Slave trading is much easier to earn than illegal salt. They don't need to get involved in this. Since it's a fake name, why use Ning? Using Lo again?" Long Fei asked. Chapter 1282. When choosing a fake name, one would usually choose the most common surname and avoid arousing suspicion. However, this smuggler had chosen the surname Ning, which was not available in the Winter Crow tribe, and the surname Lu, which was used by the Winter Crow tribe's largest slave trader. Why was that? "The deposit he put down is not a small sum," Han Yunshi muttered to herself. "He put down the deposit and he still doesn't want the goods?" Han Yunshi suddenly realized something. Long Fei Yi, Ning Lu doesn't want the goods at all. He did it on purpose. Long Fei Yi also understood that Ning Lu didn't seem like a real smuggler. Instead, he seemed to have deliberately set a trap for Shopkeeper Chow and then reported it to Long Fei Yi so that Long Fei Yi would pay attention to the illegal salt trade. "This person can't be Ning Qing, right?" Han Yunshi muttered to herself. When she heard Shopkeeper Chow say the word Ning, the first person she thought of was Ning Qing. If it's him, why did he use the word Lu? Long Fei Yi actually had some guesses, but he wasn't sure. He looked at Han Yunshi and frowned, deep in thought. If Ning Qing had deliberately put down the deposit to attract their attention, would Ning Qing remind them that the trafficker, Lu Zheng, had set his sights on the Great Qin's illegal salt trade? If it wasn't Ning Qing, then they had to find out who the smuggler was. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi didn't dare to jump to conclusions on this matter. They could only wait for news from Shopkeeper Chow. With the trap that Long Fei Yi had set for Shopkeeper Chow and Shopkeeper Chow's eagerness to befriend him, they believed that as soon as there was news about the smuggler, Shopkeeper Chow would tell Long Fei Yi. After leaving Chongning, Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi continued their journey to the south. They were visiting incognito while waiting for Shopkeeper Chow to deliver the goods. 10 days later, Shopkeeper Chow sent out 100 carts of goods. Shopkeeper Chow was not careless enough to reveal the route of the goods to Long Fei Yi. He only said that the first batch of goods had been sent out and it was estimated that they would reach the vicinity of the three-way black market within a month. The weight of 100 carts of salt was not small. If it was purely transported by land, it would take at least 2 months to arrive. Long Fei Yi reckoned that this batch of goods should be mainly transported by water. From the south to the north, there was only one canal that could be used, and there were many checkpoints on this canal. Such a large quantity of goods actually dares to be transported through the canal. This is too brazen. Han Yunxi was furious. This meant that the three families of Jiangnan had a lot of shady dealings in the water transport industry. Long Fei Yi did not inform any of the local officials, nor did he alert the relevant high-ranking officials. He only sent people to investigate secretly. 5 days later, the second batch of goods was sent out. The time that shopkeeper Chow gave was also about a month. Without a doubt, the second batch of goods was also transported by water. 10 days later, the third batch of goods was sent out. This time, shopkeeper Chow gave them 2 months. Han Yunxi sneered. There are people in the river and on the shore. These locusts. Long Fei Yi still did not make a sound. He only sent his confidants to continue the pursuit. Like this, all the civil and military officials thought that the emperor and empress had gone to Northern Li to investigate incognito. Long Fei Yi and the others were secretly investigating the illicit salt in Jiangnan. A month later, the first and second batches of illicit salt arrived at a large warehouse near the three-way black market. Shopkeeper Chow sent a letter asking where Long Fei Yi was sending these 2 batches of goods to Winter Crow Country. Long Fei Yi replied that he would send them together with the third batch of goods. A month later, the third batch of goods arrived as scheduled. 2 months of time, 2 months of tracking. Long Fei Yi basically knew all the people involved in the transport of water and land, from the south to the north. He also had evidence. There were many officials who had been bribed by the 3 families of Jiangnan. There were also those who had taken the initiative to curry favor with the 3 families. There were also those who were timid and had been forced by the 3 families. The matter had been investigated to this point, but Long Fei Yi was still not in a hurry. He continued to use the name of Master Yi to have shopkeeper Chow send the first batch of goods to Winter Crow Country's Shaoshan Castle. This time, shopkeeper Chow actually gave him 1 month. A month. Han Yunxi was very surprised. It would take about 2 months to travel from the three-way black market to the border between Northern Li and Winter Crow Country. The distance between the 2 places was not long, but there was no direct path to reach it. They had to go around many large mountains and even snowy mountains. It was also a long journey from the border to Shaoshan Castle. In total, it would take less than 3 months. Long Fei Yi looked at Han Yunxi and did not speak for a long time. Could it be that they have another way to get to Winter Crow Country? Han Yunxi muttered to herself. I understand. Long Fei Yi suddenly understood, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He said, It must be Ning Cheng. Good fellow, so he was hiding in Winter Crow Country to ask for wine. Han Yunxi still did not quite understand, so Long Fei Yi explained to her seriously. The horses of Winter Crow Country were of excellent breed, and were most suitable to be used as war horses. The Northern Dynasty's emperors had spent many years and sent many envoys across the mountains to Winter Crow Country to buy horses, but they had never succeeded. But it was Jun Yixie who brought along a few imperial princes to complete the task. The route that Jun Yixie had taken back then was different from the usual route of the envoys. It was a secret route. Even in the cold winter, there was no need to worry about the snow blocking the way, and it could send the war horses to Northern Li in a timely manner. The 2 princes had died at the hands of Jun Yixie, so the only people who knew about this secret route were Jun Yixie's people. The people of the Black Tribe later fell into the hands of Jin Zi and Ning Cheng. Long Fei Yi did not know whether Jin Zi knew about this route. However, with Ning Cheng's personality, he would definitely find out about this route. Shopkeeper Chow and the others were able to send the smuggled salt to Winter Crow Country in such a short time, so they must have used this route that Jun Yixia opened. I understand. Han Yunshi muttered. After Northernly was destroyed, all of Northernly was under Jin Zi's jurisdiction. Jin Zi had been busy with disaster relief and reconstruction, and could only relax this year. Jin Zi hadn't reported anything about the secret route, while Long Fei had been so busy with Jiangnan that he'd forgotten about its existence. In other words, that secret route was not guarded at all, and there were no checkpoints. Whether it was smuggling goods or human trafficking, they could use this route. Ning Qing had used the word Lu in his fake name, which was the surname of Winter Crow's biggest human trafficker, Lu Zheng. This was undoubtedly hinting that Lu Zheng had something to do with this matter. With Lu Zheng's ability in human trafficking, it was not difficult for him to find out about this secret route between the two countries. Whether Lu Zheng wanted to use this route to smuggle salt or human trafficking, or for other purposes, with his influence at the border, he must have the ambition to control this secret route. Since the three great families of Jiangnan knew about this secret route, there was no doubt that they were in cahoots with Lu Zheng. The three great families would not be involved in human trafficking, Han Yunshi said seriously. Long Fei Yi, they must be in cahoots with each other to smuggle goods. Winter Crow Country is just a small place, how much business can they do? Lu Zheng was only involved in the slave trade between the mysterious continent and Winter Crow Country. The three great families of Jiangnan and Lu Zheng probably have their eyes on the mysterious continent. Han Yunshi was really angry. She had wanted to trade in tobacco, alcohol, and tea from the mysterious continent. She wanted to do it legally, but Gu Beiwei had advised Long Fei Yi to raise the tariff. But these people of Jiangnan were actually smuggling and evading taxes. They had originally come to investigate the illegal salt trade, but who knew that they would find out such a big thing? Ning Qing is so considerate, Han Yunshi said seriously. Long Fei Yi said coldly, beating around the bush. Haha, he better not let me find him. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi immediately cancelled their trip to the Plum Sea and headed north with Ru. When they passed by Medical City, they handed Ru over to Gu Beiwei, and the two of them continued north in plain clothes. After the batch of illegal salt entered Northernly, they secretly looked for Jin Zi. Jin Zi was still the same. Even though he held a high position and had done a lot for the people of Northernly in the past 2 years, he hadn't changed at all. He was still very thin and didn't like loose clothes. He wore tight black clothes, short hair, and thin fringe covering the corners of his eyes. He looked cold and gloomy. If someone who didn't know his identity saw him, they would think that he was a cold and taciturn killer. In fact, his martial arts could be said to be average. What he was best at was making money, and it was easy money. While cleaning up Ning Cheng's mess in Northernly, he had secretly returned to his old business and opened an underground money house. Of course, the capital came from Mu Ling Er's gold card. He had already donated the large sum of money that Mu Ling Er had returned to him in various ways to deal with the disaster in Northernly. The overdraft, or the part that he had scammed, was used as capital to open a small money house. Although it was a small money house, with his ability, it would become a big one in a year or two. He had been waiting for Mu Ling Er to come to him. After all, he had carefully calculated the amount. At this time, Kangon Money House should have already gone to Mu Ling Er to collect the debt. Unless Long Fei Yi, his brother-in-law, forgave Mu Ling Er's debt and blocked the gold card, there was no reason for Mu Ling Er not to come to him. In the past few days, Jin Zi took the gold card to the money house almost every day to withdraw some banknotes to see if the card was blocked. However, he was still able to take out the money every time. Therefore, he was more and more looking forward to Mu Ling Er rushing to him to quarrel. He really didn't expect that instead of Mu Ling Er, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi would come to him. In fact, manager Luo of Kangon Money House had already asked Long Feiyi about the gold card. Long Feiyi was too lazy to care about it, so he left it to Han Yunxi to deal with. Han Yunxi thought for a whole night. In the end, she didn't intervene. She just replied to manager Luo, "It's official business." In the tent, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi sat in the main seat and drank tea. Jin Zi stood beside them. Except for the luggage, he hadn't said a word so far. Han Yunxi thought that if she and Long Feiyi didn't say anything, Jin Zi would probably be silent for a whole day. She was really curious. Was this guy born to be quiet, or was he quiet in front of the two of them? This guy worked for Ning Qing. Was he talkative? If he was a man of few words, why would he take a fancy to Mu Linger? After all, Mu Linger was a very noisy person. She often chattered away like a sparrow without stopping. Han Yunxi wanted to experiment to see how long Jin Zi could stand and be silent. However, Long Feiyi wasn't so interested. Coldly, he asked, "Ning Qing is in Winter Crow country?" As soon as he said this, Jin Zi immediately looked up. "Really?" Chapter 1283. Jin Zi's expression surprised Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi. They had always thought that Jin Zi and Ning Qing were in contact in private, and that Jin Zi must have known about Ning Qing's whereabouts. But at this moment, Jin Zi's agitated and resentful appearance made Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi realize that the relationship between Jin Zi and Ning Qing was not as harmonious as they had imagined. Long Feiyi was determined to drag Ning Qing out for no other reason than the fact that Ning Qing had stood him up. As long as Ning Qing fulfilled his promise, Ning Qing could go wherever he wanted and do whatever he wanted. Long Feiyi didn't have the leisure to meddle in his affairs. And from Jin Zi's reaction, it seemed that his resentment towards Ning Qing wasn't shallow. Han Yunxi immediately told him about the illegal salt trade. After Jin Zi heard this, he immediately stood up and bowed with his hands clasped in front of his chest. "Your Majesty, Northern Li has been decided. This humble subject wants to resign." What a good Ning Qing! Not only did he throw Northern Li's mess to him, he even hid in the Winter Crow tribe to collude with human traffickers. This was what he had always wanted to do. At that time, Northern Li was in turmoil and the situation was unstable. But now, even without him, Long Feiyi could deal with the Black Tribe. There was no need for him to stay. Being an official was a hard job. He really couldn't do things that worried about the country and the people. He didn't even know how he had convinced himself to become an official for the people of Northern Li in the past 2 years. He also wouldn't look for Ning Qing. As long as he resigned, perhaps Ning Qing would take the initiative to look for him. Long Feiyi originally didn't like Jin Zi very much. Han Yunxi was even more wary of Jin Zi. After all, this guy's background and identity were still unknown. However, in the past 2 years, Jin Zi's performance in Northern Li made Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi admire and trust him. Long Feiyi really didn't want to lose such a talent. Long Feiyi did not stand on ceremony. Approved. Later on, when the new officials of Northern Li destroy your bank, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, even if you've done a meritorious deed, we will definitely deal with you. Jin Zi was startled. He did not expect Long Feiyi to know that he had opened an underground bank so quickly. However, even though he was shocked, he did not hold back. He snorted coldly and said, "There's no need to do anything. Tomorrow, we'll give out the money and close the door." However, no one expected that just as Jin Zi finished speaking, a very angry voice came from outside the door. "Jin Zi, come out." "Surname Jin? No one here has the surname Jin." Jin Zi's surname was not Jin. Jin Zi's name was given because he liked gold. No one cared about the surname because everyone was very familiar with this voice. This was Mu Ling Er's voice. Just as the voice fell, they saw Mu Ling Er storming in from outside the tent, just like a gust of wind blowing towards Jin Zi. Jin Zi was stunned. Countless nights, countless daydreams, Countless times he had imagined this lass appearing in front of him. Just like this, just like a gust of wind blowing in front of him. But, just as Mu Ling was about to rush in front of Jin Zi, not knowing what happened, she suddenly fell flat on her face. A loud plop sound rang out. In a moment, the entire tent quietened down. Mu Ling laid on the ground, not moving at all. Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi looked at her in disbelief. Jin Zi was even more incredulous. Such a flat road, and this lass actually fell down? She was originally full of vigor, but with this fall, it was all gone. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi did not make a sound. Just as Jin Zi was about to help her up, Mu Ling looked up first, covering her mouth and nose with one hand. When she saw Jin Zi approaching, her big, watery eyes immediately shot out a terrifying murderous intent, as if she wanted to cut Jin Zi into pieces with her gaze. Jin Zi stepped back and hid the heartache in his eyes. With a cold face he asked, "Are you okay?" Mu Ling got up, her hand still covering her mouth and nose. She did not even realize that her sister and brother-in-law were also in the tent. She glared at Jin Zi fiercely and asked angrily, "Why did you swipe my gold card? You stole my money." Jin Zi almost laughed out loud, but he held it in. He said, "Mu Ling, are you that rich?" "What do you mean?" Mu Ling asked in return. "The extra 200 million belongs to Kangon Bank. It doesn't count as your money, right?" Jin Zi replied. "You." Mu Ling almost fainted from anger. "But that's my card. You have to put all the money you spent on my account. Why are you pretending to be stupid? If you didn't steal from me, who did you steal from?" She was already very poor after returning the money to Jin Zi. Now that she had another 200 million in debt, she really wanted to bang her head against the wall and die. When she found out about this, she did not even care about Medicine City. She left Lil Thing behind and rushed straight to Northernly. Mu Ling waited for Jin Zi to explain. Unexpectedly, Jin Zi calmly replied, "Oh, you." Mu Ling was so angry and anxious that she stomped her foot. She covered her mouth and nose with one hand and pointed at Jin Zi with the other. You, she kept saying "you" for a long time, but she still could not form a proper sentence. Han Yunxi and Long Fei both watched and waited. Jin Zi was even more so, waiting very patiently. He thought that Mu Ling was going to cry. After all, she had always been a crybaby. Unexpectedly, Mu Ling did not cry. She said, "What do you want?" Jin Zi's heart skipped a beat. He was about to answer, but for some reason, he chose to remain silent. He was still cold and arrogant as he looked at Mu Ling. "Give me back my card and money." Mu Ling walked over and stretched out her small hand in front of Jin Zi. "I'll owe you first. You can charge me interest. When I earn money, I'll pay you back immediately. How about I pay you the interest every month?" It was so shameless to borrow money from a woman, but Jin Zi did not mind at all and said it openly. As soon as he said this, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi understood what was going on. They had some guesses about this matter before, but now it seemed that Jin Zi wanted to borrow money to delay Mu Ling. Although Jin Zi's bank was small, if he wanted to return Mu Ling the money immediately, he could do it. He would rather pay interest than continue owing her money. "I don't want to." Mu Ling rejected him immediately. Jin Zi was very heartless. "Then I can't do anything about it. Anyway, I've already spent all the money." Mu Ling was so angry that her chest hurt. She stretched out her hand in front of Jin Zi's eyes and immediately clenched it into a fist, ready to punch Jin Zi in the face at any time. At this time, Jin Zi saw that blood was gradually seeping out from between the fingers of the hand that she was covering her nose and mouth. Jin Zi was very anxious. He dropped her fist and very domineeringly took away her other hand. Only then did he discover that Mu Ling had a lot of nosebleeds. Her nose, mouth, and nose were all covered in blood. Her hands were also covered in blood. Han Yunxi immediately stood up and was about to rush over, but she was dragged away by Long Feiyi. Jin Zi pulled Mu Ling Er's hand and stared at her face. A mouthful of anger suddenly surged up to his heart, making him so angry that he almost roared at her. But in the end, he endured it. He did not say anything and pulled Mu Ling to the side. "Let go." Mu Ling struggled. "Be quiet for me," Jin Zi said coldly. So fierce, so fierce. He was 100 times fiercer than Mu Ling when she was asking for money. How could there be such a person? He clearly owed her money, but he was even fiercer than her. Was everyone who owed money a big boss? Mu Ling was really stunned by his fierce tone and immediately quieted down. "Raise your head," Jin Zi said coldly. Mu Ling did as she was told. She raised her head slightly and tried to stop her nose from flowing down. Ning Qing took out his own handkerchief and also took out Mu Ling handkerchief. After stuffing Mu Ling nose, he went to the side and wrung out a wet towel. He sat in front of her and carefully helped her wipe off the blood stains. But Mu Ling quickly slapped his hand away. "You don't need to shed crocodile tears." Jin Zi was silent for a moment, then he threw the wet towel to Mu Ling for her to wipe off herself. He sat at the side and watched coldly. He could not help but scold. "It's been 2 years and you still haven't improved. The more you live, the more backward you become." Jin Zi was obviously a man of few words, but when he saw Mu Ling he could not help but want to speak. He waited for a while, but Mu Ling did not speak. He then spoke again. "Mu Ling when will you stop making people worry about you?" Mu Ling just ignored him. She lowered her head and wiped the blood stains on her hands. After a while, she wiped it clean and stretched out her clean hand again. "Give me back my gold card." Even if he could not return the money, he should at least return her gold card, right? Jin Zi stood up and said lightly, "In a few days, I'll get someone to send it over." Mu Ling asked again, "Tell me, how much do you want to pay me every month?" "At most 5 million, plus 1 million interest every month." Jin Zi was quite serious. "Then how many years do you want to pay me?" Mu Ling was very sensitive to the dosage of medicinal herbs, but her arithmetic was still very bad. "More than 3 years, Jin Zi answered. Mu Ling did not want to bargain. She knew that with Jin Zi's shrewdness, she would not be able to win. She silently pondered in her heart. She had to plead with her sister and ask Kangon Bank to reduce the interest. She would then return the money that Jin Zi had returned to Kangon Bank every month. "Okay, give me this month's money first," Mu Ling said again. "Let's agree to exchange the money on the last day of every month. How about that?" Jin Zi asked. It was only the beginning of the month, and there was still a month until the end of the month. Mu Ling sighed. Zhenzhen was so angry that she did not want to talk anymore, so she agreed. She said, "Then return the money to Kangon Bank on the last day of every month." "Okay," Jin Zi agreed readily. Mu Ling turned to leave, but Jin Zi arrived. "You don't want the gold card anymore? I'll send someone to get it." Mu Ling deliberately turned back to look at him. "Don't worry." She finished speaking and was about to leave, but Jin Zi asked calmly, "Mu Ling it's been 2 years. Did you break the contract?" They had agreed that she would marry Gu if he did not want her for a year. Mu Ling stopped in her tracks and did not answer for a long time. Jin Zi looked at her slender back and did not speak for a long time. The two of them were at a stalemate. Perhaps they did not know how to continue speaking, or perhaps they were waiting for each other's answer. However, Mu Ling finally opened her mouth. She said, "Jin Zi, if you want to marry someone who doesn't like you, then marry her."